He crashed into her, mouth claiming hers in a kiss so brutal, so desperate, it tore the air from her lungs. Oren shoved him back with a cry, her sword flashing between them. I should kill you, she gasped. Rowan smiled, that same reckless grin she remembered from years ago. Then do it. The blade trembled in her hand. She hated him. She loved him. She wanted to carve him open and crawl into the hollowed-out spaces he left behind. I came back for you, he whispered, stepping closer. So you'd never have to be alone again. Tears blurred her vision. Damn him. Damn him for still making her feel. Behind them, the camp was still in chaos. The Queen's forces were closing in. Time was running out. And Oren had to decide. Trust the boy who had already broken her once, or finish what she started, and bury her heart forever. Chapter 116. A Dance in the Dark. Oren moved before she could think. Before she could breathe. Sword drawn. Heart thundering. She sprinted into the trees, the cool night air slicing across her skin, chasing the shadow who had fired the fatal bolt. You won't escape me, she promised. Not tonight. The forest swallowed her whole. Every root and branch seemed to claw at her boots, trying to slow her down. But rage made her faster, sharper, more dangerous than she had ever been. The assassin's trail was clumsy, branches broken, dirt disturbed. Panicked. They hadn't expected her to follow. Good. Fear made people sloppy. Up ahead, a flicker of movement. A figure in dark leathers. Oren lunged without hesitation. Her blade clashed against theirs with a shower of sparks. And for the first time, she saw the assassin's face. And her heart stopped. It wasn't a stranger. It wasn't even a mercenary. It was him. Rowan. The boy she had once loved. The boy she had buried in her heart, convinced he was dead. Standing there now, alive. Older, sharper. And holding a blade against her throat. Oren, he said, his voice rough, broken, almost reverent. Like saying her name hurt him. You're supposed to be dead, she rasped, fury and disbelief warring inside her. Rowan's jaw tightened. I was. Almost. Their swords locked again, the tension snapping between them like a live wire. Neither one willing to step back. Neither willing to say what needed to be said. You killed Ryan, she snarled. His mouth twisted. I saved you. Ryan was never loyal. You're lying. Am I? His voice dropped dangerously low. Ask yourself why he always knew the Queen's next move. Why your attacks kept failing. Oren faltered. Just for a heartbeat. And Rowan struck. Not with his sword, but with his lips. Chapter 117. Shatterpoint. The blade in Oren's hand didn't lower. Didn't waver. But it hurt. It hurt more than anything ever had. Because Rowan, who had once sworn to love her forever, was standing inches away, daring her to strike. Daring her to choose herself over him. And she didn't know if she was strong enough to do it. You think one kiss will fix everything? Her voice shook. You think you can come back from the dead and I'll just fall apart for you? Rowan's eyes burned gold in the moonlight. No fear. No shame. Just him, raw and ruined, standing in front of her like he had nothing left to lose. I don't want forgiveness, he said. I want you. Something cracked inside her. Like the final fault line before an earthquake. A deep, devastating shatterpoint. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath. The world pressing in tighter, whispering. Choose. 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 And Oren did. She closed the distance. Not with her sword. Not with violence. But with a hand to his chest. Fingers splayed wide. Feeling the hammering of his heart against her palm. I should kill you, she whispered. You won't, he murmured. And God's help her, he was right. Because no matter how much she hated him, no matter how deep the betrayal ran, Oren still loved him. With every broken, bloody, furious piece of her heart. Rowan caught her hand, his thumb brushing over her knuckles, with reverence. As if she were something sacred. I never stopped fighting for you, he said. I just had to do it from the shadows. Oren closed her eyes, swallowing the scream rising inside her. The scream of longing. Of grief. Of hope. She leaned forward until their foreheads touched, breath mingling. You hurt me, she said, voice raw. I know. You lied. I had to. You broke me. I'll put you back together. She should walk away. She should run. But Oren stayed. Because maybe, just maybe, she was tired of surviving alone. A twig snapped behind them. Both of them spun, weapons raised. The queen's soldiers were here. Dozens of them. Swords drawn. Crossbows loaded. Faces cold and merciless in the torchlight. There was no time for second guesses. No time for anger or pain. Only survival. Rowan stepped in front of her, shielding her with his body. Oren didn't hesitate. She pressed her back to his, their bodies moving together like they had never been apart. Swords flashing as the first wave of soldiers descended. And for the first time in forever, she wasn't fighting alone. She was fighting with him. Two broken souls, standing back to back against the darkness. Chapter 118. Ashes and Embers. The first arrow missed Oren's cheek by a whisper. The second, Rowan caught mid-air, snapping it in half with a grunt, before it could reach her. Move, he barked, grabbing her wrist. Together, they tore through the soldiers, bodies slamming into them from every side, metal against metal, blood hot in the night air. Every strike Oren made was sharp and merciless. Every step forward, Rowan was at her back, protecting her blind spots like he had been born for it. Their bodies knew the dance. Even if their hearts were still learning how to trust again. By the time they reached the edge of the cliff, they were bleeding. Breathless. Cornered. The queen's army was closing in, a black wave of death. Behind them? A sheer drop into the raging river below. A suicide leap. Or salvation. Oren turned to Rowan, heart pounding like a war drum. If we survive this, she rasped, you owe me answers. Rowan's mouth twisted into something wild. Something feral. If we survive this, he growled, I'll give you everything. Without another word, he laced his fingers through hers. Tight, unbreakable, and pulled her with him into the night. They jumped. The fall was a scream. A crash of icy water that ripped the air from Oren's lungs. But she didn't let go of him. Not even when the river tried to tear them apart. Not even when the world became nothing but darkness and cold. When they finally dragged themselves onto the opposite bank, coughing and shaking, the moon was bleeding through the clouds. Oren collapsed onto the grass, chest heaving. Rowan fell beside her, a broken laugh tearing from his throat. We're alive, he rasped. Speak for yourself, she groaned, spitting out a mouthful of river water. They lay there, side by side, silence settling between them like a fragile truce. The air was cold, their bodies bruised and battered. And yet, Oren had never felt more alive. Rowan turned his head, studying her. You're still the most stubborn woman I've ever met, he said. Oren smirked, eyes half-lidded. And you're still the biggest mistake I ever made. For a moment, they just stared at each other. The hatred, the hurt, the love, all of it crashing together like the river around them. And then, without warning, Rowan was on his knees, leaning over her. Hands braced on either side of her face. Dripping wet. Breathless. Wrecked. One kiss, he whispered, voice hoarse. Just one. Oren didn't answer. She reached up, curling her fingers into the front of his soaked shirt, and yanked him down. Their mouths collided, not gentle, not soft, but desperate and raw and starving. It was a kiss that tasted like blood and salt and second chances. It was a kiss that shattered every wall she'd built. It was a kiss that burned hotter than the flames that would soon chase them. When they finally broke apart, Rowan rested his forehead against hers, breathing hard. I'll never let you go again, he said. Oren closed her eyes, feeling the truth of it in her bones. Then don't, she whispered. Far in the distance, horns blared. The hunt wasn't over. It had only just begun. Oren stood tall, the remnants of her anger mixing with the exhaustion gnawing at her core. And who exactly are you to give me that ultimatum? Call me Thorn, the masked figure said, his eyes gleaming from the shadows. I was sent to bring you in. Alive or dead. He paused, glancing at Rowan. Though, it seems your companion may have a different idea. Rowan didn't back down. If you think we'll go quietly, you're mistaken. Thorn raised an eyebrow, then motioned to the group of soldiers behind him. I'd say, we'll see, but that's never really been my style. He flicked his hand. The soldiers advanced. Rowan's hand was at her side in an instant, his fingers brushing against the hilt of his blade. You don't have to do this, Oren whispered, her voice barely audible. But it was a plea, not for herself, but for them. For the future she still couldn't imagine. We have no choice, Rowan muttered. Oren stepped forward, eyes locked on Thorn, her voice cutting through the tension like a razor. I'll make a deal with you, she said coldly, her lips curling into a dangerous smile. You walk away. We walk away. No bloodshed. And you live to serve the queen another day. Thorn's gaze flickered briefly before he chuckled darkly. You've got spirit. I'll give you that. His eyes narrowed. But the queen doesn't make deals. Not when it comes to traitors. Then we'll make our own, Oren said, stepping closer, until she was inches away from Thorn. Rowan's hand reached out for her, but she ignored him, her focus entirely on the man in front of her. Let's make this interesting. You want me alive, but what if I offer you something more valuable? Thorn tilted his head. Go on. Oren leaned forward, her voice a dangerous whisper. Information. Secrets about the queen's army. A way to get close to her and kill her. The soldiers shifted uneasily at the mention of the queen's name. Thorn's mask betrayed nothing, but Oren could see the wheels turning behind those cold eyes. Why would you offer us that? He asked. Oren smiled again, this time with a hint of darkness in her eyes. Because I have nothing left to lose. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. Rowan stood behind her, watching carefully, his hand still on the hilt of his blade, though he seemed to be weighing the situation, too. Finally, Thorn spoke. You're playing a dangerous game. Are you in or out? Oren pressed, her eyes burning with an intensity that could have shattered 100 hearts. Thorn stared at her for a moment, and then he slowly nodded, signaling to his soldiers to stand down. You've got a deal, he said, his voice low. Oren exhaled, relief washing over her. But the moment it passed, something cold settled in her gut. She had made a deal with the monster. But maybe, just maybe, she was going to use him to destroy a greater one. Chapter 119. Blood and Bargains. The night was quiet now, the chaos of the river behind them like a distant nightmare. The only sounds that filled the air were the soft rustling of leaves and the hurried beating of their hearts. Oren and Rowan sat on the edge of the forest, their clothes still damp and their bodies aching. But their minds were 1,000 miles away. And, for the first time in what felt like forever, Oren realized something. They were safe. But safety didn't last long. They were still fugitives, and every step they took brought them closer to the edge of oblivion. I should have let you die, Oren said suddenly, her voice trembling, despite herself. It would have been easier. You would have stayed a memory, a good one. She looked at him, her eyes sharp, but there was a flicker of something else there, vulnerability. But now, Rowan didn't flinch. But now, you're stuck with me. Oren glared at him, her lips pulling into a defiant line. I don't want to be stuck with anyone. Rowan smiled softly, his wet hair dripping in the moonlight. That's a lie, and you know it. Oren turned her back to him, standing up abruptly. She needed space, she needed distance. Everything was spinning, and she couldn't think straight with him so close, his presence an overwhelming storm she couldn't weather. But Rowan was relentless. He rose with her, stepping into her space with a quiet grace that unsettled her. Stop, she snapped, holding up a hand. Don't you dare? Why? Rowan asked, his voice dark and smooth, like velvet. Because you're afraid? No, she whispered, but her throat was tight. Because I can't. Keep doing this. I won't. A low growl rumbled in the distance, cutting through the tension. Both of them froze. Oren's heart lurched, every muscle in her body going on alert. Rowan, too, tensed beside her, his posture changing as he scanned the surroundings. Who is it? She murmured. Doesn't matter, Rowan replied, his eyes narrowing. We've got company. Before she could react, figures emerged from the shadows, tall, cloaked in blood-red insignias. They're the Queen's soldiers, Oren hissed. Why are they here? Rowan clenched his jaw. They won't be the only ones hunting us soon. The leader of the group stepped forward, his movements precise and calculated. He was tall, his cloak billowing behind him like a shadow. His face was covered by a mask, but his eyes were piercing. Cold. Unyielding. You've been a thorn in the queen's side for far too long, Oren, the masked figure said, his voice rich with menace. But your time has come. Thorn walked in, his movements like a predator's, slow, deliberate, and precise. He didn't sit, didn't make himself comfortable. He simply stood in the center of the room, surveying them with an almost eerie calm. I've been thinking about our arrangement, Thorn began, his voice low and seductive. And I think we can make this more interesting. Oren raised an eyebrow, already knowing this conversation wasn't going to go the way she expected. What are you suggesting? He took a step closer to her, and she felt the air grow colder between them. His presence was overwhelming, suffocating even. I think it's time to take the game to the next level, he said, his eyes never leaving hers. You're right. You do have valuable information. But there's something else you could offer. Something even more enticing. Oren's stomach dropped. She wasn't sure if it was the way he spoke or the glint in his eyes, but the hair on the back of her neck stood up. And what would that be? She asked cautiously, her hand instinctively going to the dagger at her side. Thorn smirked, clearly enjoying the tension between them. Your loyalty, he said simply. I'm offering you a position at my side. You help me overthrow the queen, and I'll give you everything you've ever wanted. Power, freedom, control. Oren's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't just a proposal, it was a trap, a dangerous one that would only leave her with blood on her hands. But she couldn't show weakness. Not now. No deal, she said, her voice hard as stone. Thorn's eyes darkened, and the air in the room seemed to grow colder, the tension palpable. He stepped closer, his breath brushing against her ear. You're more interesting than I thought. You might just make this game worth playing after all. He backed away, a satisfied smile curling on his lips. But don't get too comfortable, Oren. This isn't over. Not by a long shot. He turned and walked toward the door, but before leaving, he glanced back one final time. I'll be seeing you soon. The door slammed shut behind him, leaving Oren standing there, her breath coming in short bursts. She could feel the weight of his words, like a shadow hanging over her. Rowan was silent, his eyes flicking to hers with a sharp, unreadable expression. He didn't need to say anything. The weight of the moment settled between them. What now? Rowan asked, breaking the silence. Oren's heart thudded heavily in her chest. Now? We get ready. Because the Queen's throne isn't the only one being contested anymore. Chapter 120. Twisted. Loyalties. The next few days passed in a blur. Time seemed to warp and stretch, each hour laden with tension, each step they took more perilous than the last. Rowan and Oren stayed in the shadows, always on the move, hiding in plain sight while Thorn and his soldiers kept their distance. But Oren knew better than to think. They were truly safe. Thorn was watching, always lurking, waiting for her to slip up. Oren's breath was shallow as she paced back and forth in the dimly lit room they'd holed up in. Rowan leaned against the wall, his eyes following her every movement with a quiet intensity. His presence, always so close, was a constant reminder of the dangerous game they were playing. You're restless, he said quietly. She stopped and glanced at him, her jaw tightening. I'm not going to sit around waiting for Thorn to decide I'm no longer useful. Her voice was sharp, but there was a flicker of something else. Doubt. Rowan's gaze softened, and for a moment, Oren almost thought he was going to reach out to her. But he didn't. Instead, he said, You're too smart for that. You'll make him think he's won. Oren turned away, anger flaring up in her chest like a wildfire. Don't patronize me. I'm not, Rowan said quietly, pushing himself off the wall. But you have to understand, we're playing a dangerous game. Thorn is smart. He's waiting for the right moment to strike. Oren narrowed her eyes at him. And you're just going to sit back and let him? Rowan shrugged, a wry smile tugging at the corner of his lips. What do you suggest we do? She didn't answer at first, the tension in the room thickening. Instead, she looked out the window, watching the darkening sky. She was so tired of running, of playing everyone's game. But the reality was, she didn't have the luxury of taking a step back. Not yet. I'll play my hand when the time is right, Oren said softly, her voice carrying a quiet confidence. But I need you to trust me. Rowan's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. She could feel the weight of his gaze on her, but she couldn't bring herself to look back at him. A knock at the door broke the stillness. Oren's pulse spiked. Her eyes locked onto Rowan's, and without a word, he moved to the side, ready to draw his blade if necessary. Oren took a deep breath and approached the door, her hand lingering on the handle before she opened it. Thorn stood there, his face unreadable. His usual mask was gone, revealing his sharp, angular features. The look in his eyes, however, was what unsettled her most. There was something calculating, something dangerous. Let's talk, Thorn said, his voice smooth, almost seductive. You've made quite the impression, Oren. And now, I want to see if you're worth the risk. Oren stepped aside, motioning for him to enter. Rowan remained by the wall, his eyes on Thorn, wary but silent. She knew he didn't trust the man. Hell, she didn't trust him either. But for now, she had to play the part. Chapter 121. The Weight of Power. Oren had never been one to shy away from power. She knew the pull it had, the allure that could make even the most honorable lose themselves. She had seen it in her father's eyes when he had spoken of their kingdom's future, in the way Thorn had offered her the world, and in the way Rowan had fought to keep his own ground. But now, the weight of power felt like a leaden cloak around her shoulders. The night passed in a haze of restless thoughts. The tension between her and Rowan was palpable, but there was something else, something that lingered between them like an unspoken promise. Every glance, every moment, felt more charged than before. The stakes were higher now, not just for their lives, but for everything they had fought for. Oren lay on her back, staring up at the cracked ceiling of the hideout. Her thoughts swirled in the dark, unable to quiet the gnawing fear in her chest. The queen was unpredictable, but Thorn? He was dangerous in a way that made the queen look like a puppet. She turned her head, her eyes meeting Rowan's, who was still awake, his gaze distant. Do you ever regret it? She asked quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. Rowan's gaze flicked to hers, his expression unreadable. Regret? What? Fighting for a cause that might not even be worth it, Oren answered. We're all pawns in this game. Maybe it would be easier if we just... She stopped, the words hanging in the air. Rowan sat up, his body tense. You're not a pawn, Oren. You never were. The words stung in ways she hadn't expected. She sat up, too, her knees drawn to her chest. But what if I am? She muttered, her voice thick with frustration. What if I'm just playing into Thorn's hands, letting him believe I'm on his side, when all I'm doing is delaying the inevitable? Rowan leaned forward, his voice low but fierce. If you were just a pawn, Oren, I wouldn't be here. His words hung between them, thick with meaning. She knew he cared, but this was more than that. He believed in her. He believed that she was capable of something more, something that could tip the balance of the war. But how much of that belief was misplaced? How much of it was just hope? The next morning, the decision had to be made. She couldn't keep running forever, couldn't keep playing both sides without consequences. Thorn's offer, the queen's wrath, Rowan's loyalty, everything was coming to a head. Oren knew she would have to choose. Thorn's not the only one who can make a deal, Oren muttered, more to herself than to anyone else. They met in the heart of the old city, where the sun never quite touched. The streets were winding, the buildings looming overhead, dark and narrow, as though the city itself was keeping secrets. Rowan walked beside her, his hand close but never quite touching hers. Their bond was unspoken but undeniable. And in the shadows of the alleyways and dim-lit streets, they both knew it was more than just the battle ahead that was weighing them down. Are you sure about this? Rowan asked as they neared the entrance to a hidden courtyard, a place where they had agreed to meet someone from the underground network. Oren paused. Her gaze met his, and for a split second, the world seemed to quiet. She knew what he was asking. Was she truly ready to do what it took to secure their future? The future of everyone they cared about? I don't know, she admitted, her voice soft. But I know I can't. Keep pretending. They entered the courtyard, and before them stood a figure cloaked in shadows. The stranger's face was hidden beneath the hood, but the air around them crackled with power. You're late, the figure said, their voice low and melodic, a whisper that seemed to reverberate through Oren's bones. We were busy, Oren replied, her tone sharp but controlled. She wasn't here to play games. Not anymore. The figure chuckled, a soft, unsettling sound. You know, Oren, Thorn's offer wasn't the only option. She tilted her head slightly, narrowing her eyes. What are you talking about? Something more permanent, the figure said, stepping closer. Their cloak billowed, and for the first time, Oren saw the glint of their eyes. Green, almost glowing, with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. I can offer you something Thorn never could. The power to change the world, to reshape it. To make the kingdom bend to your will. Oren felt a pulse of temptation course through her. Power, control, freedom, everything she had ever wanted, all in the palm of her hand. But there was a price. Rowan stepped forward, his hand resting gently on her arm. We're not here to make deals with shadows. The figure's lips curled into a smile. Ah, but you misunderstand. This isn't just a deal. This is an offer of destiny. The weight of the words hung in the air. Oren's pulse quickened, as she felt the pull of the unknown, the allure of the path she could take, the path that could change everything. But at what cost? I'm not ready for that, Oren whispered, more to herself than anyone else. The figure's smile faded, replaced by something colder. Then, you'll regret it, when it's too late. Rowan's grip on her arm tightened, pulling her away from the figure. He knew what was at stake here. Don't listen to them, Oren. We'll find another way. Oren shook her head, the tension inside her growing. I don't know anymore, Rowan. What if this is the only way? As they left the courtyard, the figure's warning echoed in her mind, like a dark prophecy. Would she regret it, turning away from that offer? Was she choosing the wrong side, the wrong path? And yet, as she glanced at Rowan, she knew one thing. She couldn't do it alone. The game was far from over. The pieces were in motion, and every decision from here on out would have consequences. Oren had chosen this path, but now, the real test began. Chapter 122. Bloodlines. And Betrayals. The morning light barely pierced the cracks in the city's towering walls as Oren and Rowan made their way back to their hideout. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and the faint hum of the city's pulse. Everything felt alive and yet fragile, like a string pulled taut just waiting to snap. They hadn't spoken much since leaving the courtyard. The weight of the figure's words had lingered, coiling in the corners of Oren's mind, like a serpent waiting to strike. She didn't know why she had turned away from the offer, but something inside her told her that the price would have been more than she could ever repay. As they reached the old stone building, Oren felt a shift in the air. There was something different, something off. She froze, her hand instinctively going to the hilt of her dagger. Rowan, sensing the change, stepped in front of her, his body tense and alert. The door to their hideout creaked open just as they were about to step inside, revealing a figure standing in the doorway. Oren's breath hitched in her throat as she recognized the figure before them. It was Thorn. For a moment, everything seemed to stop. The world around them became muted, as if the air itself was holding its breath. Oren's heart pounded in her chest, the familiar rush of adrenaline surging through her veins. But this time, it wasn't excitement, it was fear. Thorn's eyes were cold, calculating, and the smirk that played at his lips made her stomach churn. I was wondering when you two would show up, Thorn said, his voice smooth like silk but with an edge that cut through the tension in the room. I trust the meeting with my colleague went well? Oren didn't answer right away, her mind racing as she assessed the situation. Thorn had known, hadn't he? He always knew more than anyone else, and the fact that he was standing there, waiting for them, suggested that he had anticipated their decision, or maybe their hesitation. Rowan stepped forward, his jaw clenched, the veins in his neck throbbing with the effort to remain calm. What do you want, Thorn? Thorn chuckled softly, a sound that sent chills down Oren's spine. What do I want? Nothing more than to help you, Rowan. His eyes flicked to Oren. Both of you. After all, we're not so different, are we? The words hung in the air, and Oren felt a shift in the dynamic between them. Thorn's presence had always been commanding, but today it was something else, almost suffocating. As if he were pulling at the strings of their lives, manipulating every move they made, every decision they took. We're nothing like you, Rowan snapped, his voice low and dangerous. Thorn raised an eyebrow. Oh, then why are you still standing here, instead of fighting against me? Oren's hand tightened around the dagger at her side, but it wasn't Rowan she was worried about right now, it was Thorn. He was a master manipulator, and she knew that if they weren't careful, they'd end up dancing to his tune without even realizing it. You can't control us, Thorn, Oren said, her voice steady, despite the turbulence inside her. We're not your puppets. Thorn's smile widened, but it wasn't a pleasant smile, it was predatory. No, of course not. But I don't need to control you, Oren. I just need to offer you the right incentive. He stepped closer, and Oren instinctively took a step back. You think you know what power is, Thorn continued, his voice now a whisper that only she could hear. But you have no idea. You've barely begun to scratch the surface. You've been holding onto the illusion of control, of choice. But in the end, you'll see. Power isn't something you choose, it chooses you. Oren's blood ran cold as Thorn's words sank in. She had always thought she was in control, that she was the one making the decisions. But what if he was right? What if this entire time, she had been walking down a path that had already been laid out for her? And more terrifyingly, what if she didn't even know it? I'm not afraid of you, Oren managed to say, though her voice betrayed a flicker of doubt. Thorn chuckled, stepping back. You should be. His eyes gleamed as he turned toward the shadows in the corner. I think it's time you met someone. From the darkness emerged a figure, tall and imposing, draped in a cloak of deep crimson. The figure stepped forward, and Oren's breath hitched as the hood was pushed back to reveal the face of someone she thought she'd never see again. It was her father. Her heart stuttered in her chest as she stared at the man who had once ruled the kingdom with an iron fist. He was older now, his face gaunt and worn, but the intensity in his eyes was the same, cold, calculating, devoid of the love he had once shown her. You, Oren whispered, her voice shaking despite her best efforts to stay composed. How are you here? Her father's lips curled into a smile, but it wasn't a warm smile. It was the smile of someone who had seen too much, someone who had been broken and rebuilt into something else entirely. You've done well to get this far, Oren. I'll give you that. But you still don't understand, do you? All of this, the war, the power, it's all part of the plan. Oren shook her head, unable to process what she was hearing. What plan? Her father's smile deepened. The plan to reshape the kingdom. To bring about a new era. And you, Oren, are the key to it all. You've always been the key. Thorn's voice broke into the conversation. She's more powerful than she knows, isn't she? He looked at Oren, a glint of admiration in his eyes. But power always comes at a cost. Oren's heart raced as the weight of their words settled over her. Her father, Thorn, had they been pulling the strings all along? Had she been a pawn in their game, thinking she was making her own choices? No, she whispered, shaking her head. I can't. But the doubt was already there, gnawing at her. Was she truly in control? Or had she already lost? Her father stepped forward, placing a cold hand on her shoulder. You have to choose, Oren. Power, or love. Loyalty, or freedom. Your path is clear, but it's not easy. The room seemed to close in on her as the weight of their expectations pressed down. Thorn, her father, the kingdom, everything she had fought for, everything she had lost, was laid bare before her. Oren's heart wavered, torn between the past and the future, between loyalty and the burning desire for something more. But no matter the choice, one thing was certain, nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 123. The Path of Broken Wings. The room was suffocating. The walls, once a comforting embrace, now seemed to close in on Oren, suffocating her under the weight of expectations she couldn't bear. Her father's cold hand still rested on her shoulder, as though marking her as his claim on her, unyielding. Her heart raced, not in fear, but in a tempest of emotions she couldn't quite untangle. The words he had spoken still echoed in her mind, ripples on a pond that spread further with each passing second. Power, or love? It felt like an impossible choice. Thorne's gaze was calculating, but there was something else in his eyes, curiosity. He knew that she was on the edge, and he was content to watch her struggle, to push her further into the web they had both carefully woven around her. Oren's breath hitched, her body tense as she turned to face her father. "You can't control me anymore," she said, though the conviction in her voice wavered slightly. "Not like before." Her father's lips twitched into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You've always been my greatest asset, Oren. You think you've fought your way free, but the truth is, you've never been free. You've always belonged to the cause, to the kingdom, to me." Oren flinched, the sting of his words cutting deeper than she cared to admit. He was right, in a way. She had been shaped by him, molded into someone who was supposed to follow his path, his destiny. But that was the past, and she had fought to escape it. To build something for herself. She glanced at Rowan, who stood by her side, his eyes hard as stone, but his jaw clenched in uncertainty. He had always been her anchor, but now she saw the conflict in his eyes. He had his own battles to fight, his own demons to confront. "Don't you see?" her father continued, his voice smooth as velvet. "I've spent years building this world. The kingdom, the power, the legacy, it's all been for you. You were never meant to be just a pawn, Oren. You were meant to rule." The room seemed to spin as her father's words tangled with her thoughts, threatening to drown her. She had never wanted power like this. Never wanted to sit at a throne of manipulation, betrayal, and bloodshed. But the more she resisted, the more she realized the truth that had been buried beneath her desire for freedom. Perhaps there was a part of her that had always wanted this. The control, the command. It was in her blood. She couldn't ignore it anymore. She turned to Thorne, meeting his gaze for the first time with newfound clarity. "And you, Thorne? What part do you play in all of this?" Thorne stepped forward, the shadows around him flickering like firelight. "I'm the one who shows you the way. The one who opens your eyes to the reality you've been blinded to. All of this, it's yours for the taking. Power, freedom, everything you've ever wanted. You just have to take it." His words were seductive, a promise of everything she had ever dreamed of but never dared to reach for. Oren felt the tug, felt herself being pulled toward him. It was so tempting, so easy, to fall into his embrace and accept the destiny he was offering. But Rowan's voice, low and filled with a tremor of raw emotion, snapped her out of it. "Don't listen to him, Oren. He'll take everything from you. Your soul, your heart, your freedom, everything that makes you, you." Oren's gaze flicked to Rowan, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. She saw the pain in his eyes, the desperation. He was begging her, silently, not to make the same mistake he had. Her heart wavered, torn between the two men who represented the extremes of everything she had ever desired, power and love. Thorne stood as a vision of what she could become. Ruthless, powerful, untouchable. But Rowan was the last piece of humanity she had left, the reminder that there was more to life than power. "Power is fleeting, Oren," Rowan's voice cracked. "But love endures. Don't lose yourself in this." Oren's chest tightened, her breath shallow as she faced her father once more. "You want me to rule. But I don't want to be a puppet, controlled by anyone, not by you, not by Thorne, not by anyone." Her father's eyes narrowed. "You're wrong. You are a puppet, and you always have been. It's only a matter of who pulls the strings." The room fell into an eerie silence. The weight of her father's words pressed against her chest, suffocating her. But deep down, she knew the truth. This was the moment. This was the crossroads, where she would decide who she would become. "I refuse," Oren said, her voice firm. "I won't be controlled. Not by you. Not by Thorne. Not by anyone. Her father's eyes darkened, and for the briefest moment, Oren saw the monster he had become. Then you will fall, and I will watch as you do. Thorn stepped back, his expression unreadable as he looked between them. Interesting. It seems the illusion of power has lost its appeal. Oren's fingers tightened around the dagger at her side. She didn't know what would happen next, but she knew one thing for certain. She would not back down. Not now. Not ever. With a final, defiant glance at her father, she turned to Rowan. We leave now. Together. And as they stepped toward the door, leaving the suffocating darkness of the room behind them, Oren couldn't shake the feeling that the storm was only just beginning. Oren sat in the dimly lit room, staring at the map spread out before her. Her fingers traced the edges of the kingdom, the lines of territory, the borders she had crossed. It was hard to ignore the creeping sense of inevitability. Her father's wrath would be swift and unrelenting. Rowan's voice broke through her thoughts. Oren, we need to make a decision. The longer we wait, the harder it will be to move forward. She turned to him, her eyes clouded with doubt. What do you mean? We're already on the run. We have no choice but to keep going. No, he said softly, stepping closer. There's always a choice. And right now, we need to make the right one. We need to decide if we're going to continue fighting for freedom, for what's right, or if we're going to let the kingdom burn while we hide away. Oren swallowed hard. She could feel the weight of his words, the pressure of the decision that loomed before her. For so long, she had wanted to run away from everything. But now, standing here with Rowan, she realized that maybe it wasn't about running anymore. Maybe it was about standing her ground. I'm not running anymore, she said, her voice firmer than she expected. I'm going to take control of my destiny. We're not just going to hide. We're going to fight. Rowan smiled, though there was a hint of concern in his eyes. Are you sure? Oren nodded, her resolve strengthening. Yes. It's time we stop being pawns in this game. We take back what's ours. Not just the kingdom, but the future. Our future. They were no longer running. No longer hiding. Oren had made her choice. As she turned to look out the window, she saw the storm beginning to clear. The clouds, dark and ominous just moments ago, were starting to dissipate. And in their place, the first light of dawn broke through. But even as she prepared for the battle ahead, she couldn't shake the feeling that the storm wasn't over yet. Something far darker was coming, something she couldn't yet see. Chapter 124. The Secrets. Beneath. The storm raged outside as Oren and Rowan made their way down the dark corridor, the only light coming from the flickering torches on the walls. The tension between them was palpable, but it wasn't the kind of tension that could be cut with a knife. It was something deeper. Oren could feel the pull of her own conflicting emotions gnawing at her, and she could sense Rowan's internal struggle, too. He was quiet beside her, his usual stoic demeanor gone, replaced by something raw. His eyes flicked to her, then away, as though he were deciding whether or not to speak. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Rowan broke the silence. His voice was a whisper, barely audible over the crackle of the storm outside. Oren, what you did back there. It's not just about power. It's about us. Oren stopped in her tracks, her breath catching in her throat. She turned to face him, her heart pounding. She had known this conversation was inevitable, but hearing it out loud felt like a weight pressing on her chest. What are you talking about? She asked, trying to keep her voice steady. Rowan's eyes were dark with unshed emotion as he stepped closer, his gaze intense. You're not just fighting for the throne or against your father's control. You're fighting against what we have, Oren. What we've built. Oren blinked, her mind racing. What we've built, she echoed, trying to process his words. Rowan, I'm not trying to destroy us. I'm trying to save us. Don't you see? I can't be tied to this kingdom anymore, not with the way it's been run. Not with the lies, the manipulation. I need to be free. We both do. Rowan took another step closer, his presence overwhelming. And what happens when we leave? When we're running from everything? What's left of us then, Oren? You keep saying we need freedom, but freedom doesn't mean just running away. It means choosing the right battles, the ones that matter. Her heart twisted at his words. Oren could feel the fire of her own anger simmering beneath the surface. I can't just stay here, Rowan. I can't be a puppet for my father. I won't be a part of this kingdom's game anymore. Do you understand that? There was a beat of silence before Rowan nodded, slowly, his expression unreadable. I understand. But just remember, Oren, freedom isn't always what it seems. You don't have to fight this alone. We can figure it out together. Oren looked at him, her heart in her throat. The emotions swirling between them were too much to contain. She didn't know what the future held, but one thing was clear. Rowan was no longer just her ally. He was more than that. He was her anchor, and no matter what came next, she knew she needed him by her side. As they continued down the hall, Oren could feel the storm outside raging stronger, but it wasn't just the weather that was making her skin prickle. It was the realization that the future she had always imagined, one where she was free, where she was in control, was slipping further and further from her grasp. The days that followed were filled with uncertainty. Oren, Rowan, and a handful of trusted allies had fled to the secluded part of the kingdom, where the tension between them was palpable. The royal guards were on their trail, and it wouldn't be long before they were hunted down. Rowan met her gaze, and for a long moment, they stood in silence, as though understanding each other in ways they never had before. But then, as if breaking some unspoken bond between them, Rowan stepped back. All right, he said, his voice turning more businesslike. Let's make sure we have everything we need. We'll hit hard. We'll hit fast. Oren nodded. Her heart was heavy with the weight of everything that had happened and everything that was to come. But there was also a fire, one that burned with the promise of something new. Something she couldn't let slip through her fingers again. As they continued their strategy session, Oren's mind raced. The battle ahead would be unlike anything she had ever faced. Thorne's forces were growing, and his influence was reaching farther than anyone had anticipated. But she had something he didn't. She had the will to fight, and she had Rowan by her side. That, above all, would be what would turn the tide. The hours stretched on, filled with planning, preparation, and anticipation. Every moment that passed felt like a step closer to what would define her fate. The stakes were high, and the cost of failure was something Oren couldn't even begin to comprehend. But as night fell, she found herself standing on the balcony of their temporary base, looking out at the distant horizon. The storm had passed, but the air felt thick, charged with something more. Something far more dangerous. In the distance, she saw the lights of the capital burning brightly, as though mocking her. Oren's jaw clenched. She wasn't running anymore. She wasn't hiding. She was coming for everything that was rightfully hers. Tomorrow, she whispered to herself, the battle begins. Chapter 125. The battle begins. The sun had barely risen, casting a pale golden light across the sky, when Oren made her way to the war room. The map that once looked so innocent now seemed like a battlefield littered with pain, loss, and betrayal. It had been hours since their last conversation, and Oren felt every ounce of the decision weighing on her chest. The choice to fight had been made, but the reality of it, the consequences of what was to come, was starting to sink in. Rowan was already there when she arrived, standing by the table, his hand resting lightly on the edge of the map. He turned to her as she entered, his expression unreadable. You look like you're ready, he said quietly, his voice laced with a mixture of admiration and uncertainty. Oren nodded, forcing herself to swallow the lump in her throat. I am. But I can't do this alone, Rowan. We need to make sure we have enough support. Enough resources. If we're going to stand a chance, we need more than just our friends in this fight. Rowan's lips twitched into a half-smile, but there was a storm behind his eyes. You're not alone. You never will be. But you're right. We need allies, and we need to move fast. As they began discussing their plan, Oren's thoughts kept returning to Thorne. The traitor. The man who had once been her closest confidant, her most trusted advisor, now turned against her. She didn't know where his true loyalty lay anymore, but the cold emptiness she felt when she thought of him was suffocating. "I'll handle the southern border," Rowan said, his voice bringing her back to the present. "I know the lay of the land. I can rally our forces there. But we need someone to handle the western front. If Thorn has already started making moves, we can't afford to let him get the upper hand." Oren looked at him, her brows furrowed in thought. "I have someone in mind. Someone who can do it. But it'll be risky. She's not fully on our side yet." Rowan's gaze hardened. "Do you trust her?" "I think I can," Oren replied, her mind flashing to a certain sharp-eyed captain she had crossed paths with years ago. Zara. The woman was known for her ruthlessness and her ability to rally the most unlikely of forces, but she had her own agenda. Oren had no doubt Zara would take whatever she could, but there was something in her. Something that had always been clear. That made Oren believe she might be able to turn the tide in their favor. "I'll send word to her," Oren continued, her voice steady. "If she agrees, we'll have the western front secured." Rowan nodded, his eyes scanning the map. He paused for a moment before looking back up at her. "Once we have the borders secure, it's not just about fighting. It's about reclaiming the throne, Oren. You need to be ready for that." Oren clenched her fists, feeling the heat of the decision surge within her once more. "I've always been ready, but it's not just about the throne. It's about dismantling everything that's broken with this kingdom, everything that's wrong with it. It's about freedom for all of us." Thorn gave a slight, mocking bow, his lips curling into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I've known you better than you realize, Oren. I knew this day would come. But I had hoped." He paused, his gaze flickering over her, the smirk on his lips never faltering. "I had hoped you would see reason before you led us all into this war." Oren's heart pounded in her chest. "Reason? You've been plotting against me from the start, Thorn. Don't try to play the victim now." His eyes darkened, the warmth that had once been there, completely gone. "You never understood, did you? You were always too blinded by your own ambition. I never wanted this kingdom. I wanted to destroy it from the inside out. And now, you're too deep in it to even see the truth. You're playing into my hands, Oren. You always have." Oren took a step forward, her hand reaching instinctively for the sword at her side. Her fingers brushed the hilt, but she didn't draw it just yet. She wouldn't let him see her anger take control. "What truth?" she demanded, her voice barely a whisper, but it carried on the wind like a challenge. "That you're a monster? That you've manipulated everyone for your own gain? I was a fool to ever trust you." Thorn's expression remained unreadable, but there was something cold in his eyes, something almost empty. "You were never meant to be part of the game, Oren. You were always the pawn. And now, it's too late for you to change the rules." Oren's breath hitched. The pieces were falling into place, and the reality of what he was saying made her stomach twist. She wasn't just fighting for a kingdom. She wasn't just fighting for power. She was fighting for something far deeper, something that had been hidden from her all along. "You've always underestimated me," she said, her voice now steady, her grip tightening on the hilt of her sword. "I'm not your pawn, Thorn. I'm the queen." With that, she drew her sword, the sharp metal catching the light of the moon as she stepped forward, ready to face whatever came next. Thorn didn't flinch. "So be it." With a swift motion, he vanished into the shadows, leaving Oren standing at the edge of the camp, the cold wind swirling around her, as she prepared to take the next step in the war that had only just begun. Chapter 126. Into the heart of the storm. The moon hung high in the sky, a silent observer to the chaos unfolding below. The winds had picked up, carrying with them a chill that seemed to seep into Oren's very bones. But she stood firm, her heart a steady drumbeat in her chest, each pulse a reminder of the path she had chosen. "Ready?" Rowan's voice broke through the silence, low and filled with tension. He was standing just a few paces away, his dark eyes focused on the horizon. The soldiers behind him were preparing for the first wave of battle. Weapons were sharpened, armor checked, and the energy was electric, crackling with anticipation. Oren nodded, her lips pressed into a determined line. We've waited long enough. Let's end this. Rowan shot her a quick glance, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Then, without another word, he turned and signaled for the troops to move out. The sound of boots hitting the ground was like thunder, echoing across the battlefield. Oren felt her pulse quicken as she followed, the weight of what was to come settling over her shoulders like a cloak. The southern border had already been secured, but the real test lay ahead. Thorn had built his army strategically, placing key forces along the western and northern fronts, hoping to create a barrier that would protect him and his reign. Oren knew the western front was the key to breaking that defense. If Zara could rally her forces, they'd have a chance to pierce through and cause enough damage to make Thorn falter. But Zara wasn't the only wildcard in the game. Oren had learned long ago that no plan was foolproof. No matter how carefully you prepared, something, or someone, would always go wrong. As they marched deeper into enemy territory, Oren's mind raced. Every step felt heavier than the last, each one a step closer to the inevitable confrontation. She had to remain focused, but the images of Thorn, the way he had betrayed her, the coldness in his eyes when he turned against everything they'd built, kept creeping into her thoughts. The desire for vengeance burned hot, but she knew better than to let it control her. They approached the first of Thorn's defenses before dawn. A small camp on the outskirts of the city, a place where his spies and scouts had gathered information. Oren's forces moved swiftly, silent as shadows. There was no room for mistakes. They'd have to strike fast and hard to make sure they didn't alert the main forces. Zara's army would be waiting for them just beyond the ridge, ready to strike once Oren's forces breached the first line. But as they neared the camp, Oren caught sight of something that made her stop dead in her tracks. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stood at the edge of the camp. Oren's breath caught in her throat as recognition hit her like a wave. Thorn. It was him. She would know that presence anywhere. His posture was almost regal, commanding even from a distance, and his cold, calculating eyes were locked onto hers as if he had been waiting for this moment. The very air between them seemed to pulse with the weight of their history, a history she hadn't been able to escape, no matter how hard she tried. You knew I'd come. Oren's voice was steady, though inside, a storm raged. The betrayal of it all, the lies, the manipulation. It made her blood burn with fury. I'm sorry, Oren, Zara said, her tone softer now. But I had to do what was right for me. Without another word, Zara turned and vanished into the smoke, her figure melting into the shadows. Oren stood frozen, her sword trembling in her grip as she tried to process the betrayal. It was like a knife through her heart, one she hadn't seen coming, one she never thought would be driven so deeply. But there was no time to mourn. The battle raged on, and Oren knew she couldn't afford to be distracted. Thorn was still out there, and now, with Zara's betrayal weighing on her, she had to finish this once and for all. As Oren rallied her troops, pushing forward with renewed determination, a shadow seemed to hang over her. It wasn't just the smoke from the fire or the tension of the battle, it was the weight of everything she had lost. Thorn had broken her heart, and now, Zara had shattered the last remnants of her trust. The battlefield was a blur of chaos, but every swing of her sword, every clash of metal, felt like an echo of the emptiness that had taken root inside her. Oren had always been a fighter, but now, more than ever, she was fighting for something she couldn't even name. Was it for power? For vengeance? Or was it simply for the chance to prove that she could survive this, even when everything and everyone around her was falling apart? As the battle continued, a new figure emerged from the fog. The silhouette of a man, tall and imposing, his armor glinting in the moonlight. Thorn. He was here, and it was time. Oren's heart stilled, her breath catching in her throat. This was it. The moment she had been waiting for. The final confrontation. Chapter 127. A heart divided. The battle had erupted in a storm of steel and fire. Oren's forces clashed with thorns, the air thick with the sound of swords and shields, the ground trembling beneath the weight of the conflict. Her heart raced, not just with the heat of combat, but with the realization that everything she thought she knew was falling apart. As the smoke from the initial skirmishes began to settle, Oren found herself standing amidst the chaos, her sword slick with the blood of enemies and allies alike. She'd never imagined it would come to this, fighting for her life, for her future, against the man she had once called a brother. A part of her still couldn't fathom how they had gotten here, how everything had turned so violently. The shock of the battle was palpable. Soldiers, both hers and Thorne's, were caught in the brutal dance of survival, fighting without mercy, knowing that any misstep could cost them their lives. Yet, in the midst of it all, Oren's focus remained sharp, her eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of Thorne's next move. The moonlight filtered through the smoke, casting an eerie glow on the battlefield, but it wasn't the pale light that caught her attention. It was the figure that emerged from the haze, Zara. She stood at the edge of the battlefield, a dark silhouette against the flickering flames. Oren's heart lurched. Zara was supposed to be with her, leading the charge on the Western Front. But instead, there she was, alone, her eyes cold and unreadable. Zara, Oren shouted, her voice cutting through the din of the battle. Zara didn't respond immediately, her gaze fixed on something in the distance. Oren's pulse quickened as she started toward her, the weight of the moment pressing on her chest. Zara turned, her expression unreadable. I had to make a choice, she said, her voice steady, yet heavy with something Oren couldn't place. What are you talking about? Oren demanded, her voice trembling slightly with the raw emotion she couldn't contain. Zara's eyes flickered with something, fear? Regret? It was hard to say. But then her gaze hardened, and she took a step back. I'm not your ally anymore, Oren. I made a deal with Thorne. What? Oren's voice cracked, disbelief flooding her body. You betrayed me? Zara's lips twisted into a bitter smile. I had no choice. You don't understand. Thorne, he offered me a way out. A way to get what I wanted without fighting anymore, and I took it. Oren felt the ground beneath her feet shift, the weight of Zara's words hitting her like a physical blow. She couldn't comprehend what she was hearing. Zara had always been by her side, loyal, fierce, and unbreakable. How could she betray her like this? You've always been blinded by your ambition, Zara, Oren spat, anger bubbling to the surface. But this is a new low. Zara's eyes darkened, and she stepped closer, her voice lowering to a dangerous whisper. You don't get it, do you? I didn't betray you. I chose survival. And in this world, that's the only thing that matters. Oren's heart thudded painfully in her chest. She had always seen Zara as her equal, her partner in this battle, but now she was standing before her as an enemy. You're not just after the kingdom, she said, her voice trembling with realization. You've been working with the enemy all along. You're trying to merge the factions, to destroy everything. Thorne's smile widened, but there was no humor in it. Exactly. All of this fighting, it's pointless. This kingdom, your ideals, everything, it's already broken. And when I take control, you'll see that I was right all along. Oren's stomach twisted with disgust. I can't believe I ever trusted you. She was done talking, done listening. The fight had gone beyond words now. With a primal yell, she lunged again, this time with everything she had. The sound of their blades clashing was deafening, but in the split second before their swords locked, something in the air shifted. Oren's grip tightened around her sword, her heart pounding in her chest, as she felt a strange presence building on the battlefield. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the world seemed to freeze. In that moment, everything became painfully clear. The truth about Thorne, about Zara, about her role in all of this. It was all coming to a head. But there was more, so much more. The weight of the secrets, the betrayals, and the lies. Everything she thought she knew was about to be torn apart. And with that, the ground beneath them began to crack, a deep rumbling that seemed to vibrate through her very bones. The earth itself was breaking. Oren's eyes widened in realization. No, not now. This wasn't supposed to happen yet. But it was too late. As the earth trembled beneath her, a figure emerged from the shadows. A third player in this battle, one that neither Oren nor Thorn had expected. Her heart stopped as the woman's face was illuminated by the flickering flames. It was Zara. But she wasn't the same. Her eyes were dark, her expression cold, and in her hand, she held an artifact, a dark, shimmering crystal, that hummed with unnatural power. Chapter 128, The Final Confrontation. The battlefield was a cacophony of chaos, a violent storm where only the strongest would emerge victorious. Oren's sword, now slick with the blood of countless enemies, felt heavier with every passing second. She moved through the carnage with a single purpose. Thorn. He stood before her, his dark figure outlined against the burning sky, his eyes glinting with an unsettling calm. Thorn's armor was polished to a perfect sheen, as though he had been preparing for this moment for years, while she, despite the blood and exhaustion staining her skin, felt a surge of determination building inside her. You finally came. Oren's voice was steady, though her heart thundered in her chest. How long were you planning this? To see me fall, to watch everything we built crumble beneath your ambition? Thorn's lips curled into a smile, but it wasn't the smile she remembered. It was colder, more calculating. You're still so naive, Oren. You always were. You think I want to see you fall? No, I want to see you understand. To see you realize that everything we fought for, everything you thought was right, was always part of the bigger plan. Oren clenched her jaw, trying to suppress the anger that boiled inside her. She had once trusted him, once believed that they shared a common goal. But now, standing across from him, she understood that the man she had fought beside had always been playing his own game. You don't get it, do you? She said, her voice low, dangerous. This isn't a game, Thorn. It's not about power or control. It's about the people. You've forgotten that. He stepped forward, the sound of his boots echoing in the silence that had fallen between them. You were never cut out for this world, Oren. You're too idealistic. You want to save everyone. But you can't. You can't save anyone. You can only save yourself. The words stung, but Oren held her ground, the fire in her chest burning hotter. I don't need to save anyone. But I will stop you. With that, she lunged at him, her sword gleaming in the moonlight. The clash of steel against steel rang out like thunder as they met in the middle of the battlefield, the world around them disappearing in the fury of their fight. Their movements were a blur. Each strike, each parry, each step was executed with the precision of two people who had trained their entire lives for this moment. Thorn's strength was undeniable, but Oren's speed was unmatched. She darted around him, her blade moving like lightning, striking with the power of every betrayal, every loss, every moment of pain that had brought her to this point. But as the battle raged on, something shifted in the air, a presence, heavy and foreboding. Oren's instincts flared, and she barely managed to block a strike aimed at her side. Thorn's face was twisted in concentration, but there was a flicker of something darker in his eyes. You're still not understanding. It's already too late. Oren's pulse quickened as she suddenly realized the full scope of his plan. The pieces fell into place, and she gasped as the truth struck her like a bolt of lightning. You're too late, Oren, Thorn said, his voice dripping with triumph. The crystal is already connected to the very core of this land. It's too powerful for anyone to control. Not even you. You never understood the bigger picture. Oren felt the weight of his words, but she refused to let them break her resolve. She was outnumbered, yes. Outgunned, yes. But she wasn't out of time yet. Not while she still had breath in her lungs and a sword in her hand. I will never bow to you, she spat, her voice fierce. I'd rather die fighting than kneel to anyone who thinks they can control the world with power like this. Zara's laugh was cold and bitter. Then die, Oren. But know this. You were never the one who could save them. You were always too weak. Oren's eyes flicked over to Thorn, her mind racing. There was something else, something more sinister at play here, something that she couldn't quite put her finger on. The crystal was only a part of their plan. There was more to this than just power. They weren't just trying to destroy the kingdom, they were trying to reshape it. To bend the entire world to their will. She took a step forward, her grip on her sword tightening. If this is the future you want, then I'll fight for the past. For what's right. For the people who still believe in hope. Without another word, she charged, her sword flashing through the air. But Zara wasn't unprepared. She stepped aside, her movements as fluid as water, and the crystal pulsed in response. Dark energy crackled in the air, and with a sharp movement, Zara unleashed a blast of black lightning that struck Oren's blade, sending a shockwave of energy through her body. Oren stumbled back, her body jerking from the impact, but she didn't fall. The battle was far from over. As Oren regained her stance, she caught a glimpse of Thorn's eyes, the faintest flicker of doubt in them. For a moment, just a moment, she wondered if there was still something human left in him. But before she could process it, Zara stepped in front of him, her eyes cold and filled with malice. You think you can defeat me with just your sword? Zara scoffed. This power is far beyond anything you've ever known. Oren's chest heaved as she struggled to catch her breath. But there was one thing she knew. She couldn't defeat Zara and Thorn on her own. She needed help. She needed an ally, someone she could trust. But who? And then it came to her. The people she had fought for. The soldiers she had led, the rebels she had inspired, the allies she had made. They weren't far. They were out there, waiting for her signal. With that thought in mind, Oren raised her sword once more, this time with a new sense of purpose. I won't do this alone. But I don't need to. She turned her eyes to the horizon, her mind already working, formulating a plan. The battle had just begun. And with it, the spark of rebellion had been reignited. Chapter 129. The Crystal's Call. The battlefield was no longer just a clash of swords. It had become something darker, more primal. The earth beneath Oren's feet was shaking with the power emanating from Zara's crystal, its dark glow pulsing like a heartbeat, a reminder that everything was about to change. Oren's eyes locked onto Zara, her mind racing. She had trusted her once, believed in their shared mission, their dreams of peace. But now, as Zara stood before her, wielding that cursed relic, all of Oren's hope crumbled like dust in the wind. Zara, Oren breathed, barely able to keep the venom from her voice. What are you doing? What is this? Zara's lips twisted into a smile, but it wasn't one of the familiar warmth Oren once knew. It was cold, cruel, and filled with something far more dangerous, certainty. You always were so naive, Oren. You thought this was about saving the kingdom, about making things right. But there's no saving it. There's no saving any of us. Oren's hand gripped her sword tighter, the weight of it no longer comforting. She could feel her heart racing in her chest, the adrenaline kicking in. But in the pit of her stomach, something darker began to twist. Fear, betrayal, confusion. You've been working with Thorn, haven't you? Zara chuckled, the sound echoing through the chaos of the battlefield, mocking the very air. No, Oren, I've been working for something much larger than you or Thorn. I've been working for power, power that can change everything. Power that can rewrite history itself. Her voice, once so familiar, was now a haunting melody that made Oren's blood run cold. Zara raised the crystal high, the dark energy swirling around it, creating a vortex of black light that seemed to draw in everything around them, light, air, hope. It was as if the world itself was bending to her will. You have no idea what you're dealing with, Oren said, her voice steady, though her body trembled. That crystal, it's not just a weapon, is it? It's alive. It's feeding off of the death around us. Zara's eyes gleamed, the dark power reflecting in them. Exactly. And now that it's awakened, there's no stopping it. The kingdom will fall, and the world will kneel at my feet. Oren's heart skipped a beat. It was worse than she had imagined. The crystal wasn't just a tool, it was the key to something far more dangerous. Zara wasn't just a traitor, she had become an unstoppable force, a herald of destruction. But Oren wasn't done. She couldn't be. She would fight until her last breath. Then we'll see who has the strength to survive, Oren growled, her sword raised. Because I'm not letting you destroy everything we've fought for. Before Zara could respond, a low growl echoed from the shadows, and a dark figure stepped forward, Thorn. He had been waiting for this moment, watching as Zara's power began to eclipse everything around them. His eyes, once filled with cunning and ambition, were now clouded with the thrill of power. He stepped up beside Zara, and together, they looked like two gods poised to burn the world to the ground. He had once believed in Zara's vision, believed that with the crystal, they could reshape the world. But the longer he stood beside her, the more he began to realize that the crystal was not the salvation they had thought it would be. It was a curse, a force that devoured everything in its path. Even Zara herself was starting to feel its pull. Thorn clenched his fists, his thoughts turning inward. His loyalty had always been to the cause, but now, he wasn't sure who that cause was anymore. Zara had become a stranger in his eyes, someone consumed by ambition and darkness. Was it too late to turn away from this path? To find a new purpose? His thoughts were interrupted by a sharp crackle in the air. The crystal, glowing brighter than ever, pulsed with an intense energy, and Zara's voice filled his ears once more. You're just as weak as Oren. You'll see, Thorn, when this kingdom is ash, we will be the rulers of what remains. All of this, everything you've known, will be ours. Thorn's heart ached at the thought, the weight of his decisions crashing down on him. He had never wanted this. Not like this. But there was something else, something pulling at him. The flicker of doubt that had been growing in him since he first touched the crystal. It wasn't just power that it offered, it was control. Complete, unyielding control over everything. And control, Thorn realized with a sinking feeling, was not something he could trust. Oren's call had gone out, but not just to the soldiers of her army. She had reached far deeper. To those who had once walked beside her in the shadows, to those who had fought in the quiet corners of the kingdom, waiting for a spark. Far off, beyond the walls of the city, an old ally of hers stirred. He had been watching from the sidelines, but when he heard the horn, something in him broke free. The rebellion had been his cause too, even if he had been reluctant to show it. With a swift motion, he grabbed his armor, slamming the helmet over his head, his fingers gripping the hilt of his sword. The time for waiting was over. It was time for the kingdom to rise again. And as Oren's figure vanished into the distance, surrounded by the soldiers of the resistance, a new wave of hope surged through her veins. The battle was far from over, but for the first time, it felt like they had a chance. Chapter 130. The Unseen Hand. The wind carried whispers through the battlefield, echoes of a battle that was just beginning. The ground was littered with fallen warriors, the cries of the wounded rising into the air like the mournful song of the dying. But amidst the chaos, Oren stood tall. Her resolve had not wavered. If anything, it had only grown stronger. Her sword, still vibrating from the shockwave of Zara's dark magic, gleamed under the blood-red sky. But Oren knew that the battle wasn't just about strength, it was about strategy. She needed to outthink her enemies, to play the game on her terms. And for that, she needed allies. Her eyes scanned the battlefield, searching, calculating. Somewhere out there, there were soldiers still loyal to the old ways. Soldiers who believed in the kingdom's cause, who were willing to stand against the tide of darkness that threatened to swallow everything. She had to find them. But first, she had to survive long enough to do so. Zara's voice cut through the air, mocking and cruel. You think your allies will save you, Oren? You're as foolish as you were when we first met. This kingdom has no future. Not anymore. Oren's jaw clenched, but she didn't respond. There was no time for words. Only action. With a flick of her wrist, Oren sent a flurry of blades toward Zara. A quick, precise strike designed to keep her off balance. But Zara, with her newfound power, barely flinched. The crystal pulsed again, and the air around them thickened, as though the very atmosphere was being suffocated by its dark influence. For a moment, Oren hesitated, her mind racing. How could she win against such overwhelming odds? Against a power like that? And then, as if fate itself had answered her unspoken question, a distant horn sounded. A signal. Oren's heart skipped. She didn't have time to think. She didn't even know who had answered the call. All she knew was that she couldn't afford to waste the opportunity. She turned on her heel, her boots digging into the earth as she sprinted toward the sound. Behind her, Zara's laughter rang out like a bell, twisted and full of malice. You think you can escape? You think you can run from destiny? But Oren didn't look back. Her focus was on the horizon, where the distant lines of soldiers were emerging from the mist. The resistance was here. As she ran, her mind raced. Zara and Thorn were powerful, yes. But they had made a fatal mistake. They had underestimated Oren's ability to inspire, to unite, to make people believe in something greater than themselves. And now, they would face the consequences. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Thorn stood with a sense of quiet fury. His eyes flickered between Zara, who was absorbed in her own delusions of power, and the horizon where Oren had disappeared. She could feel its power coursing through her veins, a dark fire that burned hotter with every passing moment. The battlefield, once a distant thought, was now a reality. She could feel Oren's movements, her desperation, her hope, and above all, her defiance. Zara's lips curled into a smile, but it was not one of amusement. It was a predatory grin, the smile of someone who had been toying with her prey. And now, she was ready to end it. Oren, Zara whispered, her voice thick with anticipation. You think you can stop me? You think you can take back what you lost? You're nothing but a fleeting shadow, fading into the dark. Her fingers tightened around the crystal, and the air itself seemed to vibrate with her power. She wasn't just a queen. She wasn't just a conqueror. She was the embodiment of everything they had feared. Back with Oren's forces, the camp was quiet. The soldiers were ready, their armor polished, their weapons sharp. Each one of them knew what was at stake, and the weight of that knowledge hung heavy in the air. Oren's heart beat faster as she stood before them. This wasn't just about her anymore. This was about them, about the people who had trusted her, who had fought by her side. She was no longer just their leader. She was their hope, their future. We move at first light, she said, her voice unwavering. If we don't stop Zara, then everything we've fought for will be lost. The kingdom, the people, they will be swallowed whole by darkness. We cannot let that happen. Her words were met with murmurs of agreement, and Oren felt a flicker of pride stir in her chest. They were ready. They had come together, united by a single cause, and now they were prepared to take back what was theirs. But as she turned to leave the camp, her mind couldn't shake the nagging thought that had been haunting her for days. Thorn. She knew that he had been with Zara, knew that the connection between them had once been unbreakable. But was he still loyal to her? Was he still the man she had known? Oren knew she had to face him. If she could, she would bring him back. She would remind him of the man he had been before the crystal's influence had twisted him. But that would have to wait. For now, the only thing that mattered was the mission. The future of the kingdom. The battle they were about to face. And with that thought in mind, Oren took a deep breath, steeling herself for the coming storm. Chapter 131. The Price of Power. The sky above the battlefield had darkened, not just with the storm clouds but with the weight of an impending decision. Oren's resistance had gathered, but the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. With Zara's power growing by the second, the time for hesitation was over. If they were to stand a chance, they needed to act now, while they still had the element of surprise. Oren's boots pressed into the dirt as she halted, eyes narrowed in concentration. The soldiers behind her were ready, their faces grim, but resolute. It was clear now that they weren't just fighting for the kingdom, they were fighting for their lives. For the future of everything they had known. The memories of simpler times before. Zara's rise to power flickered through her mind, but there was no room for nostalgia in a battle of this magnitude. Oren, a voice called from behind her. Turning, Oren saw her second in command, Eldrick, striding toward her. His broad shoulders were covered in the dark armor of their faction, and his face was shadowed by the weight of the moment. There was a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, but his voice was firm as he spoke. What's the plan? We can't just stand here. Zara's army is getting closer, and with the crystal, she'll have the upper hand. Oren's gaze drifted to the horizon. The smoke from the distant cities curled into the air, the signs of Zara's conquest spreading further than they could have imagined. But they had one thing Zara didn't, the element of surprise. It wasn't much, but it was enough to level the playing field. We're not waiting for her to come to us, Oren said, her voice low and determined. We're going to her. Eldrick raised an eyebrow, as if unsure of what she meant. You want to strike first? Yes, Oren replied, her tone leaving no room for doubt. We move at night, under the cover of darkness. We hit their encampment before Zara can fully mobilize her forces. If we disrupt her control over the crystal, we might stand a chance. But the crystal, Eldrick began, his voice tinged with fear. It's unlike anything we've ever faced. Zara's power is far too great to fight head-on. Oren's lips curled into a thin smile, a dangerous gleam in her eyes. We don't fight head-on. We fight smart. And if we can't take her down in battle, we take away what she needs the most. Eldrick nodded slowly, his expression hardening as he understood the weight of her plan. The crystal was the key to Zara's power. Without it, she was just a woman, dangerous, yes, but not invincible. The real question was whether they could get close enough to her without being overwhelmed by her dark magic. Let's move, Oren said, her voice cutting through the tension in the air. The time for waiting is over. As Oren and her resistance prepared for their dangerous mission, the night deepened, wrapping the world in shadows. And in the distance, Zara stood atop her tower, gazing out at the vast army she had amassed. The crystal pulsed softly in her hand, its dark glow filling the room with an eerie light. The closer they got, the more intense the feeling of being watched became. Oren could sense it. Zara was aware of their movements. The question was, how much did she know? Was this a trap? Or was she simply waiting for them to make their move? As they neared the edge of the stronghold, Oren's mind raced. The soldiers, hidden in the brush, were poised to strike. Eldrick's sharp eyes scanned the area for any sign of movement. And yet, despite their careful planning, something felt off. Oren could feel it in the air, the way it hummed with tension. Then, from the shadows, a figure emerged. Tall, impossibly still. His presence was like a shadow in itself, powerful, suffocating. Thorn. For a moment, everything stood still. Oren's breath caught in her throat. The man before her wasn't the Thorn she had known. His once familiar face was now hard, his eyes glowing with an eerie intensity, as though the crystal had transformed him into something else, something darker. Oren, Thorn's voice was low, each syllable drenched in an unnatural calm. You're here, Thorn. Oren's voice trembled, and she quickly steeled herself. She had to stay focused. She couldn't let her emotions get the better of her. I need you to come back. This isn't you. Whatever Zara has done to you. Enough. Thorn's hand shot out, and for the briefest moment, Oren saw the flicker of recognition in his eyes, before it was quickly replaced by something colder. You think I'm still the man you loved? That I can be saved? You're deluding yourself, Oren. Zara has shown me the truth. Power is the only thing that matters now. Her heart twisted. This wasn't Thorn. It couldn't be. But the way he spoke, the way his voice seemed to carry the weight of the crystal's power, it was undeniable. He had changed. The man she had once known, the one who had been her ally, her confidant, was slipping further away with every passing second. I won't let you fall into this darkness, Oren said, her voice filled with the quiet resolve that had driven her to this moment. I'll fight for you, Thorn. I'll fight for the man I knew. Thorn's lips curled into a smile, but it was devoid of warmth. It was cruel, twisted. Then prepare yourself, Oren. You'll need more than hope to defeat me now. Before she could react, the air around them shifted. The ground trembled beneath her feet as Thorn raised his hand, the crystal's power radiating from him like an electric charge. Oren could feel it, the oppressive force threatening to crush her where she stood. She had never felt anything like it before. This was power on a scale she couldn't comprehend. With a deafening crack, the earth erupted around them, sending Oren flying backward. She struggled to regain her footing, her heart pounding in her chest. And there, standing above her, was Thorn, his eyes glowing with the full force of the crystal's dark magic. Chapter 132. The Breaking Point. The night air hung heavy, thick with the scent of impending rain. Oren stood at the edge of the camp, her gaze fixed on the dark horizon. Somewhere out there, beyond the reach of the flickering campfires, Zara's forces were preparing for the inevitable clash. The crystal's power pulsed through the ground like a heartbeat, a constant reminder of the battle that was about to unfold. But more than that, it was a reminder of everything Oren had lost, and everything she stood to lose. She didn't know what had happened to Thorn, but the question had been gnawing at her ever since the day he had disappeared. Was he still the man she had loved? Or had the crystal's dark power consumed him entirely, turning him into nothing more than another pawn for Zara? The thought was unbearable, and yet, it was the truth she had to face. If she was to save him, if she was to save anything, she needed to act fast. Time was slipping away, and with it, every ounce of hope she had left. Oren. She turned, the sound of her name pulling her from her thoughts. Eldrick stood a few paces away, his eyes dark with concern. His expression was unreadable, but there was a flicker of something else there. Something that hinted at the turmoil he, too, was feeling. "We're ready," he said quietly, his voice heavy with the weight of what was to come. "The soldiers are in position, but there's something you need to know." Oren's heart tightened. "What is it?" Eldrick hesitated, his gaze flicking to the ground before meeting her eyes. "I've seen Thorn. He's not the man we knew, Oren. He's different now, darker. I don't know what Zara's done to him, but he's not the same." Oren felt the blood drain from her face, her pulse quickening. She had known this moment would come, but hearing it from Eldrick made it all the more real. "I know," Oren whispered, the words feeling like lead in her mouth. "I don't know what happened to him. But I have to try, Eldrick. I can't let him go." A deep silence hung between them. Eldrick understood, perhaps better than anyone. The bond between Oren and Thorn had been forged in fire, a connection so strong that even the shadow of the crystal couldn't erase it. But there were things, even love, that couldn't heal. And in this war, some wounds ran too deep. Eldrick placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch firm but reassuring. "I'll be with you, whatever happens." Oren gave a small, tight nod. Then, without another word, she turned to face the camp, her mind already shifting back to the task at hand. Zara's army was closing in, and there was no time to waste. They had a mission to complete, a future to fight for. And it all hinged on what happened next. The moon was high in the sky when Oren and her team set out, moving with a quiet, deadly purpose. Every step took them closer to Zara's stronghold, every shadow a potential enemy. The weight of the crystal's power pressed down on her like a living thing, and, with every passing minute, the fear of failure grew. But she refused to give up. She couldn't, not when there was still a chance. Summoning the depths of her will, Oren reached deep within herself. She called upon the power of the crystal that had once been in her possession, before Thorn had claimed it for himself. It was a risky move, one she had avoided using for fear of its own dark influence. But if she was going to save him, she had to tap into that same power. The crystal's energy flowed through her, a sharp, biting sensation that burned through her veins. But it was different this time. She wasn't letting it consume her. She was controlling it. For the first time, she felt the strength of the crystal and recognized its potential as something more than just a weapon. And then, with a single, focused breath, Oren released her power in a concentrated burst. The two forces clashed again, but this time, Oren's magic was equal to Thorn's. It pushed back his dark energy, inch by inch, until it was forced to retreat. Thorn staggered, his face contorting in a mixture of rage and disbelief. What are you doing? Oren's voice was steady, her eyes locked on his. I'm saving you, Thorn. For a moment, it seemed as though he would break. His hand dropped slightly, his shoulders slumping, as though the weight of what he had become was starting to sink in. The air between them thickened with the tension of that moment, the fragile thread of hope that Oren had clung to. But just as quickly as it had appeared, the moment was gone. Thorn's eyes hardened again, his magic surging once more. You're wasting your time, he snarled, his voice twisted with anger. You'll never defeat me. Not now. Not ever. The battle was far from over. Chapter 133. The Shattered Divide. The world seemed to pulse in time with the beat of Oren's heart. Each beat a reminder of the weight of what was at stake. Each throb a painful reminder that everything she had fought for was slipping further from her grasp. She had been knocked back by Thorn's unleashed power, her body reeling from the impact. But her mind? Her mind was racing. Thorn stood tall, an imposing silhouette against the tumult of the battlefield. The crystal's dark energy emanated from him like a storm cloud, wrapping around him, pulling everything in its wake. It was a power beyond anything Oren had ever felt, and it was clear. Thorn had been consumed. The man she had once loved, the one who had stood by her side through countless trials, was no more. All that remained was a shadow of what he had been, a husk of power. Oren. His voice rang out, distant and hollow. The man she had known was still there, hidden beneath layers of corruption. But how much of him remained? Her breath caught in her throat. This was it, the moment she had feared, the moment that would decide everything. Was it too late to save him? Could she break through the darkness that had enveloped him, or had the crystal already consumed him entirely? You're not him anymore, Thorn, she said, her voice shaking, with a mixture of resolve and sorrow. This power, this corruption, it's not you. You were never meant to be a weapon. We can still fight this. We can still save you. For a brief, fleeting moment, Thorn's eyes flickered. A glimmer of recognition, a spark of the old Thorn that Oren had once known, flashed before he was once again consumed by the dark magic of the crystal. But his lips twisted into a sneer, his eyes cold as they bore into hers. You're wrong, Oren. His voice was thick with disdain. This is who I am now. This is who I was always meant to be. The crystal has shown me the truth. The world is nothing without power. And I will wield it, whether you stand with me or against me. The air around them crackled, the ground beneath her feet shifting, as Thorn's magic coiled and spiraled. His power was overwhelming, seeping into the very fabric of the earth. It was more than just raw energy, it was a distortion of reality itself. Oren could feel it warping the space around them, bending the laws of nature to Thorn's will. Oren gritted her teeth. She couldn't let this happen. Thorn, don't make me fight you. The words slipped out, her voice trembling with a mix of pain and anger. Please, I know you're still in there. I won't give up on you. I can't. But Thorn's eyes were unyielding. Then you will fall with me. The words were harsh, final. And with that, he raised his hand, summoning a torrent of dark energy that shot toward Oren, threatening to engulf her whole. She barely had time to react. Instinctively, she summoned the last of her strength, her own power flaring to life as she countered Thorn's attack. The two forces collided in a violent explosion of energy, sending shockwaves through the ground. The air was thick with the crackling of power, the earth trembling beneath them. For a moment, everything was chaos. Oren's vision blurred as she struggled to keep her footing. The force of Thorn's magic was far greater than anything she had encountered before, threatening to tear her apart. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Thorn faltered. His eyes flickered, uncertainty clouding their coldness. But before Oren could take another step forward, a dark laugh rumbled from his chest, cutting through the brief moment of weakness. You're so naive, Thorn sneered. You'll never understand. The world isn't kind. It's ruthless. And this power is all that matters. The world will bow before me. The words were bitter, and for a moment, Oren felt something in her heart crack. Was he too far gone? Or was he trying to convince himself of the lie he'd been telling for so long? Before she could answer, the ground trembled beneath their feet. The crystal's power flared once more, sending ripples of destruction across the battlefield. Oren barely had time to react as a wave of dark magic shot towards her. She instinctively threw up a barrier, the energy reverberating through her as the force of Thorn's attack slammed into her shield. The air around them crackled with heat, and Oren could feel herself struggling to maintain control. She was pushing herself to the limit, but Thorn wasn't holding back. His magic surged with reckless abandon, as if he had already given up on holding on to any sense of restraint. Her barrier began to crack, the force of Thorn's magic pushing through it, piece by piece. Sweat beaded on Oren's forehead, and her vision blurred as the strain took its toll. She could feel the pain of each blow, but it was nothing compared to the agony in her chest. She wasn't just fighting against Thorn's power. She was fighting against the man she had once loved. Please, Thorn. Her voice broke, but she pushed on, determined. You don't have to do this. I won't let you destroy everything we fought for. The dark power swirled around them like a cyclone, closing in. Oren's breath came faster, her energy fading, but she refused to give up. With one final surge of magic, she lashed out, sending a pulse of energy straight toward Thorn. There was a deafening explosion, a shockwave that sent both of them stumbling backward. Oren's shield cracked, the sound echoing like a gunshot in the silence that followed. When the dust settled, both were standing on opposite sides, their powers still clashing in the air between them. But something had shifted. Oren could feel it. The weight of the crystal was growing heavier on Thorn, his once unyielding posture wavering. You can't win, Oren, Thorn whispered, his voice quieter now, as if the power was beginning to drain him. I can't go back. Not now. Her heart ached, the words cutting deep, but she refused to let him fall. She had to believe that there was still hope, that somehow they could find a way to save him from this path. I'm not giving up on you, she said, her voice soft but resolute. Not now, not ever. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Thorn didn't reply. Instead, his eyes flickered with something faint, something that might have been hope. Chapter 134, The Shattered Promise. Oren's heart thundered in her chest as she stood face to face with Thorn, the overwhelming pulse of power surrounding them like a storm. His presence was a force of nature now, cold, distant, and unyielding. Oren could feel the weight of his transformation in every fiber of her being. The Thorn she had known was slipping further away with each passing second, replaced by something darker, something far more dangerous. She had always believed that love could conquer all, that no matter how far someone fell, there would always be a way back. But now, as she gazed into Thorn's eyes, she wasn't so sure. Could love alone be enough to break through the impenetrable wall of darkness he had built around himself? The crystal, a jagged and twisted thing, still pulsed with power in his grasp, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield. Oren's own magic flared again, an instinctive surge of energy to counter the overwhelming force Thorn had summoned. Thorn, Oren said, her voice barely above a whisper. This isn't you. I know it isn't. Please, fight it. For a moment, it seemed as though she might have reached him. His eyes flickered with something human, but just as quickly, that flicker died. The coldness returned, and the sneer on his lips deepened. I don't need saving, Oren. Thorn's voice was sharp, cutting through the air like a blade. This power, it's freedom. It's everything I was always meant to be. I was a fool to ever listen to your naive dreams of redemption. The words stung more than she expected. Was he truly lost? Or was this all just a twisted version of Thorn's desire to feel in control again, after so much pain and betrayal? Oren steadied her breath, her heart still aching, but her resolve growing stronger. She couldn't lose him, not like this. With a fierce cry, she gathered her magic once more, pushing through the doubt that had begun to creep into her mind. The air around them crackled with energy as she locked eyes with Thorn, refusing to let him break her spirit. "You're wrong," she said. "Power isn't everything. It's nothing if you lose yourself in it." She raised her hand, the crystal's power surging from her once more, swirling around her like a cocoon of light. Her magic responded to the intensity of her emotions, every ounce of her love, her fear, her determination. The crystal she held deep within her heart pulsed, amplifying the energy she commanded. The two forces, hers and Thorn's, collided once again, but this time, something changed. There was a crack in the darkness, a thin sliver of light that pushed through. The magic felt different this time, sharper and more focused. She had found a way to challenge the crystal's grip on Thorn, but it wasn't just power that would defeat him, it was understanding. "Thorn," she cried, "remember who you are, the person I loved, the person you used to be. You're not this monster. You're not defined by this power." Oren's eyes widened as the shadow of an army loomed in the distance. Zara's forces were drawing closer, and with them, the full wrath of her armies, ready to strike the final blow. Oren could feel the heavy weight of time pressing against her. There was no more room for hesitation, no more time to wait for Thorn to come to his senses. They had to act, now. Oren reached for the crystal inside her heart, pulling on every last reserve of power she had left. Her body felt like it was being pulled apart at the seams, but she held on, knowing that this was the moment. "Thorn," she cried, her voice a mixture of desperation and strength. "You can still choose. You don't have to do this. You don't have to lose yourself." The storm of dark magic around Thorn erupted, and for a brief instant, it seemed as though his very soul was caught in a tempest of his own making. The crystal's light flared brighter, more blinding, and Oren could feel herself being pulled toward it as if it were a black hole, consuming everything in its path. But she couldn't let go. Not now. Not when there was still a chance. With a final, desperate cry, Oren reached out, her magic colliding with his, wrapping around him like a tether of light. The moment their powers met, there was a momentary pause, a breath of stillness in the chaos. And then, like a dam breaking, the flood of magic surged. Oren's heart raced as she felt the crystal's power pushing against her, fighting her every step of the way. She wasn't sure if she could hold on much longer. But the image of Thorn, the real Thorn, the one she knew, pushed her forward. She couldn't give up now. She wouldn't. "Thorn," she whispered again, her voice filled with pleading and love. "Come back to me." The world seemed to hold its breath. And for a moment, just a moment, Oren thought she saw it, faint and fragile, a flicker of recognition in Thorn's eyes. "Oren?" His voice was barely a whisper, and it sounded almost like a plea. A hint of the man he once was. I don't know if I can." The storm of power around them reached its peak, and for a moment, everything went dark. Chapter 135, The Final Convergence. The air was thick with the tension of an impending storm. Oren's chest heaved as she stood, the remnants of her magical shield flickering and sputtering around her like a dying flame. The world felt impossibly still, and yet the crackling of the dark magic that surrounded them hummed with malevolent energy. The battlefield was scarred, its once vibrant landscape now marred by the devastation that had become the aftermath of Thorn's transformation. Oren barely registered the blood pounding in her ears, her entire focus locked on Thorn. The man she loved, the man she had once trusted with her very soul, now stood before her as a shadow of his former self. The power of the crystal he clutched in his hands pulsed, thrumming with a dark, magnetic force that seemed to draw every shred of light from the world around them. Oren's heart ached. The soft words he had spoken moments ago were still echoing in her mind. "I can't go back. Not now." Was he right? Had he truly fallen too far for anyone, even her, to save? She didn't want to believe it. She couldn't. Not when every instinct screamed that somewhere deep within him, the Thorn she knew was still there, locked away but not gone. If she could just reach him, if she could just find the right moment, the right words, maybe, just maybe, there was still hope. "You're wrong," Oren said, her voice thick with emotion. She took a step forward, her feet heavy on the cracked earth, but she didn't falter. You can still come back. I know you can. Thorn didn't move at first, his hands trembling as the crystal seemed to consume him more with every passing second. The intensity of the dark magic around him increased, the very air itself crackling as though the earth was preparing to give way beneath their feet. Oren's breath caught in her throat as she watched the light in his eyes dim, replaced by an emptiness that she had feared would take him over entirely. No, Thorn finally spoke, his voice raw and distant, as though it came from somewhere far beyond his physical form. You don't understand. This is who I am now. His eyes, once filled with warmth and mischief, were now hard, unyielding, like steel, forged in the fires of rage. There's no turning back. The world will bow before me. Oren's heart clenched. The power she could feel radiating off him was almost overwhelming, and for a fleeting moment, she felt doubt creep in. Was he right? Had he truly embraced the darkness beyond return? But then, the flicker. A brief, almost imperceptible moment when his eyes softened, just for a fraction of a second. It was enough. Just enough for Oren to know that the Thorn she remembered, the one who smiled in the face of adversity, the one who cared deeply, even when he didn't show it, was still there, buried beneath the layers of power and bitterness. Thorn, she whispered again, her voice breaking. You're not this. You never were. You're better than this. You always have been. The words seemed to hang in the air, suspended between them, fragile and delicate like the last ember of a dying fire. And for a long moment, nothing happened. The world seemed to stand still. Then, the ground beneath their feet trembled again, but this time it wasn't just the force of Thorn's magic. It was the arrival of something else. Something dark and dangerous that lurked on the horizon. The storm roared louder, the crystal flashing with an intensity that threatened to blind her. But still, Oren refused to back down. She reached out, her magic intertwining with his, trying to ground him, to pull him back from the edge. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. A silence so thick it was as though the world itself held its breath. And then, in that stillness, something changed. Thorn's eyes flickered once more, and for the first time in what felt like forever, they focused on her, truly focused on her. Oren? His voice was a whisper, but there was something different in it now, something that hadn't been there before. I'm sorry. Oren's heart soared. This was it. This was the moment she had been waiting for. The moment when she would reach him, when the darkness would lose its grip. I know, she whispered, her voice trembling with both relief and fear. But we have no time. Zara's army is coming. We have to stop them. Thorn's hand faltered, the crystal's glow dimming for a fraction of a second. The shadows surrounding them seemed to waver, as though the world itself was waiting for his next move. No, Thorn said, shaking his head. I've already lost so much. But I won't lose you. With those words, something inside him seemed to shift. The grip of the crystal loosened, the dark magic around him weakening as Thorn's true power, his own magic, untethered and uncorrupted, began to surge through him. Thorn, Oren cried, feeling the ground shake beneath her feet. You have to let go of the crystal. Thorn's face contorted with effort, but the crystal's power was slipping away, as though it was fighting him, refusing to let go. The struggle between them intensified, and the magic around them became almost unbearable. But Oren stood firm, her hands glowing with a soft, pure light as she reached out to him. Please, she whispered, for us. And then, with a cry that seemed to echo through the very fabric of the world, Thorn tore the crystal from his chest. The explosion of light was blinding, the force of it sending shockwaves through the air. Oren staggered back, her shield shattering under the immense pressure, but she held her ground, her eyes never leaving Thorn. For a moment, there was silence again, utter, breathtaking silence. And then, as the last remnants of the dark magic dissipated into the ether, Thorn fell to his knees, the weight of the battle and the magic he had wielded finally catching up with him. Oren rushed to his side, her hands trembling as she touched his face. He was still alive. He was still here. The storm had passed, but the battle was far from over. "You're free," she whispered, her voice filled with both awe and relief. "We're free." But the danger was far from gone. Zara's forces were mere moments away, and the world was still on the brink of war. Thorn had broken free from the darkness, but their fight was just beginning. Chapter 136. A Shattered Soul. The darkness was suffocating. Orin felt herself being pulled deeper into the void, her body weightless, her mind spiraling. The crystal's power had seized control of everything, her very thoughts swirling like a storm in the chaos. Every inch of her being screamed for release, but the magic binding her to Thorn kept her locked in place, held by the delicate thread of hope that still tethered her to the man she once loved. But the man she had known was slipping away, consumed by the very power he had sought to control. The bond they had shared, once so strong and unwavering, now felt like a fragile memory, slipping between her fingers like sand. "Thorn," she whispered, her voice choked with desperation. "Please, don't let go." The storm around them raged, crackling with raw energy as the two opposing forces collided, Thorn's dark magic pushing against the light Orin desperately held onto. The world around them seemed to warp, bending and twisting under the weight of their struggle. It was as if the fabric of reality itself was tearing apart, held together by nothing more than their wills. Thorn's face was a mask of pain. The dark power had overtaken him completely, and his eyes, once warm and filled with the promise of the future, now glowed with an eerie, unnatural light. He looked at Orin, his gaze distant, as if he were seeing her for the first time in an eternity. "Orin," he said, his voice barely audible, laced with sorrow. "I never wanted this. I never wanted to hurt you." Her heart shattered at the sound of his voice, so filled with regret. It was as if he were still fighting, still searching for the man he had once been, but the power inside him was too strong. The crystal pulsed, an insatiable hunger pulling him further into the abyss. Orin felt the pressure in her chest, the weight of his struggle, but she refused to let go. "You can still fight it, Thorn. I know you can." His body trembled, his hands clutching the crystal tighter as though it were the only thing anchoring him to reality. The dark magic around them swirled like a storm of shadows, but something inside of Orin sparked. A flicker of light, a seed of hope. She could feel the bond they shared, still there, despite everything. It wasn't gone. It wasn't over. But time was running out. A sound broke through the turmoil, a distant, thunderous roar. Zara's forces were closer now, their army advancing with unrelenting fury. The sound of marching soldiers, the clang of armor, the hiss of magic charging in the distance. It was all coming. They were out of time. "Orin, I can't control it." Thorn's voice broke, desperation seeping through the cracks in his composure. "It's too powerful. I'm not strong enough." "You are," she interrupted, her voice fierce with the strength she didn't know she had left. "You're stronger than this, Thorn. I believe in you." Orin nodded, her thoughts racing. There was only one option left. She would have to rally the forces of the kingdoms that had long been divided. If they were to stand any chance against Zara, they would need the strength of every warrior, every mage, every ally they could find. The hours that followed were a blur of strategy and preparation. Orin and Thorn, once more united in purpose, worked tirelessly to organize their forces. Messages were sent to the surrounding kingdoms, pleading for aid, for support in the face of Zara's unstoppable march. But time was slipping away, and every second felt like an eternity. In the midst of it all, a messenger arrived, her face pale, her breath coming in frantic gasps. "My queen," the messenger panted. "The northern pass, it's been taken." Orin's heart dropped. Zara had reached the northern kingdom, cutting off the last possible escape route. "She's faster than we thought," Thorn muttered, his jaw clenched. "But we can't let her win." Orin nodded grimly. The battlefield was drawing closer, and, soon, they would face Zara in the ultimate confrontation. They had no choice now but to fight. There was no turning back. Night fell, and the battlefield was set. The forces of Zara's army appeared as a dark wave in the distance, their numbers vast, their determination unwavering. Oren stood at the front of her army, Thorn beside her, their weapons gleaming under the moonlight. The tension was palpable, the air thick with anticipation. "This is it," Oren whispered to Thorn, her hand gripping his. "No matter what happens, we stand together." Thorn's grip tightened on her hand, a silent promise passing between them. They had come this far. They would not falter now. As Zara's army approached, the ground beneath them seemed to shake with the weight of the impending conflict. The air was electric with magic, every spell on the verge of release. And then, as the first wave of soldiers charged forward, it began. Oren and Thorn were the first to charge, leading their forces with the fierce determination they had always shared. The clash of steel echoed through the night, the battle raging with an intensity that consumed everything in its path. But amid the chaos, Oren could feel it, Zara's presence, like a shadow looming over the battlefield. She was there, somewhere, orchestrating every move with the precision of a master tactician. "We need to end this," Thorn growled, his voice cutting through the noise. "If we don't, we'll be overrun." Oren nodded, her eyes scanning the battlefield for the familiar, dark figure of their enemy. And then, through the haze of smoke and magic, she saw her, Zara, standing atop a hill, her eyes cold and calculating as she watched the battle unfold. With a battle cry, Oren and Thorn charged toward Zara, their combined magic flaring brightly as they pushed through the enemy lines. The storm around them intensified, a swirling vortex of light and dark that mirrored the chaos of the war. Chapter 137, The Tides of War. The world felt strangely still. The storm that had consumed them, the battle between light and shadow, had ended, at least for now. But Oren knew that this fragile peace wouldn't last. The thunderous approach of Zara's army was too close, their presence too overwhelming to ignore. And even with Thorn at her side, they were far from safe. Thorn's breathing was ragged as he steadied himself against the ground, his hands still trembling. His eyes, once clouded by the crystal's power, were now sharp and clear, filled with a deep sorrow that made Oren's heart ache. Thorn began, his voice hoarse, as if the words were too much for him to say. "I didn't mean for any of this to happen. The crystal, it was consuming me. But I couldn't let it take you, Oren." Oren knelt beside him, her hand brushing against his, a silent reassurance that spoke volumes. She had seen the darkness in his eyes, felt the torment he carried, but what mattered now was that he was here, with her, in the light. They had a future, if they could survive what was coming next. "We've made it this far together," she whispered, her gaze firm, determined. "We'll make it through this, Thorn. We always have." The words hung in the air, heavy with both promise and uncertainty. Thorn's gaze met hers, and for a brief moment, she saw the man he once was. The one who had been fearless, who had always known the right path. But now, there was doubt in his eyes. The darkness he had fought so hard to control still lingered, like a shadow he couldn't shake. "Zara will come for us," Thorn said quietly, his voice almost distant. "She'll stop at nothing to take the throne. She won't let us, remain a threat." Oren's chest tightened. Thorn had always been a threat to Zara's rule. His power was undeniable, and the fact that he had broken free from the crystal was a blow she had never expected. But it was more than that. Oren knew Zara was ruthless. Her obsession with power would drive her to do anything to control the kingdom, even if it meant destroying everything in her path. "Then we fight," Oren said, the fire in her voice matching the resolve in her heart. "Together." Thorn looked at her, the weight of her words sinking in. There was no backing down now. They had to face Zara's army head-on, and Oren wasn't about to let Thorn fight this war alone. Not after everything they had been through. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet, a deep rumbling that signaled the arrival of Zara's forces. The distant sound of marching grew louder, and Oren could feel the tension in the air. This was it, the final battle. "We need to prepare," Thorn said, his voice a mix of determination and dread. "Zara's army is unlike anything we've faced before. We can't fight them alone." With that, the first spell flew, a burst of dark energy that shot toward Orin. She was ready. With a swift motion, she deflected the blast, the power from her sword rippling through the air like a barrier of light. The clash sent shockwaves through the ground, and the forces around them paused, the battlefield holding its breath in anticipation. Thorn surged forward, his magic blazing as he conjured shields of flame and energy, each spell stronger than the last. But Zara was no less formidable. She twisted the magic of the battlefield to her will, drawing on the chaos around them, amplifying her power until she seemed to be everywhere at once. You think your magic can stop me? Zara sneered, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly intensity. I control the darkness, the storm, and everything in between. You're nothing but pawns in my game. Orin stepped forward, her own power surging in response. No, Zara, you're the pawn, and your game is over. With a roar, Orin unleashed a torrent of light, her sword glowing brighter than it ever had before. It was an explosion of raw, unfiltered energy, aimed directly at Zara. The Dark Queen's eyes widened in shock, but she was too late to react. The light collided with her, and the battlefield was lit up in a blinding flash. For a moment, the world was silent. When the light faded, Zara was kneeling, her once immense power now reduced to a flickering shadow of its former self. She was breathing heavily, the magic that had once coursed through her like a river now drained, leaving her vulnerable. It's over, Orin said, her voice quiet but filled with finality. Your reign of terror ends here. Zara lifted her head, her eyes still burning with hatred, but there was a crack in her confidence. She knew, deep down, that she had been defeated. But then, with a sneer, Zara laughed, a hollow, defeated sound that seemed to echo across the battlefield. You think you've won? You've merely scratched the surface. There is more power in this world than you can even imagine. And I will be back. Before Orin or Thorn could react, Zara's form shimmered, vanishing in a puff of shadow and smoke, her last words lingering in the air like a promise of future conflict. Orin stood there for a moment, stunned. Zara was gone, but the battle was far from over. They had won the fight, but the war was far from finished. And as Orin looked to Thorn, her heart filled with both relief and a new, deep fear. Chapter 138, The Final Confrontation. The battlefield was a symphony of chaos, a maddening orchestra of steel clashing, magic igniting, and shouts filling the air. It was as if the world itself had been caught in a storm of destruction, each blow adding to the tempest that threatened to swallow them whole. Orin could hear the heartbeats of her army, quick and frantic, as they fought with everything they had. But the true battle was yet to come. As she and Thorn pushed through the thick of the fighting, their swords flashing in the moonlight, a sense of urgency filled Orin's every movement. Her gaze was locked onto the figure standing tall, atop a distant hill, Zara. There she was, the woman who had shattered the kingdoms with her hunger for power, the one who had driven them all to the brink of ruin. Zara's presence on the battlefield was like a dark star, drawing everything toward her, a gravitational force that threatened to crush anyone who stood in her way. She's waiting for us, Thorn muttered, his voice grim as they moved swiftly, cutting through the enemies that tried to block their path. Orin nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her, the knowledge that this final confrontation would determine everything. If they failed here, Zara would not only destroy them, but she would claim the kingdoms for herself, forever. The ground trembled beneath their feet as they neared Zara's position. It was as though the earth itself was holding its breath, awaiting the clash of powers that was sure to tear it apart. Orin could feel the magic crackling in the air, heavy with the anticipation of what was to come. Thorn's voice broke through her thoughts, his words heavy with warning. We need to be careful. Zara isn't just any enemy. She's been preparing for this moment her entire life. Orin met his gaze, her expression resolute. Then we'll have to be better. We've survived everything she's thrown at us. We'll survive this too. As they ascended the hill, the battle around them seemed to fade, the noise dimming until all that remained was the tension that stretched between Orin, Thorn, and Zara. The woman stood there like a dark queen, her hands raised, as though she were drawing power from the very fabric of the battlefield itself. Her eyes, cold, calculating, and filled with an unshakable resolve, met Oren's with the intensity of 1,000 storms. "I knew you'd come," Zara's voice rang out, smooth and dripping with malice. "But it won't matter. This ends now." Oren's grip tightened around her sword as she took a step forward. "You don't get to decide how this ends, Zara. We do." The air between them crackled with energy, a collision of forces that could obliterate everything in their path. Zara's lips curled into a smile, almost as if she was enjoying the inevitable destruction that was about to unfold. "You think you can defeat me?" Zara laughed, the sound rich with cruel amusement. "You've lost before you even started." Oren's heart raced, but her resolve held firm. "You're wrong. We've won before. We will win again." Chapter 139. Shadows of the Past. The battle had ended, but the silence that followed was suffocating. The cries of the fallen had faded, leaving only the echo of their sacrifice to linger in the air. Oren stood at the crest of the hill, her sword still glowing with the remnants of its power, her heart racing with the aftermath of everything that had just unfolded. She could barely breathe as the weight of the moment pressed against her chest. Beside her, Thorn was crouched low, his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles white. His face was a mask of grim determination, but his eyes, those eyes were haunted. Haunted by the lives lost, by the horrors of the battlefield, by the price they'd paid to come this far. "We did it," Oren whispered, though the words felt hollow on her tongue. Zara was gone, but the cost was unbearable. "But did we really?" Thorn didn't respond at first. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the smoke from the battlefield still rose like a dark cloud, a silent monument to the destruction that had taken place. He let out a slow breath before speaking, his voice low and filled with an unspoken burden. "We won the battle." But Zara's words. "I know," Oren interrupted softly, her gaze following his. "Her warning. I can't shake it." Her mind raced, replaying the final moments of the battle. Zara's cruel laughter, her promise that they'd only scratched the surface, echoed through her thoughts like a shadow that refused to be vanished. Oren had seen evil before, had faced down impossible odds, but something about Zara's parting words unsettled her. "There's something else out there, Thorn," she muttered, her voice tinged with a mixture of dread and resolve. "Something worse than Zara." Thorn turned to her then, his expression unreadable, but she could see the flicker of something dark in his eyes. "We need to prepare," he said, his tone firm. "There's no telling what kind of enemy we're facing next, but we won't be caught off guard again. We'll finish this, Oren. Whatever comes, we'll face it together." Oren nodded, though her heart was far from reassured. They had already lost so much. She didn't know if she had it in her to face yet another storm. But she knew one thing for sure. There was no turning back now. The wind stirred around them, carrying with it the scent of blood and ash. It was a reminder of the lives lost, of the darkness that had been unleashed upon the world. But Oren would not let it define them. They would rebuild. They would rise. But even as she stood there, the weight of the battlefield around her, a part of her felt a chilling unease settle deep within her bones. It was a feeling that something far darker, far more ancient, was coming. Something that had been waiting in the shadows for far longer than any of them could comprehend. "We need answers," Oren said, her voice cutting through the silence. Zara wasn't just playing a game. She knew something. Something about the future. About what's coming. Thorn met her gaze, his jaw clenched. "I know. And we'll find it. Whatever it takes, we'll hunt down the truth. And we'll stop it. This time, we'll be the ones to control our fate." But even as he spoke, a shadow passed over them, an ominous reminder that the road ahead would not be one of peace. They weren't just fighting for their survival anymore. They were fighting against the very fabric of the world itself. Kalen's expression darkened. He glanced around, ensuring no one was listening before speaking. "I know," he said quietly. "There are whispers in the winds. And not just any whispers. There's Something ancient stirring. Something that hasn't been seen in millennia. Oren's heart skipped a beat. Ancient? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. What do you mean? Zara's warning. It doesn't make sense. She spoke of something bigger. Something worse. Kalen finished for her, his face grim. Yes. I've seen it too. And it's worse than you can imagine. Zara was right about one thing. This isn't over. Not by a long shot. Oren felt the ground shift beneath her, as if the very air had thickened with an ominous presence. This wasn't just about surviving anymore. This was about unraveling a mystery far older than they were. A force that had been waiting for the right moment to return. What is it? She demanded, her pulse quickening. What's coming for us? Kalen's gaze flickered to the others, then back to Oren. It's not something you can fight with just steel and magic, he said. Softly. It's a force, an ancient power that seeks to consume everything. I've spent years researching it, and there's only one way to stop it. Oren's stomach twisted. And that is? Kalen took a deep breath, his expression heavy. We need to find the heart of the void. Oren stared at him, her mind trying to process what he had just said. The heart of the void? What is that? Kalen's voice dropped to a whisper, as if the very mention of it could summon something terrible. The heart of the void is an ancient artifact, hidden in the deepest part of the world. It holds the power to either save us or destroy us all. Whoever controls it controls the fate of everything. Oren felt a chill run down her spine. She had heard of such artifacts, but she had always thought them to be nothing more than legends, stories passed down to frighten children. We don't have much time, Kalen added, urgency in his tone. If Zara's warning was true, then the heart is already awakening. And if we don't find it first? His words hung in the air, thick with unspoken dread. Oren knew the gravity of the situation. They weren't just fighting for survival anymore. They were fighting for the very soul of the world. Chapter 140. Secrets of the Past. The dawn came slow, the sky painted with streaks of orange and purple, a stark contrast to the blood-soaked earth below. Oren stood on the balcony of the fortress, her hand gripping the railing, as she watched the sunrise. It was beautiful, serene even, but in the pit of her stomach, a gnawing sense of dread gnawed at her insides. She could feel it, the weight of Zara's words pressing against her, haunting her every thought. The shadows are gathering, Oren. Thorn's voice came from behind her, soft but resolute. And they'll keep gathering until we do something about it. She turned, meeting his gaze. Thorn had always been the strong one, the one who could shoulder any burden, but today, she saw something in him she hadn't before. A flicker of fear. For the first time, it seemed as if he wasn't entirely sure they could win this. We need answers, she said, her voice determined. Zara knew something. She was toying with us, but there was truth in her madness. And whatever it is, we need to find it before it finds us. Thorn nodded gravely, stepping closer to her. I've already sent word to the Old Alliance, he said, referring to the long-forgotten coalition of mages and warriors who had once fought by their side. They should be arriving soon. We'll need their knowledge. There's a force out there that we don't understand yet, and we can't face it without help. Oren's mind raced. Old alliances. The thought of the mages made her uneasy. She had always been a lone fighter, relying on her own instincts and strength to see her through. But this was bigger than her, than any of them. The fate of the world itself hung in the balance, and she would need every ally she could get. We can't trust anyone anymore, Thorn, she muttered, shaking her head. The lines between ally and enemy have blurred too much. Thorn placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch grounding her in the moment. We don't have the luxury of choosing who we trust. We can't afford to be divided now. The sound of approaching hooves reached them, and Oren's eyes snapped to the horizon. A group of riders appeared, their cloaks billowing in the wind. They were the remnants of the Old Alliance, a motley crew of mages, warriors, and scholars, all bound by a single purpose: to protect the world from the dark forces that threatened to destroy it. As they dismounted, Oren's eyes landed on one figure in particular. It was Kaelin, a mage she had once known in her youth, someone who had trained her in the arts of magic and combat. His appearance hadn't changed much, though his eyes now held the weight of countless battles. His aura was darker now, too, more mysterious, more guarded. Oren, Kaelin greeted her with a nod, his voice low but steady. It's been a long time. Too long, Oren replied, her tone measured. She glanced over at Thorn, who had already started conversing with the others, then turned back to Kaelin. We need your help. Something is coming. Something worse than anything we've faced before. Kaelin caught her. It's the price of touching power, Oren. You're marked now. She shook off his grip, steadying herself. Good. Her voice was cold steel. Let them come. Let them all come. Hours later, at the gates of the fortress, a small company had gathered, only the bravest or the most foolish. Warriors, mages, thieves, even a few mercenaries. They looked ragtag, desperate. But they would have to be enough. Thorn rode at her side, grim and silent. Kaelin hung back, whispering spells of protection under his breath. And Oren, her new blade strapped across her back, led the way into the unknown. The hollow wastes awaited them. The journey to the heart of the void had begun, and the true horror had yet to reveal itself. Chapter 141. The Journey into the Unknown. The ancient map was sprawled out before them, inked with cryptic symbols and lines that twisted like a serpent across the brittle parchment. Kaelin's finger traced a path toward a remote corner of the world. A place called the Hollow Wastes, a land abandoned by gods and cursed by time. It's there, Kaelin said, his voice grave. The heart of the void sleeps beneath the ruins of Arkmoreth. But getting there, he hesitated. Getting there will be a nightmare. Oren studied the map, the old language burning into her mind. She could almost feel it calling to her. The heart. It pulsed like a drumbeat in the back of her skull, tempting, whispering. She shook her head to clear it. Focus, Oren, focus. What kind of nightmare are we talking about? Thorn asked, arms crossed over his broad chest. Kaelin's eyes darkened. The hollow wastes are guarded by creatures not born of flesh and blood. Wraiths, shades, things that hunger for life itself. And the deeper we go, the worse it gets. The room fell into a tense silence. Finally, Oren rolled the map up and tucked it into her belt. We leave at first light. Gather whoever's willing. No one should be forced into this. Only those who choose it. Thorn nodded solemnly. I'll ready the men. As the fortress buzzed with preparation, Oren stole away to the armory, where weapons lined the walls like silent sentinels. Her fingers brushed the hilt of her old sword, worn but reliable. But her gaze was drawn to something else. A blade she had never seen before, wrapped in black cloth. It practically sang to her. She unwrapped it carefully. The sword was black as night, its edges gleaming with an unnatural light. Ancient runes ran along the blade, pulsing faintly. Kaelin's voice echoed from behind her, startling her. You feel it, too. She turned sharply. What is this blade? Void steel, Kaelin said, awe and fear mingling in his tone. Forged in the heart of a dying star. It's one of the few weapons that can cut through the creatures guarding the heart. Oren hesitated. Every instinct screamed at her that this blade was dangerous, too dangerous. But another part of her, the part that burned with purpose, whispered, you'll need it. With a deep breath, she took the sword. The moment her hand closed around the hilt, a shock ran through her body. A flood of memories, visions of battles fought eons ago, of kingdoms burned to ash, of gods kneeling before a darkness that swallowed the sky. She gasped, stumbling back. And that's when the ground beneath them cracked open. A massive figure erupted from the earth, a titan of black bone and sinew, its mouth gaping wide enough to swallow them whole. A crown of twisted horns adorned its head, and chains hung from its broken limbs, dragging the earth with it as it moved. Kaelin's face turned white. A revenant king. The worst kind of guardian. Run, he screamed, but it was too late. The revenant roared, and the world shattered. The mist became claws, tearing at them from every direction. The weak were dragged screaming into the fog. One of the mercenaries disappeared in an instant, his scream cutting off like a snuffed candle. Oren knew they couldn't outrun it. Not this thing. They had to face it, or die. Her hands tightened on the void steel blade. The runes along its length glowed like molten lava, whispering promises in a voice only she could hear. Take its soul, take its power. Oren raised her blade, meeting the Revenant's burning eyes. This was only the beginning. Chapter 142. The Hollow Wastes. The first step beyond the fortress walls was like stepping into another world. Gone was the lush forest, the crisp mountain air. Ahead stretched an endless landscape of cracked, dead earth, shrouded in a thin mist that clung low to the ground like the fingers of a corpse. The sky above was a heavy, sickly gray, pressing down on them, thick and suffocating. No birds sang, no wind blew. The world was silent. Each hoofbeat, each crunch of a boot on the brittle soil, echoed too loudly in the stillness. It wasn't just silence, it was an absence. A void that swallowed every sound, every breath, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Waiting. Oren tightened her grip on the reins, the black blade heavy on her back. Every instinct screamed at her to turn around. But she forced herself forward. One step at a time. Thorn rode close to her, his usual stoicism cracked with unease. His hand never strayed far from his sword. Behind them, Kalen murmured a soft chant under his breath, a thin, shimmering shield of magic hovering around their group. The others followed, a ragtag line of the willing and the damned. Hours passed. Maybe days. Time twisted strangely here. The mist thickened. Shapes moved just beyond sight, tall, wrong shapes that melted into the fog when anyone turned their head. Whispers brushed their ears, impossible to make out, yet leaving behind a chill that burrowed deep into their bones. This place, one of the mercenaries muttered, voice trembling. It's alive. No one corrected him. Because he was right. Suddenly, Kalen hissed, halting his horse. His eyes blazed with alarm. We're being watched. Oren slid from her saddle, drawing the void steel blade. The moment it cleared the scabbard, the mist recoiled, hissing like a wounded animal. The runes along the blade flared a deep, violent red. That's when they appeared. At first, they looked like shadows. Long, gangly things slithering across the ground. Then they rose, tall as trees, their bodies stitched from darkness. Their faces mere holes where mouths should be. Eyes burned like dying embers. And when they moved, the world shuddered. The first of the creatures lunged with a guttural snarl, moving with terrifying speed. Oren met it head on. Their clash was a shockwave. The creature's claws struck her shield of magic, splintering it into shards of light. Her sword flashed, cleaving through its chest. The thing let out a scream that wasn't sound but feeling, pure anguish, and dissolved into a mist of ash. But more were coming. Dozens, hundreds. Form a circle. Thorn barked, his voice slicing through the rising panic. Defensive positions. They fought as the mist closed around them, steel and spell, blood, and fire. Oren moved like a storm, the void steel blade singing as it drank the souls of the fallen. Every swing grew easier. Every kill made her heart beat louder, harder. It was too easy. Far too easy. Power rushed into her veins, ancient and terrible, cold as the void between stars. The runes along the blade burned brighter, shifting from red to a deep, hungry violet. The Revenant charged. Each step shook the ground. It raised both fists high, ready to crush her like an insect. Oren didn't run. She leapt. Straight at it. Time slowed. She could see every crack in its bones. Every link in its chains. Every old wound still festering with rot. She knew where to strike. Knew what it would cost. And she chose it anyway. With a scream that was part battle cry, part something darker, Oren drove the void steel blade straight into the Revenant's chest. The blade pierced the bone like paper. The Revenant howled. A sound that wasn't just pain. It was a death knell. For it. For her. For everything. The mist exploded outward. A shockwave of pure darkness rippled from the wound. The Revenant began to crumble, disintegrating from the inside out, its chains thrashing wildly. It clutched at her, huge, broken hands trying to drag her into the abyss with it. And she almost let it. The power pouring into her through the blade was intoxicating, raw, pure, endless. It wanted her. To keep feeding. To keep devouring. To never stop. Thorn's voice pierced through the storm. Oren, fight it. Her vision blurred, black and violet swallowing everything. Her heartbeat slowed. Her mind frayed at the edges. And then, a memory. Faint and sharp as a knife. Her mother's voice, long forgotten. Strength is not how much you can take, Oren. It's knowing when to let go. With a ragged scream, she wrenched the blade free. The revenant collapsed into dust. The mist shrieked, shriveling, retreating. Silence fell. Real silence. Oren collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath, the void steel blade heavy in her hands. The ground around her was blackened, scorched. The others stood wide-eyed, wary, not of the revenant. Of her. She had survived. But she had crossed a line. And she wasn't sure if she could ever go back. Chapter 143. The Revenant Kings. Challenge. The Revenant King towered over them, a mountain of bone and hatred. Its chains clattered like death knells, dragging long gouges across the dead earth. When it moved, the very air warped, rippling with an invisible pressure that crushed the lungs and frayed the mind. The mist thickened around it, like worshippers to their god. A god of decay. A god of endings. Oren stood at the front, her heart hammering against her ribs. The void steel blade pulsed in her hand, almost eager, almost alive. She should have been terrified. But inside her chest, a strange calm bloomed. Not the absence of fear. The embrace of it. The Revenant King's hollow eyes locked onto her. It saw her. Not just the surface, but everything underneath. The blood on her hands. The hunger in her soul. The fractures she tried to hide. It laughed. A deep, resonant sound that rolled across the wastes like thunder. Mocking. Welcoming. It wanted her. It wanted to break her. The creature moved first. Quicker than something that massive had any right to move. A single, sweeping backhand, chains lashing outward like whips, tipped with barbs. Oren dove low, rolling beneath the strike. The chains whistled over her head, ripping a tree-sized gouge into the ground where she had stood. She came up swinging. Void steel met corrupted bone with a screech that made her teeth ache. The blade bit deep, sparks and black ichor spraying into the mist. The Revenant bellowed, the sound ripping through the mist and shaking loose stones from the distant cliffs. But it wasn't enough. Not even close. Fall back, Thorn roared, yanking another mercenary out of the path of a sweeping chain. Kaelin's hands were a blur of motion, casting glyphs into the air, wards, shields, blasts of pure force. But every spell cracked and splintered against the Revenant's hide, like glass against stone. The Revenant turned back to Oren. With one massive hand, it slammed the ground. A shockwave erupted outward, the earth fracturing like broken glass. Oren was thrown backward, tumbling end over end. She hit the ground hard, the impact rattling her bones. Blood filled her mouth. Pain sang in every nerve. She struggled up, vision swimming. And then, a whisper. Soft, seductive, curling around her like smoke. Unleash me, the void steel blade whispered in her mind. Unleash us. She tightened her grip. Something deep inside her shifted. A door she'd kept locked, slamming open. Kaelin hesitated. Then, gathering himself, he spoke. The heart of the void wasn't just sealed away because it was dangerous. It is the prison, the mist, the curses, the Revenant King, the endless hunger. All of it, born from the heart's existence. It's awakening. The moment you touched it, Kaelin said, you didn't just inherit its power. You became its anchor. Oren stared at him. Cold sweat dripped down her spine. Anchor? She rasped. Kaelin nodded grimly. You are the gatekeeper now. If you lose control, if you fall completely into the void. He let the words trail off. He didn't need to finish. They all understood. The world would follow her into the dark. The silence stretched, taut and choking. Finally, Oren laughed. Soft, broken. A sound that scraped raw against her ribs. Perfect, she muttered. Just perfect. Because in her heart of hearts, in the place no one could reach, a tiny voice whispered. You don't want to fight it. You never did. You want to see what happens if you stop holding back. The blade pulsed in agreement. Thorn stepped closer, breaking the tension with the only thing he had left. Truth. Then we stay with you. We fight with you. And if the time comes. His voice caught. But he forced the words out. We'll be the ones to end it. Oren looked at them. These broken, battered warriors. These fools who still believed she could be saved. And she nodded. Because what else could she do? Because she wasn't ready. Not yet. To let the darkness win. But deep inside her soul, something shifted. Something laughed. And far, far away, in the shattered ruins of the world, something else woke up. And it was hungry. Chapter 144. The Chains. You cannot see. The ashes of the Revenant King still swirled around Oren when Thorn approached, slow and careful, like a man edging toward a wounded animal. The others kept their distance, eyes wide, hands hovering near weapons. They had fought monsters together, bled together, buried friends together. But now, they weren't sure who she was anymore. Oren stayed on her knees, the void steel blade buried point first, into the cracked ground. It pulsed under her fingers. Softly, hungrily. Thorn crouched down in front of her, said nothing, just waited. Finally, Oren lifted her gaze. Her eyes were no longer the burning gold they had once been. They were violet. A deep, endless shade of violet. Like the edge of some yawning abyss. She blinked. The color faded, just for a moment. Flickering between gold and void. Like something trapped between two worlds. I'm still me, she said hoarsely. The lie sat bitter on her tongue. Thorn's jaw tightened. Not in anger. In grief. He reached out, and she flinched. Not from fear of him. From fear of herself. Oren, he said, voice low, rough. Whatever that blade awakened, you have to control it. Not the other way around. She wanted to believe him. She desperately wanted to believe that choice still belonged to her. But deep inside, the blade whispered promises in a language older than stars. Freedom. Power. Dominion. The end of chains, the end of fear. All she had to do was let go. Behind Thorn, Kalen stepped forward, his robes tattered, his face pale. We need to talk about the heart, he said, voice shaking. The others murmured agreement. Even if they wouldn't say it out loud, their eyes screamed the truth. She was becoming something they might have to kill. Oren pushed herself to her feet. The blade came with her, a natural extension of her will. Talk, then. Her voice cracked the silence like a whip. Harder than she meant. Sharper than she wanted. Too late to take it back. Chapter 145. Whispers in the blood. The forest south of the Dead Crown Mountains was never meant for the living. The trees here bled sap as black as tar. The mist clung low, tasting of copper and old bones. And the ground itself whispered names, warnings, lies. Oren felt the pull. Every step away from the ruined temple gnawed at her skin, like invisible hands trying to drag her back. They traveled in silence. No fire at night. No idle conversation. Only sharp glances. Tight grips on weapons. And the unspoken, unbearable truth. Something had changed. The first time Oren lost time, it was barely noticeable. One moment she was walking. The next. Her blade was dripping. Blood stained her hands. A body at her feet. A scout. One of theirs. Dead without a sound. No one saw. No one said anything. But after that, they stopped walking too close to her. Even Thorn. Especially Thorn. The second time, she woke to find herself sitting alone atop a ridge. The world around her burned in hues of violet and crimson. And in the valley below, a small village she didn't remember passing through, lay in ruin. Children, mothers, elders, all dead. Their souls sucked dry, their bodies withered into husks. And standing among the ashes, a figure cloaked in gray, watching her, waiting. The mark of chains, branded across the stranger's bare throat. A sigil older than kingdoms. Oren staggered to her feet, the void steel blade singing in her hand. Who are you? She croaked, her voice not entirely her own. The figure tilted its head. And when it spoke, its voice sounded like a dozen voices, all speaking at once. We are what binds the fallen. We are what brings back the broken. We are here for you, Heartbearer. Oren's knees buckled. Because deep in her bones, she recognized the power curling off this assassin like a second skin. It was a mirror of her own. The same hunger. The same poison. The same chains. The assassin stepped forward, slow, deliberate. Hands raised. Not in attack. In offering. Come with us, it said. Before you forget what you are. Behind her, she heard the others approaching. Their boots crunching brittle leaves. Their whispers sharp and frantic. But it didn't matter. Because this was between her and the voice in her blood now. The blade in her hand pulsed, eager. Oren licked her cracked lips, tasting ash. And if I refuse? The assassin smiled. A horrible, pitying thing. You won't. And God's help her. For a split second, a heart-rending split second, she didn't want to. Chapter 146. The Choice. Of Monsters. The sky cracked open as Oren stood frozen. Lightning forked across the blackened clouds, casting the assassin in a skeletal glow. Thorn barreled up the ridge, sword drawn. His voice was a roar against the growing storm. Oren. Step away from it. But she couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. Because for the first time since her blood was poisoned by ancient magic, she felt seen. The assassin extended a gloved hand, slow and steady. It was a hand that promised freedom. Not from death. Not from pain. But from doubt. Oren's fingers twitched at her side. The void steel blade grew heavy. It wanted her to take the hand. It hungered for it. Behind her, Thorn's boots pounded the earth. She could feel the heat of him, his terror, his loyalty like a tether, dragging her backward. You don't know what it's offering you, he shouted. You don't know what it'll cost. Oren's voice cracked as she whispered. Maybe I don't care anymore. The assassin's smile widened. And in a blur of motion, it was suddenly right in front of her, hand brushing her cheek like a lover. A vision slammed into her skull. A future. A life. One where she wore a crown of night. One where nations knelt. One where Thorn knelt. Eyes blank. Mouth silent. Soul broken. And she? She stood above it all. Unbothered. Unchained. Unforgiven. The heart-bearer. Queen of ashes. The vision shattered as Thorn yanked her backward with a guttural cry. His arms crushed her against his chest as he swung his sword one-handed at the assassin. The blade screamed through empty air. The figure was already gone, dissolved into mist, into whispers, into nothing. But the mark it left inside her? Permanent. Carved into bone. Oren sagged against Thorn, sobbing without sound. Her fingers scrabbling against his chest plate as if trying to hold onto something solid before she fell apart. Thorn buried his face in her hair. And for the first time since they'd met, his voice broke. Don't leave me, he rasped. Not like this. But even as she clung to him, Oren knew. Something inside her had already left. And she wasn't sure if she could get it back. Above them, the storm raged. And somewhere in the ruins of her heart, a black crown began to form. Become. Something cracked inside her. And for one terrible second, Oren almost let go. Almost surrendered. But then, a memory. Of a boy with two big eyes handing her a flower. Of a sister laughing under summer skies. Of a promise whispered in a broken temple. I will not become the monster they made me. With a guttural scream, Oren forced herself up. Forced herself forward. One step. Then another. Then another. Until she was across. She collapsed onto the muddy ground. Gasping. Shaking. Alive. Thorn barreled after her, gathering her into his arms. His armor clattered against her, but his hands were gentle. Desperate. And for the first time in what felt like lifetimes, Oren wept. Not for what she had lost, but for what she still had left to fight for. The mark inside her hissed. Unforgiving. But for now, it was quiet. Above them, the storm began to break. A single shaft of moonlight pierced the clouds. And in that pale glow, Oren made her oath. I will be their nightmare before I ever become their queen. Chapter 147. Stormbound Oaths. The rain began to fall in thick, punishing sheets. Each drop felt like needles against Oren's raw skin, but she welcomed the pain. It was real. It was grounding. Unlike the pull she still felt toward the place where the assassin had stood. Thorn shielded her with his body, his cloak wrapping around her, like a barrier against the world. But she could feel it. Even he was trembling. Not from cold. From fear. From her. We have to move, Thorn said, voice low and hoarse against her ear. The longer we stay, the stronger its call becomes. Oren forced herself to nod. Her body was sluggish, heavy, as if she was dragging chains behind her. Chains she couldn't see. Chains only she could feel. They stumbled through the forest. Each step a battle. Each breath a war. Behind them, hidden in the mist and the storm, unseen eyes watched. Predators. Monsters. Some of them human. Some not anymore. At the edge of a crumbling bridge, they finally stopped. Below, a chasm yawned wide, black and endless. One wrong step would mean death. But ahead? A glimmer of firelight. There's a safe house across, Thorn said. If we make it there, we have a chance to break the mark's first hold on you. Oren stared at the gap. The rope bridge swayed violently in the storm. Rotten boards. Frayed knots. Every instinct screamed no. But then she felt it. A surge in her chest. The mark. Pushing her forward. Demanding she claim. I'll go first, Thorn said, stepping onto the bridge. Oren grabbed his arm. No. Her voice was stronger than she'd expected. Stronger than she felt. I'll go. For a moment, their eyes locked. Thorn's were pleading. Hers were resigned. And beneath it all, a spark of something ruthless beginning to bloom. He released her. Slowly. As if letting go of something he would never get back. Oren stepped onto the bridge. The wood groaned under her weight. The ropes strained. The wind howled. And every step forward was a knife in her heart. Because she knew. She was changing. Halfway across, the mark pulsed again. Visions swirled around her. Thorn, dead at her feet. The kingdom, burned to ash. Her own hands, bloody, crowned, triumphant. The bridge swayed harder. She dropped to her knees, clutching the boards. Fight it, Oren, Thorn roared from behind. But the mark whispered louder. Embrace it. Pledge to me, they said. Swear yourself to the mark. Let it forge you into its weapon. And in return, the chains around them glowed brighter. I will teach you to control it. Thorn's hand tightened on his sword. There has to be another way, he said. The guardian ignored him. Their gaze, unseen but felt, pinned Oren in place. If you refuse, the guardian said, the mark will consume you. It will rip your soul apart. And when it is done, they let the words hang. Heavy. Certain. Oren's breath came in short gasps. She looked at Thorn. At the way he stood, ready to die for her. At the way his eyes said fight even when his body was trembling. And she realized, this wasn't just about her survival anymore. It was about everyone the mark would hurt if she lost. Slowly, she stepped forward. The guardian's chains snapped taut. Oren spoke, voice raw but steady. I will never be your weapon. I will never be anyone's weapon. She drew a dagger from her belt, the one Thorn had given her, the night they first met, and pressed the blade to her palm. Blood welled up, warm and bright. But I will learn to control it, she said. On my terms. Or I will die trying. The guardian was silent for a long, long moment. Then, a single nod. The chains unwound from their body. They coiled around Oren's bleeding hand, searing, burning, binding. And with a roar that shook the very stones beneath her feet, the pact was made. Oren collapsed to her knees, gasping. The mark inside her, screaming and thrashing. Fighting. Changing. Breaking. Becoming. And when she finally looked up, there was a new fire burning in her eyes. One the mark couldn't control. One that belonged to her alone. Chapter 148. The Guardian of Chains. The safe house wasn't what Oren expected. No grand fortress. No hidden sanctuary. Just a crumbling tower half swallowed by the forest. Its stones slick with moss. Its doorway hanging open like a broken jaw. Thorn led her inside. The air was thick with damp and rot. And something else. Something older. Hungrier. Oren shivered as they crossed the threshold. It felt like stepping into another world. A world where time didn't move forward. It coiled back on itself, tight and choking. In the center of the room, a figure waited. Not sitting. Not standing. Floating. Chains wrapped around their body, thick and black, pulsing with a heartbeat all their own. Their face was hidden beneath a hood, but when they spoke, it wasn't words. It was truth. sharp and cold and impossible to deny. You carry the mark, the guardian said. Oren's skin prickled. She opened her mouth to respond, but her voice cracked into silence. The mark demands allegiance, the guardian continued, floating closer. The chains around them rattled softly, like a warning. If you do not claim it, it will claim you. Oren's fists clenched. The mark inside her twisted, sensing the guardian's power. It wanted to reach out. It wanted to consume. Thorn stepped protectively in front of her. She didn't ask for this. The guardian tilted its head. For a moment, there was something almost amused in their posture. The mark is not given, the guardian said. It is chosen. It recognized something inside her. A hunger. A crown made of broken things. Oren's heart pounded. She wanted to deny it. Wanted to scream that she wasn't like them. Wasn't like the assassins, or the cursed kings, or the monsters, lurking in the dark. But deep down, a part of her knew. The mark hadn't lied. It had recognized her. The pieces of her that were jagged, vicious, unforgiving. The pieces she had tried so hard to bury. The guardian extended a chained hand. But somewhere, deep, deep inside her, a tiny ember still burned. The part of her that had survived the beatings, the betrayals, the loneliness. The part that had looked the guardian in the eye and said no. Oren gritted her teeth. She forced herself to stand. Blood streaming from her wounds. Heart breaking apart inside her chest. And she spoke, not to the mark, not to the ghosts, but to herself. I am not their failure. I am not their ruin. I am mine. The figures froze. The chains loosened, just slightly. The mark's laughter faltered. Oren took another step forward. Then another. And another. The ash storm raged against her. The chains clawed at her skin. The voices screamed. But she kept moving. Toward the throne of chains. When she finally reached it, she didn't sit. She ripped the chains from the throne with her bare, bloodied hands. She wrapped them around herself like armor. Not shackles. Claiming them. The sky split open with a roar. Oren threw back her head and screamed. It wasn't a scream of pain. It was a scream of rebirth. The trial was over. And Oren had won. Not by becoming the mark's puppet, but by forcing the mark to bend to her. When the ash cleared, she was back in the tower. Thorn was kneeling beside her, terror in his eyes. She reached out, weak but smiling, and touched his face. I'm still me, she whispered. And for the first time in what felt like forever, she believed it. Chapter 149. Trial of Chains. Pain. That was the first thing Oren felt when she opened her eyes. A searing, bone-deep ache that made it hard to breathe. It wasn't just her body. It was her soul. Being reshaped. Bent. Hammered like iron in a forge. She was no longer in the ruined tower. No longer with Thorn. The world around her was a wasteland of ash and smoke. The sky overhead was black, broken by veins of red light that throbbed like a dying heart. And in the center of it all, a throne. Made of chains. Oren stumbled toward it. Every step was a battle. Every breath sliced her lungs open. The chains wrapped around her wrist tugged, urging her forward. The trial has begun, a voice whispered in her ear. It wasn't the guardian. It wasn't anyone she recognized. It was the mark itself. Speaking. Mocking. Daring her to fail. Figures emerged from the ash. Not men. Not monsters. Memories. Her worst fears, given form. The first was her father. Face twisted in disgust. You're weak, he said. You always have been. He swung a sword at her, the blade gleaming with all the disappointments she carried. Oren barely dodged. Pain lanced down her side where the sword grazed her. The wound wasn't just physical, it bled shame, regret, all the things she had never been able to forgive herself for. The next figure was worse. It was Thorn. But not the Thorn she knew. This Thorn wore a crown of thorns, blood dripping down his face. He looked at her with empty eyes and said, "You're going to destroy me, too." Oren stumbled back. The chains around her wrist grew heavier, dragging her down, choking the breath from her lungs. The mark was laughing now, low and cruel. She dropped to her knees, fists digging into the ash. Part of her wanted to give up, to let the chains crush her into nothing. To believe she was nothing but the wreckage everyone saw. Wait. Her voice was barely above a whisper. I don't know What's behind that door? Thorin paused, his fingers brushing against the chains that still hung from her wrist. And what are those? Oren looked down at the chains, still shimmering with the same liquid shadow she had claimed moments ago. I don't know. She met his eyes, her expression unreadable. But, whatever it is, it's connected to this place. A shift in the air. A heavy pulse. Oren and Thorin both turned. A figure appeared from the shadows. Tall, draped in robes made of shifting shadows, their face hidden beneath a hood. But their presence was undeniable. Dark. Powerful. You are not supposed to be here, the figure spoke, its voice a low rasp that sent chills down Oren's spine. But now that you are. The figure's hands reached up, pulling back the hood. Oren's heart stopped. It was a face she knew. A face she had seen in her dreams. In her memories. It was her own. Her doppelganger, her shadow self. You're the one who opened the door, her shadow self said. With a slow smile. You're the one who called me. Oren stumbled back. What? What are you? Her shadow self's grin stretched wider, darker. I am the part of you that you denied. She stepped forward, her voice echoing off the cavern walls. I am the part that is unafraid of power. Of what you can become. Thorin stepped in front of Oren protectively, but Oren held him back. You're not real, Oren said, her voice quivering despite the firm words. You're just a manifestation of my fear. Of my past. The shadow Oren laughed, a low, mocking sound that felt like knives. Oh, sweet child, I'm more real than you think. She stepped closer, reaching out, her hand brushing against Oren's chest. A cold chill spread where her fingers touched. You want to claim power, Oren. You want to control everything. But you cannot control me. You cannot control yourself. Oren's breath caught in her throat. Thorin stepped back. Oren, we need to get out of here. This place, this thing isn't right. But Oren was transfixed. She couldn't look away from the doppelganger, her eyes wide, as if staring into a mirror that reflected everything she hated about herself. No, she whispered. I am not you. Her shadow self smiled, the expression sharp and cruel. Then prove it. And the door behind them opened. Darkness poured out. Chapter 150. Beneath the tower. The air in the tower shifted. Not like a breeze, or a wind, but something heavier. Darker. It felt like the walls themselves were breathing. Oren stood. Her body still trembling from the trial, but she was stronger now. The chains she'd torn from the throne shimmered in her hand like liquid shadow. Thorin was still beside her, his face pale, eyes wide with disbelief. Oren, his voice was barely a whisper. What did you do? She turned to him, the weight of the moment sinking in. Her breath caught in her chest. The power she'd harnessed, the force that had surged through her. She had no idea what it meant, yet. But she knew it had changed something. It had changed her. I didn't just survive. Oren's voice was a low murmur, her gaze fixed on the floor, still feeling the pull of the chains. I claimed it. She didn't understand it fully, but the mark, no, the trial, had not been just a test. It had been an initiation, a rite of passage, and she had come out on the other side, different. Thorin opened his mouth to speak, but before he could form a word, the floor beneath them groaned. It wasn't just the tower. It was the whole mountain. A dark, pulsing glow erupted from beneath their feet. Oren's instincts screamed at her to run. But she didn't. She couldn't. A sound like a great beast awakening came from the depths of the earth. The ground cracked, splitting open. Oren, look out. Thorin shouted, his voice barely audible over the roar of the earth splitting. Before she could react, the floor beneath them collapsed. They fell. Darkness surrounded them. Thorin's hand grabbed hers, squeezing as the two of them tumbled into the abyss below. For what felt like an eternity, they fell. But then, a soft landing. Oren's head spun as she tried to catch her breath. Her body felt weightless, as though she had fallen into some kind of strange, gravity-less place. But that wasn't what scared her. It was what she felt in the air. It was alive. The moment her feet hit the ground, something shifted. Something ancient and hungry. The walls of the cavern around them pulsed with dark energy, pulsing in time with her heart. She stood slowly, turning her head to meet Thorn's wide eyes. "What the hell is this place?" he breathed, his voice echoing through the chamber. Oren's gaze drifted upward, her breath catching in her throat. The cavern was vast, too vast to comprehend. At the farthest edge, the walls seemed to disappear into a horizon that shouldn't have been there. But it was the center of the cavern that held her attention. There, in the middle of the darkness, was a massive, obsidian door. It was ancient, covered in runes that glowed faintly with a sickly, green light. The markings twisted in on themselves, a language long forgotten, but that felt somehow familiar. Thorn took a step forward, but Oren's hand shot out to stop him. The question echoed in her mind like a distant bell. "No," Oren whispered to herself. "I will never be you." The moment the words left her lips, the shadows screamed in fury. The cavern shook, the earth beneath them groaning and cracking, as though it, too, had been holding its breath. The shadow Oren's form flickered and distorted, her smile faltering for the first time. "You think you're strong, but you're just running from the inevitable. We are the same, Oren. You can't escape it." Oren's grip on the chains tightened. The chains that had once bound her to that throne. Chains that were now hers to command. "I don't need to be you." Oren's voice was stronger now, the words building with power. "I will be me. I will be better than what you offer." The shadow Oren let out a chilling laugh. "Then prove it." With a swift motion, she raised her hand, and the cavern's walls seemed to close in around them, the very air turning dense, as if the earth itself was trying to crush them. Thorn stumbled backward, fear in his eyes. "Oren, we need to go now." But Oren stood firm, feeling the chains' power flow through her, surging with an energy she had never known. The chains vibrated in her hands, the dark power coursing through them, pushing back against the crushing weight of the shadows. "I will prove it." The chains broke free from her grip, slashing through the air like whips of shadow, slicing through the dark tendrils that tried to bind her. The cavern seemed to tremble as the power from the chains clashed with the darkness. A battle was unfolding, one that threatened to tear this reality apart. Oren's body burned with energy. She was no longer just fighting her shadow, she was fighting her own destiny. And in that moment, she understood. The darkness was not her enemy. It was a part of her. A part she had to accept, not control, but understand. With one last scream, Oren thrust her hands forward, unleashing the full force of her power. The cavern erupted in blinding light. When it cleared, the shadows were gone. Thorn staggered to his feet, his eyes wide. "Oren, what did you just do?" Oren took a deep breath, her chest heaving with the weight of the moment. She glanced down at the chains still in her hands. They no longer felt like a burden. They felt like a tool. A tool she had chosen to wield. "I did what I had to," she said softly. "I've learned that power doesn't control me. I control it." But the cavern was not done with them yet. Behind them, the door remained open. The darkness beckoned, but this time, Oren wasn't afraid. She turned to Thorn, her eyes resolute. "This is only the beginning." Chapter 151. Unraveling. The veil. The air thickened as the door to the abyss groaned open. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the earth. It was something more. A pull from the very core of this place. Something ancient and all-encompassing. Oren's feet remained rooted to the ground, yet every fiber of her being screamed to run. The shadow Oren grinned wider, her voice echoing like 1,000 whispers. "You think you can control power, but you've never understood it. You never understood me." The shadow self's voice dripped with venom as her figure seemed to melt into the shadows, becoming one with the growing darkness. Thorn's hand tightened around Oren's wrist. "We need to move. This isn't just a trap, it's a test. Whatever's behind that door, it's going to destroy us if we don't act." But Oren couldn't respond. The words lodged in her throat. She felt the weight of the shadow self's presence, the suffocating power of its gaze. It wasn't just a threat. It was a calling. Her heart raced as she fought the urge to listen. To accept what the shadow self was offering. To embrace it. But in the depth of that darkness, Oren saw the truth. The thing she had been running from for so long. She had always been afraid of her own potential. Afraid of becoming the thing she had feared. The shadow whispered again, her words sharp like a blade. You are me. The part of you that craves power. The part that would do anything to claim what's rightfully yours. You've always known it, deep down inside. Thorn's grip on Oren's wrist tightened, pulling her back from the edge. Don't listen to it, he urged, his voice laced with panic. This is the thing you've been fighting all along. It's your fear, Oren. It's everything you're not. But Oren's gaze flickered to the door again. The pull was undeniable now. The shadows moved like tendrils, lashing out at her, caressing her skin with promises of power, of freedom, of dominion. Thorn was right. She could feel it now, the truth of it all. The shadow Oren wasn't just a manifestation of her fears. It was the reflection of what she could become. The monster that lived just beneath the surface. The part of her that was ruthless, that wouldn't hesitate, that would use anything and anyone to achieve her goals. And it was terrifying. But at the same time, there was an undeniable allure to it. The power, the promise of domination, of control. It was everything she had ever wanted but was afraid to reach for. What if it was who I was meant to be? Nothing. No sound. No movement. Just the infinite void of blackness, stretching out before them. Oren felt the pull again, the same magnetic force that had tried to claim her. It was stronger now, almost as if someone was reaching out from the other side. What is this place? Thorn's voice trembled, his eyes scanning the vast emptiness around them. Oren opened her mouth to speak, but no words came. The silence was suffocating. She felt as though every part of her was being pulled in every direction at once. But one thought burned through the chaos. This isn't just a rift. It's a reflection. The truth hit her like a bolt of lightning. This wasn't just a passage, it was a mirror to their very souls, to everything they had ever hidden away. The door wasn't just leading them to a place, it was leading them to face the parts of themselves they had long buried. Where inside it, the realization left her breathless. This is the heart of it. The source of everything, the true enemy. Thorn took a hesitant step forward, his hand reaching out. What now? Oren's mind raced. She had never felt so exposed, so utterly vulnerable. But deep down, she understood. This was the moment where everything changed. This was where they would either become the warriors they were meant to be or fall into the abyss. We face it head on. With that, she stepped forward, her footsteps echoing in the silence. The air seemed to shimmer as her power rippled out, mingling with the darkness. The chains in her hands vibrated, thrumming with energy, ready for whatever came next. And then, a voice broke through the void. Soft at first, a whisper so faint that Oren almost missed it. Oren? She froze. That voice. It wasn't the shadow self's. It wasn't Thorn's. It was familiar, yet alien, cold yet comforting. Oren? Her heart skipped a beat. She turned toward the voice, her breath catching in her throat. Out of the darkness, a figure began to take shape. At first, it was just a blur, but as it solidified, Oren's breath caught in her chest. Standing before her, bathed in an eerie, pale light, was a figure. A woman, whose features were hauntingly familiar. Mother? Chapter 152. The Unseen Force. Oren stood in the aftermath of the storm, the eerie stillness settling around her. The cavern that had once been filled with shadows now lay quiet, save for the steady hum of power coursing through the chains in her hands. She looked at Thorn, who had finally steadied himself after the chaos. His face was a mixture of awe and concern, but there was no mistaking the gratitude in his eyes. You did it, he whispered, his voice hoarse. You really did it. Oren didn't answer right away. Instead, she surveyed the scene, her mind racing with the weight of what had just occurred. The battle inside her mind had been far more than a simple struggle for survival. It had been a fight for her identity, her very essence. I control this power. It doesn't control me. The words still echoed in her mind, a mantra that she hoped would continue to hold true in the moments to come. But deep down, she knew that what she had just done might not be enough. The power she had harnessed was still raw, untamed, and there were forces beyond her understanding waiting to test her. Thorn, she started, her voice laced with caution. We can't stay here. Whatever we just triggered isn't over. Thorn nodded, his expression grim. He understood, more than anyone, how dangerous the situation was. The shadows that had threatened to consume them might have receded for now, but the source of the darkness, the true enemy, was still out there. What now? Thorn asked, his eyes narrowing at the door, still wide open behind them. The abyss seemed to pulse with a quiet menace, an invitation to something far worse than they could ever imagine. Oren exhaled, feeling the weight of their decisions settle into her bones. The door wasn't just a physical passage, it was a rift into something much larger. A force that had been waiting for them, pulling the strings from the shadows all along. We walk through it, she said, her voice steady, despite the doubts creeping at the edges of her mind. It's the only way forward. Thorn's gaze met hers, and for a fleeting moment, she saw the same uncertainty that had plagued her just moments ago reflected in his eyes. But then, as if the words had settled into his heart, he gave a single nod. Then let's go. With a quiet determination, they moved toward the open door, the swirling darkness beckoning like a siren's call. The closer they got, the more oppressive the air became. It was as though the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something, waiting for them. As they stepped across the threshold, the ground beneath them shifted, like stepping onto the edge of a dream. The world around them fractured, stretching like an old, faded photograph. And then, silence. The woman's eyes darkened, and her features twisted with an emotion Oren couldn't quite place. Fear, perhaps. No, we didn't create it. But we opened the door. We thought we could control it, shape it. But it couldn't be contained. It broke free, and everything we knew, everything we were, was swallowed by the abyss. Oren's breath caught in her throat. Then why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you warn me? Her mother's eyes softened. I wanted to. I tried, but it was too late. By the time I realized the true extent of the damage, you were already marked by it. The abyss was inside you, Oren. That's why I had to leave. To protect you. Oren recoiled, her mind racing. Her thoughts were spinning so fast she could barely catch her breath. Marked by it. What did that even mean? Was she cursed? Had the darkness really always been a part of her, something she couldn't escape? Her mind flashed to the chains in her hands, the power that she had wielded. She felt it, the same connection, the same pull from the shadows. It had been inside her all along. But it didn't consume me, Oren said, her voice trembling with a mixture of fury and disbelief. I controlled it. I didn't let it take over. The woman's gaze softened, but it was tinged with sadness. You're strong, Oren, stronger than I could have imagined. But it's not over. The darkness you've been fighting is only part of the whole. It's a mirror, a reflection of what was once lost. And it won't stop until it has consumed everything, starting with you. Oren's pulse raced. Then what am I supposed to do? How do I stop it? The woman's expression became distant, her form flickering like a candle in the wind. The answers are locked within you, Oren. But the truth you seek will come at a cost. The final choice will be yours. But remember this. There is no turning back once the path is chosen. What cost? Oren demanded, stepping closer, her voice rising. What are you trying to tell me? But the woman's form began to fade, the light dimming around her. You must choose, Oren. You must choose who you are, and what you're willing to lose to save everything else. No, Oren shouted, reaching out to her mother's fading form, but her hand passed through her like a shadow. Come back, please. But there was no answer. The woman, her mother, was gone. And Oren was left standing in the silence, the abyss growing colder around her, the weight of her mother's words pressing down, like a vice. Choose. She had thought she understood her mission, her purpose. But, now, the path ahead felt more uncertain than ever. She wasn't just fighting for her life, for the world around her. She was fighting for her very soul. The power she had harnessed, the darkness she had come to know so intimately, could she truly control it? Or would it consume her, in the end? Oren took a deep breath, steeling herself for what came next. She didn't have the answers. But one thing was clear. She wasn't going to let the darkness win. Chapter 153. The Echoes of the Past. Oren's voice trembled as she stared at the figure before her. She could hardly believe her eyes. The woman who stood in the center of the dark void, shrouded in a ghostly light, was her mother. But this wasn't the mother she remembered. The woman who had held her in her arms, whispered words of comfort, and kissed her forehead goodnight. This was a ghost. A reflection. A memory. Mother? Oren whispered again, her voice barely more than a breath. The woman smiled, a sad, knowing smile, but her eyes. Oren's heart twisted. They were vacant, distant, as though something deep within her had long since gone cold. Is it truly you, Oren? The figure asked softly. You look so much like him. The words hit Oren like a dagger to the chest. Him. Her father. She hadn't spoken of him in years. He had disappeared when Oren was still a child, vanished without a trace, leaving only questions behind. Oren's heart hammered in her chest as she took a tentative step toward the figure. You left me. Why did you leave me? The woman's expression faltered for just a moment, a flicker of pain crossing her face before it was gone. I didn't leave you, Oren, she whispered, her voice carrying an edge of sorrow that made Oren's knees feel weak. I had to leave, for you. For all of us. Oren shook her head, disbelieving. What do you mean? You could have come back. I needed you. The woman reached out, her hand trembling as it hovered in the air. I couldn't. You were never supposed to find this place. None of this was meant to happen. Oren's heart skipped. What are you talking about? The figure stepped forward, her presence filling the air like an unsettling weight. Her once comforting warmth now felt cold, detached. This world, this reality, was never meant to be like this. Your father, he and I, we made a mistake. We tried to create something perfect, something beyond the bounds of the natural world, and in doing so, we disturbed the balance. The words hung in the air like smoke, curling around Oren, tightening with each passing second. She tried to comprehend what her mother was saying, but it was as if the truth was buried in layers of darkness, only fragments slipping through. We sought to escape the limitations of time, Oren. We wanted to control fate itself. Her mother's voice trembled with regret. But we didn't realize the consequences. The force you feel, the darkness that pulls you in, it was born from that mistake. The things we unleashed, the power we sought, it wasn't just magic. It was something far older. Something alive. Oren's stomach twisted. So, you and father, you created this? You will. In time. His voice dropped to a whisper, a promise that sent a chill down her spine. And when you do, you'll see that you are not the one controlling the darkness. It is controlling you. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and the shadows thickened, reaching out like tendrils, as if testing her resolve. Oren fought the rising panic in her chest, struggling to keep her footing. She could feel it, the pull of the abyss, tugging at her, trying to swallow her whole. It was more than just temptation now, it was a hunger, a force that was demanding to be fed. She closed her eyes, forcing herself to remember the words her mother had left her with. There is no turning back once the path is chosen. Was this what her mother had meant? Was this the moment? The choice? The chains in her hands burned, their heat searing through her palms, but she held on. She refused to let go. She refused to let the darkness win. No. The word was barely a whisper, but it felt like a declaration of war. I won't be your puppet. The man's smile faltered, a brief flicker of something, anger, crossing his features. But it was gone as quickly as it had come. We'll see. He stepped back, the shadows receding with him, his figure dissolving into the abyss. We'll see, Oren. You've made your choice. Now, let's see if it's the one that saves you, or destroys you. With those words hanging in the air like a curse, the darkness seemed to close in around her. The whispers grew louder, more frantic. Oren's heart raced in her chest as she fought to stay grounded, to keep herself from being consumed. But as the world around her began to collapse, something inside her snapped. The chains in her hands flared with light, brilliant, blinding, and for the first time, Oren felt something new. Not the cold, empty pull of the abyss, but a surge of raw, untapped power. She opened her eyes and looked at the chains, her fingers tightening around them. The abyss might have marked her, but it didn't own her. Not anymore. This is my choice. Oren's voice was fierce now, filled with a power she hadn't known she possessed. And I will not let it take me. The shadows recoiled, as if her words had struck them like a whip, and for a brief, fleeting moment, she felt a sense of control, a sense of power over the darkness. But she knew this wasn't over. The abyss would never truly let go. The choice she had made wasn't the end, it was only the beginning. And as the darkness swirled around her, Oren realized that she had stepped into the heart of the storm. Chapter 154. The Weight of the Abyss. Oren stood at the edge of the world, her heart pounding with the gravity of her mother's words. The eerie silence of the void wrapped itself around her, thick and suffocating. She could feel the pull of the abyss now more than ever, like a clawed hand trying to drag her deeper into its heart. But for the first time, she wasn't sure if the abyss was her enemy, or her destiny. The shadows around her seemed to whisper, their voices just beyond comprehension. Faint murmurs in a language she didn't recognize, but it was a language she could feel, seeping into her mind. The darkness, it wasn't just a force, it wasn't just power, it was a presence. It had a will of its own, a mind that had existed long before her. She clenched her fists, the chains in her hands tight with the weight of the decision she had yet to make. What was the right path? Was there a path at all? As if summoned by her thoughts, a figure appeared before her, stepping out from the swirling shadows. The man was tall, his presence commanding, yet his features were obscured by the darkness, as if the abyss itself had formed him. But Oren knew him. She had felt his energy before. You. The word slipped from her lips before she could stop it. I knew you were here. The figure smiled, but it was a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Did you? Or did you just finally admit to yourself what's been there all along? Oren narrowed her gaze. What do you want? The man stepped closer, his form becoming clearer with each step, the darkness around him pulling away like mist. I want what you've always wanted, Oren. Power. Control. The ability to shape your destiny. Oren's breath hitched, but she forced herself to stand firm. I'm not like you. I won't give in to the darkness. He chuckled, low and dangerous. Oh, but you already have. You always have. The difference between us, Oren, is that I embraced it. I made it my ally. Oren's chest tightened. You think that's what I want? To be like you? His eyes glinted with something dark, something ancient. You don't have a choice, Oren. You were born for this. You've always been bound to the darkness. It's not something you can fight off. Not anymore. Her fists clenched around the chains. I'm not you. I will never be you. The man's gaze flickered with amusement. You say that now. But when the time comes, you'll see that it's the only choice you have left. You'll either embrace it, or you'll be consumed by it. Oren shook her head. I don't believe that. For a moment, the man said nothing. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, he raised his hand, and the shadows around them stirred. The air grew colder, heavier, as if the abyss itself was waking. Oren's grip tightened on the chains, the glow intensifying as her emotions surged. She could feel the darkness crawling beneath her skin, seeping into her bones, urging her to give in, to embrace the power she had always been drawn to. The temptation was undeniable. No. Oren's voice rang out with more conviction than she had ever felt. I'm not a pawn. I will control this. The woman's form flickered, like a shadow about to vanish into the wind. You're already a part of it, Oren. There's no escaping your destiny. With that, she disappeared, the last trace of her presence fading into the darkness. Oren stood alone, her heart pounding, the weight of the woman's words heavy in her chest. For a moment, everything was still. Then the ground beneath her feet shifted, and the air grew colder. She wasn't alone. She could feel them the ones who had followed the abyss, willingly, the ones who had given up everything to be consumed by its power. They were watching her now, hidden in the shadows, waiting for the inevitable. Oren's heart pounded in her chest. She knew that the path ahead wasn't just a battle for power. It was a battle for her very soul. She took a deep breath, pushing aside the fear that threatened to overwhelm her. I will not fall. The words were quiet, but they held a promise, a vow that she would not allow the darkness to control her. Not like the woman, not like the ones who had surrendered. But as the shadows closed in around her, she couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The abyss had marked her, and whether she liked it or not, she was bound to its fate. Oren's grip tightened around the chains again, the light from within them growing brighter, as if in response to her defiance. But, as the darkness pressed in closer, she knew one thing for certain: no matter how strong the pull of the abyss, she would fight to the end. Chapter 155, The Unraveling Threads. Oren stood at the precipice of her decision, her heart still racing from the fierce surge of power that had surged through her. The chains in her hands glowed with an eerie light, pulsating with a life of their own, as though they had become a part of her, a conduit for the dark energy that surrounded her. The abyss, once a menacing force that threatened to swallow her whole, now seemed to recoil, as if wary of what she had just awakened within herself. But she couldn't relax. The air around her was thick with tension, and the whispers of the abyss, which had once been faint murmurs, now grew louder, sharper, more insistent. They clawed at her thoughts, a constant, maddening presence that sought to tear her focus apart. You've made a mistake. The voice was no longer just a whisper. It was a command, low and cold, as though it came from the very depths of the abyss itself. Oren spun around, her gaze narrowing as she tried to pinpoint the source of the voice. The shadows around her twisted and shifted, forming shapes that seemed to mock her, play with her senses. She couldn't trust her eyes, she couldn't trust the world around her. It felt as though the very fabric of reality was bending under the weight of her choice. Who's there? She demanded, her voice steady despite the fear that threatened to creep up on her. Out of the darkness, a figure materialized, tall, slender, and wrapped in shadows. It was a woman, but her features were obscured by a veil of darkness, her form ethereal and shifting, as though she was part of the abyss itself. It's me, the woman said, her voice like a cold wind that cut through the stillness. I warned you, Oren. The darkness will not be controlled. It is not a power to be wielded. It is a force to be obeyed. Oren's heart clenched. The woman's presence was familiar. Her voice was familiar. She knew this person. She had been the one to warn her long ago, to push her away from the abyss. But now, her tone was different, darker. I didn't choose this, Oren said, shaking her head. I was forced into this path. The abyss. The abyss doesn't force anyone, the woman interrupted, stepping closer, her voice full of quiet menace. It offers a choice. And you've made yours. The power you've embraced, there's no turning back from it. You'll become like me, like us. Oren's stomach twisted at the implication, her mind flashing back to the moment she had felt the surge of power, the moment she had rejected the abyss's offer, only to have it consume her anyway. The chains burned in her hands, their heat intensifying, and she knew that the woman before her was not an ally, but a harbinger of what she might become if she wasn't careful. I won't be like you, Oren said, her voice firm, but the doubt gnawed at her from the inside. I won't be swallowed by the abyss. The woman smiled, a smile that was both pitying and cruel. It's not about choice anymore, Oren. You've already started the process. You're no longer in control. The abyss has chosen you, and you're just another pawn in its game. Cain took a step closer, his gaze unwavering. I know, he said, softly, I've felt it too, but you're stronger than this. You always have been. Oren shook her head. She wasn't sure anymore. The power inside her, the chains in her hands, the whispers in her mind, they were all becoming one, a maelstrom of fear and desire. The abyss was patient, it was subtle, and it knew how to break a person down. But what if I can't control it? she asked, her voice breaking. What if I lose myself in the process? Kane's expression softened, and for a moment, Oren could see the man she had once known. The man who had always believed in her, even when she doubted herself. He reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder with a tenderness that belied the harshness of their surroundings. Then I'll be there to pull you back, he said simply. You don't have to fight this alone, Oren. You never have to. Oren swallowed hard, the weight of his words hitting her with the force of 1,000 storms. She wasn't alone. Not yet. The chains in her hands pulsed again, and this time, instead of fear, she felt something else, a spark of determination. Kane was right. She wasn't alone. Not with him by her side. Not with the strength she had cultivated over the years, the strength that had carried her through every trial, every battle. The abyss was powerful, but it wasn't invincible. I'm not giving up, she said, the words coming with a newfound conviction. I'll face this. I'll face the abyss. And I'll win. Kane's eyes gleamed with approval, but there was no time for celebration. The shadows in the abyss had begun to stir again, and, this time, they weren't just whispering. They were howling. The very air seemed to pulse with malevolent energy as the abyss responded to her defiance. It's not going to be easy, Kane warned, his voice tight. But if anyone can face the darkness and come out the other side, it's you. Oren took a deep breath, her grip tightening on the chains once more. The abyss could call all it wanted. She would never be its servant. Let's end this, Oren said, her voice like steel, as the chains blazed with unrelenting power. The ground trembled beneath her feet as the shadows surged forward, threatening to engulf her. But Oren was no longer afraid. With Kane at her side, with the strength of her resolve, she would face the abyss head on. And if it took everything she had to defeat it, then so be it. Chapter 156. The Abyss beckons. Oren stood at the heart of the abyss, the weight of her decision settling in like an iron shackle around her soul. The chains she held in her hands had gone cold, their once intense glow dimming into a faint, flickering light. It was as though the abyss was testing her resolve, watching closely to see whether she would fall into the depths, like so many before her. The shadows moved with a life of their own, swirling in patterns that suggested something was watching, waiting, judging. Her breath was shallow as she tried to steady herself. She couldn't let fear take hold, not now, not when everything was on the line. She had made her choice, and there was no going back. I will not be a pawn, she whispered to herself. I will control this power, not let it control me. But the whispers of the abyss were relentless, clawing at her thoughts like 1,000 unseen hands. They were everywhere, always just at the edge of her consciousness, threatening to pull her under. Oren clenched her fists, the chains biting into her skin, the weight of the choice now tangible. She thought of the woman, the one who had warned her, the one who had once stood as a mentor. The words she had spoken echoed in Oren's mind, each syllable like a curse. You've already started the process. You're no longer in control. Her heart clenched at the thought. Was she truly lost? Was there no escape from the abyss once its grip had taken hold? You're not alone, Oren. The voice came from behind her, low and soothing, as familiar as the pull of the abyss itself. Oren spun around, her eyes searching for the source of the sound, her heart racing. Out of the shadows emerged a figure. Not the woman she had seen before, but someone much more familiar, a man, tall and broad-shouldered, his dark eyes filled with an unsettling mixture of empathy and cold determination. His presence was both calming and unnerving. Kane? Oren breathed, the name slipping from her lips as though it were a prayer. Kane, her closest ally, the one person she had thought was lost forever, stood before her. His black armor shimmered under the dim light of the abyss, the symbols etched into it glowing faintly, with an eerie light. His presence brought both a sense of safety and dread, like the calm before a storm. I'm here, Oren. His voice was steady, but there was a flicker of concern in his eyes. You've called upon powers that even I cannot fully understand, but I won't let you face this alone. Oren's chest tightened at his words. She had always relied on Kane's strength, but this was different. The abyss wasn't something to be fought. It was a force, an all-consuming presence that tore at the very fabric of reality. You don't understand, Oren said, her voice trembling. The abyss, it's not just a force of power. It's a living thing, a hunger. I can feel it in me, Kane. I can feel it pulling at me, tempting me to give in. The ground beneath her shook violently, and a massive figure began to rise from the depths. An ancient form, cloaked in shadow, its eyes glowing with a sickly yellow light. It was the heart of the abyss, a being older than time itself, its power a reflection of every soul it had consumed. It towered over her, an overwhelming presence, its very form bending the space around it. You are nothing but a shadow, Oren growled, barely able to meet the gaze of the abyss's core. And I will burn you away. With a swift motion, she slammed the chains into the ground, the force of the impact sending a shockwave that ripped through the air, breaking the silence. The chains vibrated with the energy they had absorbed from the abyss, and for a brief, fleeting moment, the abyss seemed to hesitate. Kane's voice broke through the chaos. Oren, wait. The heart of the abyss. It's not just a force, it's you. Her heart skipped a beat. What? Kane stepped forward, his face grim. The abyss feeds on fear, on despair. It feeds on the darkness inside of us all. You have to understand, it's not a thing you can defeat. It's a part of you. Oren's stomach lurched. She had suspected as much, but hearing it out loud, hearing that the abyss was tied to her, to the very essence of what made her Oren, was something else entirely. Her mind began to swirl with conflicting emotions: anger, fear, confusion, and something far more unsettling, guilt. Oren faltered, the weight of his words pressing against her chest. I didn't. You didn't know, Kane interrupted, his voice softer now. But you do now. The abyss isn't just your enemy. It's your shadow. You can't fight it, but you can control it. Her fingers tightened around the chains. The abyss. Her shadow. The words reverberated through her like a warning bell, and she felt something inside her stir. A deep, primal part of herself that had long been buried beneath layers of fear and self-doubt. Could she control it? Could she truly master the very thing that had once threatened to destroy her? She swallowed hard, closing her eyes for a brief moment, centering herself. When her eyes opened again, they burned with fierce determination. I don't have to destroy it, she whispered, more to herself than to anyone else. I just have to make it mine. A burst of energy shot from the chains as they fused with her will. The abyss howled in rage, but Oren's power, her control, had already taken root. The shadows writhed, twisting around her as they tried to pull her back into the depths. But she stood firm, her spirit unyielding. For the first time, the abyss was not something to be feared. It was something to harness. And with that realization, Oren stepped forward, the abyss parting before her like a path of blackened stone, the chains glowing fiercely in her hands as she walked deeper into the darkness. Chapter 157. Into the depths. The air around Oren grew heavier, suffocating in its oppressive silence. The abyss stretched before her, an endless chasm of darkness, its edges trembling with the force of an unseen storm. Each step she took seemed to echo through the void, and for a moment, she almost believed she could hear her own heartbeat, as if the abyss itself were waiting for her to falter, to surrender. But she wouldn't. Not now. Not after everything she had sacrificed to reach this point. Her breath steadied as she felt the cold metal of the chains in her grip, their jagged edges cutting into her palms as they thrummed with an energy that matched her pulse. Oren's resolve hardened like stone, and in the distance, she could see the flickering light of Kane's figure. The distance between them was shrinking, yet the abyss was growing, ever hungry, as though it were feeding on the very fear she had once harbored. We're almost there, Kane's voice reached her, calm yet filled with an urgency that mirrored her own. His footsteps were steady, unwavering, a pillar of strength in this suffocating place. But even he, with all his might, couldn't suppress the tension in his words. Oren nodded, not trusting herself to speak. She wasn't sure if the abyss was in her mind, or if it was something far more tangible, something ancient and forgotten. Either way, the whispers were getting louder, their clawing fingers slipping through her thoughts. The shadows in the corner of her eyes flickered and writhed, feeding off her hesitation, testing her will. "You're stronger than this," Kane said, more to himself than to her. But Oren caught the edge of doubt in his voice. He could sense it too, the power the abyss had over them. But he had never seen her like this, not truly. Oren wasn't just a warrior now, she had become something else, something more than even she fully understood. Her eyes narrowed as she focused on the dark horizon ahead. The abyss wanted her to give in. It wanted her to succumb to its will, to let it consume her as it had countless others. But Oren was no longer the same woman who had stumbled into this void. She had crossed oceans of pain, fought battles in her own mind, and faced horrors no one should ever endure. "I won't let it take me," she murmured, her voice as cold and sharp as the chains she held. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath her, and the shadows surged forward, coalescing into forms, distorted, half-formed beings that had no place in the world of the living. They whispered her name in a chorus of agony, their voices like nails scraping across metal, hollow and desperate. The very earth seemed to quake in their presence, as if the abyss itself were reacting to her defiance. Kane's figure loomed closer, his eyes flicking between Oren and the twisted beings that emerged from the depths. Oren, but his warning was too late. Oral's instinct kicked in before she could even think. She twisted the chains in her hands, their power flaring to life as a torrent of energy exploded from within them. The beings recoiled, hissing in pain as they were scorched by the raw power she unleashed. The chains danced in the air, their energy crackling like a storm, their forms shifting between light and shadow as they absorbed the force of the abyss. Oren didn't stop. She couldn't afford to. "You think you can control me?" she shouted, her voice reverberating through the abyss. "I am not a puppet for you to pull. I will not bow to your whispers, your lies. I think it's trying to open something." Oren's voice trembled, but not in fear. This was something new, something that both terrified and exhilarated her. "It's trying to break free." Kane's expression darkened, and for the first time, Oren saw the weight of the abyss reflected in his eyes. "If it breaks free, no one will be able to control it. Not even you." Before Oren could respond, the ground beneath them split open, with a deafening roar. The abyss seemed to explode, its power surging forward like a tidal wave. Shadows stretched and split, forming into monstrous shapes. Creatures born from the very heart of the abyss. Their twisted forms impossibly large, each one an amalgamation of nightmare and desire. They hissed, their eyes burning with an unnatural light, fixated on Oren as though they knew her intimately. The chains in her hands pulsed again, as if answering the call of the abyss's creatures. But Oren didn't flinch. She couldn't. "Stay close," Kane commanded, moving in front of her as if to shield her from the oncoming tide. "We need to break through. We can't stay here." But Oren had already made her decision. "No," she said, her voice unwavering. "I won't run. Not anymore. It's time to end this." Without another word, she thrust the chains forward, their energy crackling through the air, slicing through the shadows with ease. The abyss fought back, its creatures lashing out with terrifying speed, but Oren met them head-on. She was no longer just a girl trapped in the abyss. She was its master, and every swing of the chains was an assertion of her dominance. Kane watched in stunned silence as Oren fought, her power flowing freely, raw and unrestrained. It was as if the abyss had become her weapon, and with every movement, she shaped it into something new, something hers. "Oren, stop," Kane shouted, fear creeping into his voice. "You're going too far." But it was too late. The abyss roared in fury, its power swelling, its form shifting as though it were being pulled into something greater, something far more dangerous. Oren could feel it, a presence, something ancient, stirring deep within the heart of the abyss. And it wasn't just a force of destruction. It was a force of creation. "This isn't over," Oren whispered, her eyes locked onto the churning mass of shadows that now surrounded them. This is only the beginning. Chapter 158. The Abyss awakens. Oren's every step felt like a declaration, a claim over the darkness that had once threatened to swallow her whole. The abyss, once an impenetrable void, seemed to bend to her will as the chains crackled with energy, their dark power resonating in the air around her. The deeper she walked, the more she felt the pulse of the abyss, its heartbeat matching her own, as if it were becoming an extension of herself. But with that power came an undeniable weight, an ancient, dangerous force that had never known restraint. Cain kept pace behind her, his eyes darting between the shadows that clawed at the edges of their path, his expression unreadable. He was silent now, sensing that this moment wasn't just about defeating the abyss. It was about understanding it. And Oren was the key to that understanding. The deeper they ventured, the more the abyss seemed to warp, shifting around them, its tendrils of shadow curling and writhing, like living things. Oren could feel the pressure building, the darkness pressing in on all sides, but it no longer terrified her. She had learned to breathe in its depth, to embrace the pull of its gravity instead of resisting it. Do you feel it? Cain's voice broke the silence, barely above a whisper. The abyss is waking, Oren. It's recognizing you. Her heart skipped. She hadn't thought about that. The abyss was alive, yes, but could it truly know her? Could it sense the changes she had wrought within herself, the new power that had taken root deep inside? Oren's hand tightened around the chains, her knuckles whitening, as if she could feel the abyss reacting to her grasp. It was strange, like the chains themselves were living things, their power both ancient and modern, drawing from the very core of the abyss. But the true question lingered. Did she have control over it, or was it merely biding its time, waiting for her to slip up, to falter? We can't keep moving blindly, Cain continued, his voice low, but full of urgency. The abyss doesn't just recognize you. It knows your past, your fears. It's reading every part of your soul, Oren. You have to be careful. I'm aware, Oren replied, her voice steady. But I'm not afraid anymore. As the words left her mouth, the ground beneath her feet trembled violently. The shadows surged forward, coiling around her legs, pulling her deeper into the abyss. The power that had once been an ally now felt like a shackle. But Oren refused to give in. She lifted the chains higher, drawing on the energy she had learned to wield, and with a burst of light, the shadows recoiled. Yet, they didn't retreat. Instead, they pressed forward in a wave, as though testing her resolve. The abyss was pushing her, challenging her to go further. It wants something from you, Cain said, his voice tinged with something more than concern now. Something it hasn't asked of anyone before. You're not just its victim, Oren, you're its key. Oren's breath caught. Its key? The realization hit her like a thunderclap. She wasn't just facing the abyss, she was unlocking it. The chains in her hands pulsed with power, resonating with the very core of the abyss itself. The ground beneath them shook again, more violently this time, as if the very foundations of the abyss were crumbling. The creatures began to scream, their cries filling the air like a chorus of the damned. And then, in an instant, everything went still. For a brief, terrifying moment, it seemed as though the abyss had fallen silent. The shadows no longer moved, and the air was thick, with an oppressive stillness that weighed down on them both. Oren held her breath, sensing the shift in the air. Something was changing. The abyss was no longer just reacting to her, it was listening. It was waiting. Suddenly, the shadows began to retreat, but not in the way Oren had expected. They were pulling back, but in a slow, deliberate way, as if they were fearing something. And then, a voice, low, guttural, ancient, reached her ears. You dare awaken me? Oren's breath caught in her throat. It wasn't just the abyss speaking, it was it. The true force at the heart of the abyss. The entity that had been bound in the deepest corners of the world, imprisoned for eons. It was waking up, and it knew her name. I am not your puppet, Oren responded, her voice strong, but filled with a cold fury. I will not be your tool. The voice laughed, a deep, rumbling sound that echoed through the very walls of the abyss. You are my tool, little one. You always have been. Kane's eyes widened in horror as he watched Oren. He knew she was strong, but this was something beyond his comprehension. The abyss had always been an unyielding force, an endless void that consumed all who came near. But Oren was different. She had tapped into something no one else ever had, and the abyss, it was trying to break free through her. Oren, don't listen to it. Kane shouted, his voice desperate. This is exactly what I was afraid of. You don't know what you're inviting. But Oren didn't respond. Her eyes were locked on the swirling mass of shadows, her expression unreadable. She could feel the pull, the power of the abyss, beckoning her to dive deeper, to embrace its darkness fully. And for the first time, she felt a sense of purpose, a clarity that she had never known before. No, Kane, Oren whispered. I'm not afraid anymore. The abyss roared in approval, and the ground beneath their feet cracked open once again, this time with a force so powerful, it felt as though the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. The question now was no longer whether Oren could control the abyss. It was whether she could survive it. Chapter 159. The Shifting Tides. Oren stood in the eye of the storm, the abyss swirling violently around her, an unpredictable force that pulsed with ancient, malevolent energy. She could feel it now, more than ever. The abyss wasn't just a place of darkness. It was a living, breathing entity, with its own will, its own desires. And it had chosen her as its vessel. But the question lingered like an ominous shadow. Was she truly in control, or was she merely a pawn in its grand design? Kane, his brow furrowed with worry, remained close but cautious. He had never seen the abyss in this form, this raw, untamed chaos that seemed to consume everything it touched. It wasn't just her power that was growing, it was the abyss itself, adapting and evolving, as though it were learning from Oren, becoming something new. Something even more dangerous. Oren, this isn't what you think, Kane said, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and urgency. You're awakening something you can't control. I've seen this before. Oren barely acknowledged his words. Her eyes were locked on the massive shadows, the creatures that now crawled out from the depths, their forms shifting like liquid nightmares. Some were humanoid, their twisted features contorted in grotesque mockeries of life, while others were monstrous, their eyes glowing with a malevolent hunger. They were drawn to her, to the power she was emitting, power that seemed to stir the abyss itself. I'm not afraid, Oren muttered under her breath, as if the words were meant to reassure herself more than anyone else. Her hands gripped the chains tighter, feeling the surge of energy coursing through them. It wasn't just darkness she was channeling now, it was everything the abyss had ever been. This is my destiny, Kane. You don't understand. I'm not the victim here. Kane's expression softened, but the fear in his eyes remained. He could see the conviction in Oren's face, but he also saw the danger. The abyss didn't just accept its masters, it consumed them, twisted them into something unrecognizable. Oren had no idea what she was truly facing. No one did. Then what do you think you're doing? Kane asked, his voice low, but full of an urgency that couldn't be ignored. The abyss is a prison, Oren. It's not meant to be controlled. It's meant to be contained. Oren's eyes flashed with something akin to defiance, but beneath it, there was a flicker of doubt. Contain it? For how long? She asked, her voice breaking slightly. I've been trapped in this abyss my whole life, Kane. But now I have the power to break free. Before he could respond, the abyss seemed to pulse with a dark energy. The shadows twisted and writhed, their forms bending and stretching unnaturally. They were no longer just creatures, they were an extension of the abyss itself, living manifestations of its will. You don't understand what you're dealing with, Kane said. Again, stepping closer, his hand reaching out to try and grasp Oren's arm. You're not just unlocking the abyss, Oren. You're merging with it, you're becoming part of it, and there's no coming back from that. Oren's gaze snapped to Kane, her eyes filled with an intensity that sent a chill down his spine. There's no coming back from anything, Cain, she said, her voice dark, her words biting like cold steel. Not for me. Not for anyone. I've been living in the shadows for too long. It's time to step into the light. What are you going to do now? Cain asked, his voice breaking through the tension in the air. You've given yourself to the abyss, but it will destroy you. It will consume you. Oren's smile faded, but her gaze remained unshaken. Maybe. But I will never be weak again. I will never be trapped again. And with those words, the abyss roared once more, shaking the earth beneath them. The ground trembled violently, and the walls of the abyss seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Cain stumbled back as the shadows deepened, thickening with an unnatural weight. Something was shifting. The very nature of the abyss was changing, evolving, adapting to Oren's will. It was no longer just an ancient force of darkness. It was something new, something that had never existed before. The creatures, the shadows that had once been mere reflections of the abyss, now seemed to take on a life of their own. They no longer crawled aimlessly, they moved with purpose, with direction. Oren's power had given them form, and now they were turning on her, their eyes burning with the same hunger that had once driven the abyss itself. Oren, Cain whispered, his voice heavy with dread. You've awoken something you can't control. It's evolving. It's becoming something else, something worse. Oren's eyes flickered with something that could have been fear, but it was gone in an instant. She clenched her fists, feeling the surge of power within her. The abyss was changing, but she would not let it consume her, not yet. She had to fight, not just for control, but for her very soul. I will control it, Oren hissed, her voice sharp and commanding. I will not be consumed. I will become it. The shadows around her writhed, and a terrible wind swept through the abyss. The creatures howled, their twisted bodies contorting as they formed a massive, undulating wave of darkness. It surged toward Oren, a tidal wave of pure, unbridled force. But Oren didn't flinch. She raised her hands, and the abyss obeyed her command. The wave of darkness shattered before her, splitting into 1,000 fragments that scattered like smoke. Oren stood at the center of it, her body pulsing with the raw power of the abyss. She was no longer just a part of it, she was its very heart. You were right about one thing, Cain, Oren said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. This isn't who I was meant to be. It's who I was always meant to become. Chapter 160, The Abyss. Awakes. The air trembled with the weight of ancient power, vibrating as though the very essence of reality itself was being stretched thin. Oren felt it. The abyss, the force she had longed to control, the darkness she had embraced, was now pulsing in sync with her heartbeat, each thrum of its energy becoming part of her. It was no longer just a tool at her disposal, it was an extension of her being. She reached out with trembling hands, feeling the shadows swirl around her like a living thing. It responded, as if sensing her every thought, every flicker of intent. Oren closed her eyes, breathing deeply. She could feel it, the void, the endless expanse of the abyss. She was becoming it, and it was becoming her. What have you done? Cain's voice cut through the silence, raw with fear and disbelief. You're merging with it, Oren. This isn't you. You're losing yourself. But Oren couldn't hear him, not really. She could feel his presence, but it was distant, a faint echo in her mind. Her focus was consumed by the abyss, by the power surging through her veins. This was what she had always been meant for. This was the path she had been born to walk. She had fought against the abyss for so long, tried to escape it, but now she understood. There was no escaping it. There was only submission, only acceptance. The shadows danced around her, twisting into shapes that seemed to mock her every fear. They were the whispers of 1,000 souls, lost to the abyss, their forms shifting like smoke, their eyes burning with an insatiable hunger. Oren's power surged, and the shadows bowed before her, acknowledging her as their new queen. You cannot control me, Oren whispered, her voice cold, but laced with something darker. You never could. The abyss responded with a roar, louder than any storm, deeper than any thunder. It was a sound that shook the very foundations of existence, and in that moment, Oren felt the full weight of its presence. She wasn't just controlling it anymore. She had become it. Cain took a step back, his heart pounding in his chest. He had seen this before, but never like this. The abyss had a way of claiming those who sought to control it, twisting them into its servants. Oren had become the very thing she had feared, the very thing she had sworn she would never be. And now, there was no going back. Oren, Cain's voice trembled with a mix of pleading and despair. Please, listen to me. You don't have to do this. This isn't you. But Oren's eyes, those eyes that had once held warmth and humanity, were now cold, empty. She looked at him, but there was no recognition in her gaze. The abyss had taken her, body and soul. She was no longer the girl who had once stood beside him. She was something else, something darker. You're wrong, Cain, she said, her voice soft, but filled with an eerie certainty. This is me. This is who I've always been. With a snap of her fingers, the abyss responded, its tendrils of shadow weaving together like a tapestry, shaping itself into something solid, something powerful. It rose from the ground, forming a dark mirror of Oren, a twisted reflection of her. She smiled, her lips curving with a satisfaction that sent a chill down Cain's spine. She was no longer a victim of the abyss. She was its mistress. Oren, please, Cain whispered, his voice breaking. I can't fight you. I can't fight the abyss. But I can fight for you. But Oren's gaze remained unyielding. She was no longer the woman he had known. The abyss had taken her, body and soul, and now it was turning her into something unrecognizable. The shadows erupted around them, forming into a massive, writhing mass of darkness. It was alive, a living manifestation of the abyss's power, and it towered over them like a storm ready to tear the world apart. You think you can save me, Cain? Oren's voice echoed with the weight of the abyss, a deep, resounding timbre that seemed to shake the very foundations of reality. You've never understood. You've never truly understood the abyss. It's not something to control. It's something to become. And with those words, the abyss roared, a sound that shook the heavens themselves. The darkness surged forward, engulfing everything in its path. But Cain stood his ground, a fierce determination in his eyes. I won't lose you, Oren, he said, his voice steady despite the chaos. I'll do whatever it takes to bring you back. And in that moment, as the abyss closed in around them, something shifted within Oren. For just a fleeting second, the light of the woman she once was flickered in her eyes. But it was gone, as quickly as it had appeared, swallowed up by the overwhelming power of the abyss. The ancient entity that had been locked away within the abyss stirred once again, its presence so immense, so overwhelming, that it threatened to consume everything in its wake. It was a being of pure destruction, older than time itself, and it had been waiting for the perfect moment to break free. Cain didn't know if he could win. But he knew one thing for certain. If he didn't stop the abyss now, it would devour everything. And Oren, the woman he loved, would be lost forever. Chapter 161. The Ancient Awakening. The abyss had consumed her, and yet, in its depths, Oren found something unexpected. A presence, an ancient, slumbering force, that had lain dormant for centuries, began to stir. It was not a shadow, nor was it a creature of the abyss. No, it was something far older, something far more powerful. And it was watching her. Oren's eyes flickered as she felt it, something stirring beneath the surface of her mind. The abyss wasn't just a force to control. It was a prison that held something locked away in its endless void. Something that had been bound for eons, waiting for the right moment to break free. She felt its hunger, a deep, gnawing emptiness that resonated with the very core of her being. She understood now. The abyss was not just a source of power. It was a prison for an ancient evil, an entity so old and so powerful that even the abyss itself could not contain it forever. But now, with Oren's transformation, it was awakening. What is this? Oren whispered to herself, her voice trembling, with the realization that she was not just a vessel for the abyss, but its new master. And yet, something darker, something more dangerous, lurked just beneath the surface. Cain stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with fear. He had seen Oren embrace the abyss, but this was something new, something that had never been part of the darkness she had once controlled. He could see the shift in her, the way her power now pulsed erratically, as if it no longer belonged to her. Oren, you have to fight it. Cain cried out, his voice frantic. This is not you. The abyss is waking something. Something that will devour everything. You need to control it, now. But Oren was no longer listening to him. The abyss was no longer a tool. It was a part of her, and the ancient presence within it was growing stronger with every passing second. She could feel it in her bones, in her very soul. The entity was rising, and its power was undeniable. No, Cain, Oren's voice was cold and distant, like the chill of the abyss itself. I'm not the one who needs to fight. You are. The shadows around her began to swirl faster, coiling together like serpents preparing to strike. Oren's eyes glowed with an eerie light, the very air around her bending and warping as the abyss responded to her call. The presence within the abyss was growing stronger, more tangible, and with each passing moment, Oren felt herself becoming less and less herself. This isn't you, Oren. Fight it, Cain shouted, desperation in his voice. But Oren's smile was cold, almost predatory, as she turned her gaze to him. The abyss had wrapped itself around her heart, and she could feel the power coursing through her veins like wildfire. She was becoming something more than human. Something darker, something immortal. You don't understand, Cain, Oren said softly, her voice barely a whisper, yet it cut through the air with a chilling clarity. I've seen the truth. This power, this abyss, it's a gift. It's who I was always meant to be. The shadows around her thickened, forming into tendrils that snaked toward Cain, their dark forms reaching for him like hands of doom. He took a step back, his heart racing. He knew this was it, the point of no return. If he didn't stop Oren now, she would be lost forever. But how could he fight her? How could he fight the abyss? Oren's lips curled into a faint, mirthless smile. Choose, she echoed. I've already chosen, Cain. The abyss is my choice. It always has been. With a wave of her hand, the shadows surged toward Cain, twisting and lashing out like 1,000 serpents. The power of the abyss enveloped him, pulling at him, trying to drag him into its crushing void. But Cain stood firm, his feet rooted to the ground as the shadows writhed and twisted around him. You still don't get it, do you? Oren's voice was a low growl, as if the abyss itself was speaking through her. You're not the one who decides what happens here. I am. The shadows constricted tighter, and Cain gasped, his body straining against the crushing pressure. His vision blurred, and the world around him seemed to spin, but he refused to let go. He refused to lose her. No, he whispered through gritted teeth, his voice laced with desperation and determination. You haven't lost yourself yet. You're still in there, Oren. I know you are. You're not the abyss. You're more than that. For a brief moment, there was silence. The shadows paused, the oppressive weight of the abyss lifting just slightly. Oren's eyes flickered, a flash of something human, something familiar, before they returned to their cold, abyssal glow. I'm not the woman you knew anymore, Cain, she said softly, almost sadly. But I will never be your enemy. Not truly. You're still free. But I've already made my choice. And with that, the abyss surged once more, its tendrils tightening around Cain, pushing him back, away from her. The darkness consumed him, his breath stolen from his lungs as he was engulfed by the shadows. But as he was swallowed by the abyss, Cain held on to one hope. A glimmer of the woman he loved, faint, but alive. And as long as that spark remained, he would keep fighting. For her. For them. Chapter 162. The Reckoning. The abyss pulsed with an unnerving rhythm, its heartbeat echoing like a drumbeat in the silence. Oren stood at the center of it all, her figure shrouded by the shadow that clung to her like a second skin. She had become something beyond comprehension, something more than human, yet something less than what she once was. Cain could feel the weight of the abyss pressing down on him, suffocating him. His chest tightened with the overwhelming power emanating from the dark entity that surrounded Oren. He had never felt so small, so powerless. And yet, in the face of this nightmare, he could not bring himself to turn away. He would not, could not, abandon her. Oren, he called, his voice raw and desperate. Please, don't do this. Fight it. But the woman he once knew was gone, replaced by something far darker. Oren's eyes glowed with an eerie, unnatural light, an abyssal fire that flickered and shifted like the very void itself. She turned to him slowly, her gaze devoid of warmth, cold as the shadow that clung to her. I don't need to fight it, Cain, Oren replied, her voice a low, haunting whisper. I've already won. I've become it. The words struck him like a blade. There was no trace of the woman he loved in her tone, no flicker of hesitation or doubt. The abyss had taken her completely, devoured her in ways that even he couldn't fully understand. But there was something else, something he couldn't shake, a spark of her that still lingered, buried beneath the layers of darkness. It was faint, but it was there. Cain stepped forward, despite the oppressive force of the abyss, threatening to drag him down. I won't let you become this, he said, his voice shaking with conviction. Oren, you're still in there. I know you are. For a moment, her expression softened, just the slightest bit. The faintest flicker of something familiar crossed her face, a fleeting glimpse of the woman who once smiled at him in the quiet moments. But the abyss quickly smothered it, and the cold mask returned. You don't understand, Cain, she said, her voice growing colder with each word. You've never understood. The abyss is not a curse, not a prison. It's a freedom to shed all weakness, all limitation. I am beyond everything now. The abyss swirled around her, the shadows coiling tighter, wrapping her in their dark embrace. She was becoming something more than just a vessel for the abyss. She was becoming its master, its avatar, its very embodiment. And in that transformation, she was losing herself. Cain's heart clenched as he realized the truth. Oren had already chosen this path. There was no saving her from herself anymore. But there was one thing he could do. One last thing that might give her a chance to find herself again. If you're truly beyond everything, Cain said, his voice steady now, despite the fear gnawing at him, then prove it. Prove that you can still choose. The shadows around him stirred, as if the abyss itself was listening. The towering figure before him shifted, its form rippling like liquid darkness. A voice, deep, booming, and ancient, echoed through the cavern. You cannot save her, the voice rumbled, a cold, dispassionate tone that seemed to reverberate in Cain's very bones. The abyss has already claimed her. She is ours now. Cain's fists clenched, his teeth grinding in defiance. No, she's not yours, he spat. She's mine, and I'll fight for her until the end. The figure before him laughed, a sound that echoed like 1,000 whispers in the dark. Foolish mortal, it hissed. You think you can fight the abyss? You think you can fight destiny? Cain stood tall, despite the overwhelming presence of the abyss pressing down on him. I don't need to fight it. I need to understand it. The shadows recoiled, as if the very idea of understanding the abyss was a foreign concept. The figure's form flickered, warping, as if in confusion. Understand? You cannot understand something beyond your comprehension. The abyss is not to be understood. It is to be embraced. Cain's gaze hardened. I don't need to embrace it. I just need to save her. And with that, he stepped forward, the ground beneath him cracking with the force of his determination. As he approached the figure, the shadows seemed to recoil, as if the abyss itself was afraid of him. Cain knew that this was his chance. The darkness was strong, yes, but it was also afraid. Afraid of the light within him. Afraid of the humanity that still burned in his chest. With every step, Cain felt the weight of the abyss lifting. The closer he got to the heart of the abyss, the more the shadows seemed to lose their power. He reached out, his fingers brushing against the pulsating core of darkness. And in that moment, a surge of energy coursed through him, raw, untamed, and ancient. The abyss trembled. No, the figure howled, its form destabilizing, flickering like a dying star. You cannot undo what has been done. But Kane's grip tightened, and the abyss shuddered. I can, he said quietly, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. I can. Because I believe in her. I believe in us. The core of the abyss cracked, its dark energy beginning to dissipate, but not before a final, desperate wave of darkness surged toward him, threatening to pull him into the void. Kane gritted his teeth and pushed forward, his body straining with the effort, but his resolve unbroken. And then, in an instant, everything stopped. The abyss was still. Oren's voice, faint but unmistakable, whispered through the void. Kane? It was her. She was still there. And the fight was far from over. Chapter 163. The Descent. Into the Abyss. Kane's mind raced as the oppressive darkness consumed him, suffocating him with every passing second. His breath became shallow, his heart pounding in his chest like a war drum. The shadows twisted around him, biting at his skin, seeping into his very soul. But amidst the chaos, something stirred deep within him, a spark of defiance, a flicker of hope that refused to die. He could feel the abyss pressing in on him from all sides, its weight nearly unbearable. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp and bend under the sheer power of it. But Kane clung to the memory of Oren, the woman he once knew, the woman he loved, and refused to let go. I won't let you go, Oren, he whispered through the darkness, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. I won't let the abyss claim you. The shadows twisted in response, surging toward him like a tidal wave. He could feel their malevolent force, pulling at him, dragging him deeper into the void. But Kane didn't resist. Instead, he allowed himself to be swallowed by the abyss, letting it take him where it would. He descended, falling through the darkness, the weight of the abyss growing heavier with each passing moment. But then, amidst the endless black, he felt it, something different, something powerful. A pulse, a rhythm, the very heartbeat of the abyss itself. It was the source of the abyss's power, the core from which it all emanated. Kane knew instinctively that if he could reach the core, if he could understand it, then he might have a chance to save Oren. But it wouldn't be easy. The abyss was alive, and it would fight to keep him from its heart. His body shuddered with the strain, his limbs aching as he pressed forward, each step a battle against the oppressive darkness that sought to drown him. But his resolve remained unshaken. Oren's face, her smile, her laugh, the way she looked at him with those deep, soulful eyes, kept him going. He wouldn't stop. He couldn't stop. Suddenly, the darkness parted, and Kane found himself standing in a vast, cavernous space. The air was thick with energy, pulsating, like the rhythm of a living heart. He could feel the abyss all around him, its power seeping through the very ground beneath his feet. At the center of the space stood a towering figure, a being made entirely of darkness, its form constantly shifting and changing, as if it were not bound by the same laws of reality that governed everything else. It was the heart of the abyss, the source of its power. Kane's heart skipped a beat as he realized that he was standing before the very essence of what had claimed Oren. This was the force that had corrupted her, that had twisted her into the cold, calculating entity she had become. And yet, despite the overwhelming presence of the abyss, Kane didn't feel fear. Instead, he felt a strange sense of determination. This was the moment. This was where he could make a choice. Oren, he whispered, his voice cutting through the overwhelming silence. I'm here. I'm not going to let you be lost to this. Hold on, Oren, Kane whispered, his voice full of determination. I'm coming for you. We're getting out of here together. And then, as if responding to his words, the light surged forward, breaking through the final layer of darkness, flooding the void with warmth. The abyss screamed one final time, its power dissolving into nothingness as the last remnants of its influence faded away. For a moment, everything was still. The void was silent, its oppressive weight lifted. Cain stood alone, his breath coming in shallow gasps, his heart still racing. The world around him was empty, devoid of the chaos that had once consumed it. But as he looked around, he knew that the battle wasn't over. Not yet. A faint sound reached his ears, the soft, almost imperceptible, sound of someone breathing. Cain's heart leapt in his chest. He turned, eyes scanning the empty space, until he saw it. Oren, lying on the ground, her body still, but her chest rising and falling, with the shallow rhythm of life. He rushed to her side, his hands trembling as he gently touched her face. Her skin was cold to the touch, her eyes closed, but there was a faint warmth lingering within her. Cain's heart broke at the sight, but he refused to let despair take him. Oren, he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. Please, come back to me. Her fingers twitched, then slowly, almost imperceptibly, she stirred. Cain's breath caught in his throat as her eyelids fluttered open, revealing the familiar depth of her gaze. She looked at him, confusion clouding her eyes at first, but then, slowly, recognition washed over her face. Cain, her voice was a whisper, fragile and weak, but it was there. She was still there. Cain smiled through his tears, his heart swelling with relief. I'm here, Oren, I'm right here. For a moment, the two of them simply stared at each other, the world around them silent and still. The abyss was gone. The darkness that had once consumed them both had been shattered. But the journey was far from over. Oren's voice, weak but steady, broke the silence. The abyss. It wasn't just a place. It was a part of me, wasn't it? Cain nodded, his expression somber but filled with determination. Yes. But it's not who you are. You're more than that, Oren. You always have been. She reached out, her hand trembling as she placed it in his. Then, we have to rebuild, don't we? Cain squeezed her hand, his heart full of hope. Yes. Together. We'll rebuild everything. And we'll never let the darkness win again. And as the two of them stood there, in the heart of the void that had once been their prison, they knew that their battle was far from over. But as long as they had each other, there was no darkness they couldn't face. Chapter 164. The Unraveling of Truth. Cain's mind reeled as the abyss seemed to retreat, its oppressive grip loosening, but only slightly. It was as if it was testing him, gauging whether he could truly withstand its power. But Cain had come too far to falter now. Oren's voice still echoed in his mind, a soft whisper in the vast, empty void. Cain. His heart surged with renewed hope. Oren, he called into the dark expanse, his voice breaking through the stillness like a beacon. I'm here, I'm not letting you go. But the abyss was not done. It recoiled like a wounded beast, surging back with a fury that seemed to shake the very foundations of the world. Shadows coiled around Cain's legs, pulling him downward, trying to drag him back into the void. It was a desperate, violent attempt to reclaim him, to drown him in its eternal darkness. Yet Cain refused to give in. With every ounce of strength he had left, he fought back, pushing against the overwhelming pull. In that moment, the figure of darkness, once towering and omnipotent, began to flicker and distort, its form collapsing in on itself. The abyss was trying to hold on to the last remnants of its power, but it was fading, unraveling before Cain's unwavering resolve. The dark whispers that had once filled the space were now frantic, desperate, as if even the abyss itself realized that it was on the verge of being destroyed. No, the voice of the abyss cried out, its tone a mixture of rage and fear. You think you can defeat me? You are nothing compared to the endless void. Cain's fists clenched at his sides, the power of the abyss surging through his veins. But instead of succumbing to it, he used it, harnessed it, turning the darkness into fuel for his own fire. I am not nothing, he growled, his voice resonating with defiance. I am not some lost soul to be devoured. I will fight for her, for Oren, and I will tear this abyss apart if I have to. With a roar that echoed through the vast, collapsing void, Cain surged forward, his body becoming a blur of light and shadow as he barreled toward the heart of the abyss. The entity that had once been its figurehead writhed and shrieked in agony, its form shattering into a million shards of darkness, each one dissolving into nothingness. But as Cain reached the core, a final surge of resistance came from the abyss. A storm of pure, unrelenting darkness. A wave of despair so intense it threatened to crush him. He could feel the weight of it, the endless pressure of the abyss attempting to swallow him whole. But deep inside, Cain found something that the abyss couldn't touch, his love for Oren. Oren, he shouted, the name burning in his chest like a beacon. You're not alone. I won't leave you to this darkness. For a moment, the storm paused, as if stunned by the force of his words. And then, in the distance, a flicker of light appeared. A single, solitary spark of warmth amid the cold void. It grew, slowly. At first, like a tiny star fighting to survive. The light stretched, expanded, and Cain felt the pull of it, a gentle force drawing him in. It was Oren. Her presence, her essence, was still there, trapped beneath the layers of darkness, but it was fighting to rise to the surface. With every step, Cain felt the weight of the abyss lessening, the pressure of its dark tendrils receding. The more he focused on the light, on the faint glimmer of Oren's soul, the more the shadows seemed to shrink away. Cain and Oren stood in the silence that followed, their breath steadying as the oppressive weight of the remnant's presence lifted. But the feeling of unease lingered, gnawing at the edges of their thoughts. What now? Oren asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Cain's gaze was distant, his mind racing. Now, we figure out how to stop it, for good. Cain's hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword, but he didn't draw it. Not yet. There was something about the figure that seemed to resist direct confrontation, as if it was a force that didn't belong to any world they knew. Who are you? Oren repeated, her voice firm despite the tension in her chest. What do you want? The figure took a step forward, its form flickering, shimmering as if it was constantly shifting between solid and ethereal. I am a remnant, a relic of the abyss, left behind when it was shattered. I am what you failed to destroy. Oren's breath caught. A remnant. She looked at Cain, the weight of those words sinking in. What do you mean, failed to destroy? The figure's shadowed face seemed to distort into something akin to a grin, but it was a twisted thing, hollow and empty. The abyss may have been shattered, but its roots run deep. You cannot destroy what is woven into the fabric of existence. Its whispers will always remain, and I am the echo. Cain's grip on Oren's hand tightened. The weight of the figure's words hung in the air, suffocating them. The abyss had left a scar in the world, something that couldn't be erased no matter how much they fought. You're not just a shadow of the abyss, Cain said, his voice cold. You're a part of it, a piece that never truly left. The remnant nodded slowly, its form pulsating with a dark, unsettling energy. Yes, I am its memory, its soul, and I will not let you forget. A sudden realization struck Oren, sharp and painful. The abyss isn't gone, is it? It's still here, in the world, waiting. The remnant didn't respond directly. Instead, it took another step forward, its presence growing more oppressive with each movement. The abyss is everywhere. It's in the air you breathe, the ground you walk upon. It cannot be destroyed, not completely. It will always find a way back. Cain's jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing with fury. Then we'll make sure it stays buried. We've faced the abyss before, and we'll face it again. Together. The remnant tilted its head, its form flickering once more. Do you think you can stop what was never meant to end? You are but pawns in a game that you do not understand. The abyss is not something that can be defeated, not by your strength, not by your will. Oren stepped forward, her gaze unwavering. Then we'll find another way. We'll change the rules. The abyss can't win, because we won't let it. We'll fight, and we'll keep fighting, until it's finally gone for good. The remnant's laugh echoed through the air, hollow and mocking. You think you can defy fate? You are already too late. But Cain and Oren didn't falter. The remnant might have been right in its own twisted way. The abyss was woven into the world, but so were they. And together, they had the strength to fight, to push back against the darkness that sought to consume them. We'll see about that. Cain's voice was steady, unwavering. The remnant's form wavered one last time, a final whisper, escaping its lips. You will fail. And with that, the shadow faded, vanishing into the air like mist in the morning sun. Chapter 165. The Whisper. Of the past. The world they had left behind now felt like a distant memory, as if it had been submerged in the deep currents of the abyss that had nearly consumed them both. But here they were, standing at the edge of what had once been their final battleground. The landscape was barren, devoid of the oppressive shadows that had once clung to every corner. Yet, beneath the tranquility, something stirred, something ancient and deeply unsettling. Oren's hand trembled in Cain's as they moved through the desolate land. The air felt heavy with the weight of the past, and the silence around them seemed almost suffocating. Cain felt it too. The pressure of memories, both his own and hers, pushing in from all sides, demanding to be acknowledged. Do you feel that? Oren's voice broke through the silence, her words barely more than a whisper. Like, we're being watched. Cain paused, his senses alert. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as he scanned the horizon, searching for anything that might explain the feeling gnawing at him. The land stretched out before them, but the shadows cast by the distant mountains seemed darker than they should be, as though they held secrets that had long been buried. I do, Cain muttered, his gaze narrowing. But I don't think we're alone anymore. Something's out there, Oren. Something old. Something dangerous. The air around them began to shift, the temperature dropping suddenly. Oren's breath caught in her throat as she pulled closer to Cain, instinctively seeking his strength. The feeling of being watched grew stronger, almost suffocating, and then a flicker in the distance. A shadow. Cain's hand tightened around Oren's, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the figure in the distance. It was too far to make out clearly, but there was no mistaking the presence of something, or someone. His pulse quickened. Stay close, he commanded softly, his voice low but firm. We don't know what this is, but we can't let our guard down. Oren nodded, her face pale but resolute. She had faced the abyss. She had confronted the darkness itself, but this, whatever it was, felt different. The air hummed with an ancient energy, a vibration that sent ripples through her very core. As they walked forward, the shadow grew larger, its form taking shape. It was tall, but its outline was distorted, as though it was made of darkness itself. Its movements were slow, deliberate, almost graceful, like it had all the time in the world. Who are you? Cain called out, his voice steady, but a sense of unease creeping into his chest. The figure didn't answer immediately. Instead, it tilted its head, as if studying them. Then, finally, it spoke, its voice a whisper, carried by the wind, so faint that it was almost lost in the sound of the breeze. You are not supposed to be here. The voice was cold, devoid of emotion. It echoed through the air like an ancient warning. The figure laughed, a cold, hollow sound that sent chills down Oren's spine. You think you can stop it? The abyss isn't something you can fight. It's not something you can kill. It's eternal, and you are nothing but fleeting, fragile beings. You will all fall, one by one. We'll see about that, Cain growled, his voice full of defiance. The figure raised its hands, and the shadows in the room shifted, swirling around them like a storm. A dark wind howled through the chamber, and the vortex above the altar began to spin faster, its pull growing stronger. Your fate was sealed long ago, the figure hissed. The abyss will claim you, just as it has claimed so many before. Oren and Cain exchanged a brief glance, and without another word, they charged forward, swords drawn, ready to face whatever came next. The fight for their lives, and for the future of the world, was about to begin. Oren stopped, her breath catching in her throat as she looked out toward the horizon. There, in the distance, a structure loomed, ancient and towering, its silhouette a dark stain against the storm-touched sky. "What is that?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mix of awe and fear. Kane's expression hardened as he stepped forward, eyes locked on the towering structure. "I don't know, but we need to find out." They approached the structure cautiously, the feeling of dread growing with each step. The closer they got, the more they could see. Its sheer size was overwhelming. It looked like an ancient fortress, built into the side of the cliff, its walls blackened with age and time. The stone was smooth, almost too smooth, as if it had been carved by something other than human hands. As they neared the entrance, a deep, resonant hum vibrated in the air. It was a sound that seemed to come from within the earth itself, a low, rhythmic pulse that made Oren's heart race. "What is that?" she whispered, her hand instinctively reaching for her sword. "It's the abyss," Kane said, his voice tinged with the same fear she felt. "It's alive, somehow. We're getting closer to the source." They stepped through the entrance, the air growing colder with each passing moment. Inside, the structure was cavernous, its walls adorned with ancient symbols and markings that seemed to pulse with an eerie, dark energy. The floor was slick with something wet and cold, and the very air seemed thick with the scent of decay. "This place feels wrong," Oren muttered, her voice tense as she scanned the room. Kane didn't reply. His gaze was fixed on something in the distance, something that was slowly coming into focus. At the far end of the cavernous chamber stood a massive altar, its surface covered in strange, blackened carvings. Above it, a swirling vortex of shadows danced, a whirlpool of darkness that seemed to be pulling at the very fabric of reality itself. "It's here," Kane whispered, his voice barely audible. "This is where it begins." Oren stepped forward, but before she could get any closer, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, imposing figure, cloaked in robes of black and silver. Its eyes glowed with an unsettling light, and as it stepped forward, the ground beneath them trembled. "You shouldn't have come here," the figure said, its voice deep and resonant, like the rumble of thunder. "This is the place where the abyss was born. And this is where it will return." Kane's hand tightened on his sword, his stance defensive. "We're not afraid of you. We'll stop this. Whatever this is, we'll stop it." Chapter 166. Shadows of the Forgotten. The days following their encounter with the Remnant were shrouded in uncertainty. Kane and Oren moved forward with a sense of urgency, but the land itself seemed to hold its breath as they did. The wind whispered secrets, and the earth trembled underfoot, as if something deep beneath the surface was awakening. They had journeyed far from the heart of the abyss, yet the shadow of its remnants still clung to them, gnawing at their resolve. The memory of the figure, the remnant, lingered, its words echoing in the back of their minds like a curse they could not shake. Oren could feel it more than ever now, the heaviness that weighed on her chest with every step. She had faced the abyss before, but this was different. This time, it wasn't just the darkness they were fighting. It was something far more insidious. Something that had always been there, hidden in the folds of time. "Do you think it's telling the truth?" Oren asked, her voice barely audible as they moved through the dense forest, the canopy overhead thick with dark clouds. Kane didn't answer immediately. He was focused, his gaze scanning the area around them, ever watchful. But even as he observed the world around them, a part of him was trapped in thought. The remnant had been clear. The abyss wasn't gone, merely waiting for the right moment to strike again. "I don't know," he finally replied, his voice laced with an unease that mirrored her own. "But I know one thing. We can't just run from it. We have to face it. Whatever it is, whatever it wants, we need to find it before it finds us." Oren nodded. She could feel the pull of the abyss too, a deep, primal fear that surged within her whenever she allowed herself to think of it for too long. But she couldn't allow that fear to consume her, not when the stakes were higher than ever. They continued their trek, moving cautiously, aware that at any moment, the silence could be shattered. The deeper they ventured, the more the landscape seemed to shift, becoming something otherworldly. The trees were twisted, their branches like fingers, reaching toward the sky, and the air was thick with an unnatural stillness. It was as if the land itself had been touched by the abyss, its scars hidden beneath a veneer of normalcy. It feels like we're walking into a trap, Oren muttered, glancing over at Kane. He didn't respond immediately, but his expression darkened. He knew exactly what she meant. The feeling of being watched, of being led somewhere they didn't want to go, it was undeniable. But there was no turning back now. They had come too far, and the truth, whatever it was out there, waiting for them to find it. As the day wore on, the air grew colder, and the forest began to thin. The ground beneath them became rockier, the path winding toward a cliffside overlooking a vast, churning ocean below. The sky was bruised with the threat of an incoming storm, and the wind howled in their ears. "We're close," Kane said suddenly, his voice low and urgent. "I can feel it." But as they looked around, the chamber began to collapse. The very structure of the cavern, now freed from the abyss's influence, was crumbling, as though it could no longer sustain the weight of the darkness that had once held it up. "We need to leave now." Oren's voice was urgent, and Kane didn't need any more prompting. They turned and raced toward the exit, the walls around them cracking and groaning, the ground shaking beneath their feet. As they emerged from the collapsing structure, the storm outside had passed, leaving behind a clear, star-filled sky. The winds had calmed, and the land around them seemed peaceful once more. "We did it," Oren breathed, her voice full of disbelief. "But at what cost?" Kane looked out over the horizon, his expression hardening. "This is only the beginning. The abyss may have been defeated, but its shadow will always linger. We must remain vigilant." They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of their victory sinking in. The battle was won, but the war was far from over. Kane's heart pounded in his chest as he fought. The shadows seemed to come from all directions, twisting and turning in ways that defied logic. But there was a rhythm to it, a pattern that he could sense if only he focused enough. "We have to disrupt the vortex," Kane shouted, his voice rising over the chaos. "It's the source of the shadows. Destroy it, and the darkness will dissipate." Oren glanced up at the swirling vortex above the altar. It pulsed with dark energy, its center a swirling maelstrom of shadows, drawing in everything around it. The thought of approaching it, of stepping into the very heart of the abyss, was enough to send a shiver of fear through her. But Kane was right. If they didn't destroy it now, the darkness would consume everything. With a shared look, they moved in unison, charging toward the altar. The shadows tried to intercept them, but Kane and Oren fought through them with relentless determination. Each step they took was like walking through a nightmare, but they kept moving, pushing forward, determined to reach the heart of the abyss before it was too late. The closer they got, the more oppressive the air became. The shadows lashed out at them, but with every strike, they grew weaker, their forms flickering like dying embers. They were no longer fighting just to survive, they were fighting to end this nightmare once and for all. As they reached the altar, the figure's laughter faded, replaced by a low, rumbling growl, as though it too sensed what was coming. "You cannot stop the inevitable," it hissed. "The abyss will always return. It is part of you." Kane didn't hesitate. He raised his sword high, channeling all his strength, all his will, into one final strike. "We'll see about that." With a single, powerful blow, he brought his sword down upon the altar. The moment it made contact, the entire structure trembled, the air vibrating with an otherworldly force. The vortex above them screeched in agony, its pull faltering, but the darkness fought back with fury. The figure, sensing its defeat, roared in anger. "No, you cannot." But before it could finish its words, the altar shattered. A blinding light erupted from the center of the room, washing away the shadows in an instant. The vortex above the altar collapsed in on itself, collapsing into nothingness. The figure staggered backward, its form flickering like a dying flame. The shadows around it dissolved, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, there was silence. The oppressive weight of the abyss lifted, leaving only the remnants of its power behind. Cain and Oren stood, breathless and battered, but alive. The figure was gone, its form reduced to nothing more than a wisp of smoke that vanished into the air. The abyss, for now, was defeated. Chapter 167. The Abyss. Unveiled. The air crackled with energy as Cain and Oren stood before the cloaked figure, its presence suffocating, as though the very room itself was aware of their confrontation. The shadows around them deepened, taking on a life of their own, and the swirling vortex above the altar intensified, its pull irresistible. "You think you're the first to defy the abyss?" The figure's voice boomed, resonating through the cavern like the rumble of an approaching storm. "Countless souls have come before you, all believing they could change the course of fate. All believing they could conquer what is eternal." Cain's jaw clenched, his grip tightening around his sword. "We're not here to conquer. We're here to stop it." His voice was steady, but the weight of the situation hung heavily on him. This wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a battle for the very future of their world. The figure's laugh echoed throughout the chamber, dark and unsettling. "Stop it," it said, its tone dripping with contempt. "The abyss cannot be stopped, boy. It is the origin of all things. It is the shadow that defines light, the darkness that defines existence. You cannot erase what is a part of you, as much as you might wish to." Oren stepped forward, her blade gleaming with determination, though a flicker of doubt passed over her eyes. She could feel the truth in the figure's words. It was hard to deny that the abyss had always been there, lurking in the shadows, a part of the world's fabric. But that didn't mean she would let it consume everything. "Then we'll make sure it never comes to pass," she said, her voice hardening with resolve. "If it's fate we're defying, then so be it." The figure's eyes, glowing with that unnatural light, flickered in amusement. "So be it," it repeated. "But know this, the abyss feeds on fear, on doubt. It will turn your strengths into your greatest weaknesses. In the end, it will consume you from within." Without warning, the shadows surged forward, coiling around them like serpents, wrapping around their limbs, trying to bind them. Cain and Oren were ready for this, having faced the abyss's influence before, but even so, the power of the shadows was overwhelming. Cain slashed through the nearest tendril, his sword cutting through the darkness with ease, but more shadows poured from the vortex, filling the space around them, choking out the light. Oren followed suit, her blade flashing as she severed the dark tendrils that reached for her. "Fight, Cain," Oren called, her voice sharp with urgency as she twisted and turned, evading the oncoming shadows. "We have to break the hold before it's too late." Cain didn't need any further encouragement. He pushed forward, his blade singing through the air, slicing through the shadowy limbs that surrounded them. But with each strike, the darkness only grew stronger, as though the abyss was feeding on their very efforts to resist it. The figure moved slowly, almost casually, as if it were watching a play unfold. Its presence was an anchor, its power drawing everything toward the abyss, amplifying its reach. "You cannot escape it," it said. "Every cut you make only deepens the wound. Every strike you land only makes the abyss stronger." The weight of her words settled over them all like a heavy shroud. The abyss was no accident, it was part of something larger. But what, exactly, was that something? Cain felt a chill run through him as he glanced at the horizon. The world seemed peaceful, but he knew better than to trust appearances. "We need to go to the heart of the world. To the source of this corruption." He looked at Oren and Lyria. "The abyss might have been stopped, but this is far from over. We need to understand where this all started. And we need to stop whoever, or whatever, is pulling the strings." Lyria nodded solemnly. "The heart of the world, it's a dangerous journey. But if what you say is true, it's the only place that might hold the answers we need." Oren's eyes darkened, a sense of determination flaring within her. "Then let's go. We've faced impossible odds before. We'll face them again." Cain nodded, his jaw tightening with resolve. "We'll face them together." The three of them stood in silence for a long moment, the weight of their decision settling in. There was no going back now. The road ahead was unknown, but they had no choice but to walk it. The abyss was only the beginning, and the true battle lay ahead. The heart of the world awaited them. Chapter 168. Shadows of the Past. The sky was clear now, but Kane's heart felt heavier than ever. As he stood beside Oren, looking out over the broken remnants of the ancient temple, a strange unease settled over him. The victory they had achieved was bittersweet. Had they truly destroyed the abyss? Or had they only delayed the inevitable? Was the collapse of the vortex merely a temporary reprieve, or something more? Oren's voice broke through his thoughts. What now? Her gaze was distant, her face pale. She had the same questions Kane did, too many unanswered ones. Kane turned to her, his expression serious. We rebuild, but we need to understand what we're really up against. The abyss is gone, for now, but there's something off about all this. Oren nodded, but it was clear she was struggling with her own doubts. And what about the figure? Her eyes darkened. It wasn't just some random being. It was ancient. I could feel it. Kane. That thing was a part of the abyss. A manifestation of its will. Kane stared at the ground beneath his feet, thinking of the figure's words. The abyss is a part of everything. It's a part of the world itself. Maybe it wasn't just a creature we needed to kill. Maybe it was a reflection of something deeper. Before Oren could respond, a soft crackle of energy hummed through the air, a presence shifting in the shadows. They both tensed, reaching for their weapons instinctively, only to relax as a figure emerged from the trees beyond the temple's ruins. It was one of their allies, Lyria, a mage from the ancient order, who had helped them in the past. She wore her usual robes, though there was an exhaustion in her eyes that spoke volumes. The magic they had fought had left its mark on everyone, and Lyria was no exception. Her footsteps were slower than they had been before, weighed down by the toll of their shared struggle. I felt the disturbance, Lyria said, her voice soft but sharp, like the bite of wind through the trees. The abyss has retreated, but there's something else. Something not quite right. Kane gave a sharp nod, his suspicions echoing in her words. I don't think it's over. I don't think the abyss was ever the true enemy. It was just a symptom. Lyria's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Kane met her gaze, his mind racing. What if the abyss is just the surface? A manifestation of a far deeper corruption? Someone, has been manipulating it all. Oren's expression tightened as she followed his train of thought. You think this has been planned? That the abyss was just a tool? Yes, Kane replied. I think someone wanted the abyss to rise. I think it's always been part of a larger plan, one we're only just beginning to understand. Lyria's lips parted in realization. And if that's true, we're not fighting just against darkness. We're fighting against something far more ancient. Something that might be, she paused, swallowing hard. Something that might be connected to the very origins of the world itself. The creature was impossibly large, coiling through the air like a great serpent, its tail sweeping through the mountains with destructive force. It hissed, a sound that reverberated through the very core of the earth. Kane's heart raced as he realized what they were up against. This thing, it's a guardian, Lyria said, her voice steady, despite the danger. It's protecting the entrance to the heart of the world. Kane's eyes narrowed. We'll have to defeat it if we're going to continue. Get ready, both of you. Oren didn't hesitate. She raised her hand, and the air around her shimmered with magical energy. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a torrent of flame that shot toward the creature. But the serpent swiftly dodged, its massive form twisting in the air with unnatural speed. Lyria raised her staff, summoning a barrier of magical force to shield them from the creature's attacks. The serpent's tail slammed into the barrier, sending a shockwave through the ground. It's stronger than anything we've faced before, she grunted, her breath coming in shallow gasps. But we can't stop now. Kane's grip tightened on his sword. We push forward. We can't let this thing stand in our way. With a roar, the serpent lunged toward them, its jaws wide open, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Oren quickly cast another spell, but the serpent was faster, twisting in midair to avoid the attack. It closed the distance between them in a flash, and Cain knew they had no choice but to fight for their lives. The battle was fierce, and the creature's power was unlike anything they had encountered before. It was fast, relentless, and its attacks were overwhelming. The ground beneath their feet cracked and splintered with every strike, and the air was thick with the tension of their desperate struggle. But they were determined. Cain fought with everything he had, his sword dancing through the air in a blur of motion, each strike aimed at the serpent's weak points. Oren unleashed devastating fireballs, but the serpent's thick hide deflected most of the damage. Lyria's magic shielded them from the worst of the creature's strikes, but it was clear that they couldn't keep this up forever. "We need to end this, now," Cain shouted over the cacophony of battle. Oren nodded, her eyes fierce with determination. "On my mark." She raised her hands high, her magic swirling around her, as she called on every last ounce of her strength. The serpent lunged at Cain, its massive jaws closing in for the kill. But Cain wasn't backing down. In that final, heart-stopping moment, he leapt forward, his sword flashing in the dying light. "Now, Oren." Oren's spell erupted in a burst of flame, slamming into the serpent's side. The explosion was blinding, and the creature let out a deafening scream as its body was consumed by fire. Cain took advantage of the opening, driving his sword deep into the creature's heart. With one final, thunderous roar, the serpent collapsed, its massive body falling to the ground with a deafening crash. The silence that followed was deafening. They stood there, panting and bloodied, looking at the fallen guardian. It was over, for now. But Cain knew that this was only a taste of what lay ahead. "The heart of the world is closer," he said, his voice grim. "But we have to be ready for worse. Much worse." As they moved past the fallen guardian, the path ahead seemed even more foreboding, as though it were leading them straight into the heart of darkness itself. Chapter 169. Into the heart. The winds howled as they made their way through the jagged mountain pass, the air growing colder with every step. The path ahead seemed endless, a winding road that cut through a desolate landscape. The world around them had fallen into a strange, unsettling quiet. No birds, no rustling leaves, just an eerie silence that pressed in on them from all sides. Cain led the way, his eyes scanning the horizon with a wary intensity. The weight of their mission hung heavy on his shoulders. Every step forward brought them closer to the heart of the world, but also to the unknown dangers that awaited. He could feel the pull of something ancient, something that had been buried for far too long. Oren walked beside him, her pace steady, but her mind clearly elsewhere. She had been quieter than usual, lost in her own thoughts. Cain could sense the strain in her, the fear she refused to voice. There was a deep uncertainty in her heart about what they would find at the heart of the world. The abyss had been defeated, but it was clear now that their victory was only a temporary reprieve. Something darker, more insidious, was still lurking in the shadows. Lyria followed close behind, her staff glowing faintly in the dim light. Despite her exhaustion, she remained focused, her eyes narrowed in concentration. She had been the one to push for this journey, knowing that the answers they sought lay at the heart of the world. But even she couldn't shake the feeling that the answers would come with a heavy price. As they ascended higher into the mountains, the air grew thinner, and the landscape became more treacherous. The path twisted and turned, leading them deeper into a realm that seemed to defy the laws of nature. The rocks beneath their feet shifted unnaturally, and the sky above them seemed to warp and twist in strange patterns. It was as if reality itself was bending around them, and the further they traveled, the more disconnected from the world they became. "Do you feel it?" Oren asked suddenly, her voice breaking the silence. "It's like the air is charged with something. A presence." Cain nodded without speaking. He had felt it too, the growing sense of something watching them, something waiting. It was as though the very land was alive, aware of their presence, and it didn't welcome them. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as a deep, guttural rumble echoed through the mountains. It was distant at first, but it grew louder with each passing moment, like the sound of something waking after a long slumber. Lyria stopped in her tracks, her eyes widening with alarm. "We're not alone," she said, her voice low, almost a whisper. "Something is drawing closer." Before they could react, the ground beneath them shook violently. The mountains trembled, and the air crackled with energy. Rocks cascaded down the slopes, and the sky above them darkened. A shadow fell over the land, stretching far across the jagged peaks, as if the very heavens themselves were being consumed. "Get ready," Cain shouted, drawing his blade as a massive, serpentine creature emerged from the darkness, its scales glimmering like obsidian in the dim light. It had eyes that glowed with an otherworldly intensity, and its body was covered in jagged, spiny armor. Was fueled by his desire to put an end to this nightmare once and for all. Behind him, Kalen unleashed his magic, a torrent of crackling energy that pushed back the sorcerer's defenses. The air grew thick with power as Silas leapt into the fray, his sword cleaving through the dark magic like a beam of light in a storm. Alaris, silent as ever, stood at the edge of the chaos, her eyes focused, her mind calculating the precise moment to strike. Her timing was impeccable. "You think you can defeat me?" The sorcerer roared, his voice filled with anguish as he drew on every ounce of his power. "You are nothing." Cain's sword met the sorcerer's dark blade once again, and this time, there was no hesitation in his heart. He knew what he had to do. "I am everything you were too weak to understand," Cain said, his voice filled with a quiet, terrible finality. In a flash of blinding light, Cain drove his sword through the sorcerer's chest, the power of his blade piercing through the dark magic that surrounded him. The sorcerer's scream echoed through the temple, the sound of final, twisted melody of death. The chamber shook violently as the sorcerer's form collapsed, his body disintegrating into ash and smoke, leaving only a lingering, cold silence in the wake. Cain stood over him, panting, his body trembling from the sheer force of the battle. The silence that followed felt like an eternity. But this wasn't the end. Not yet. The ground beneath them cracked open, revealing an ancient portal, a swirling vortex of energy that pulled at the very fabric of reality. Cain knew that the final test awaited them here. The ritual may have been stopped, but something far worse was about to emerge. He turned to his companions. "This isn't over. We have one last fight." And with that, they stepped into the vortex, the fate of their world hanging in the balance. Chapter 170, The Reckoning. Cain's pulse thudded in his ears as he stepped into the heart of the obsidian temple, the air thick with the scent of ancient magic and impending doom. The once vibrant murals on the walls were now faded, twisted into haunting images that spoke of power long forgotten. The temple stood as a testament to an age that had both shaped and ruined everything. The companions stood with him, Alaris, her silver eyes narrowed in focused intensity. Silas, gripping his sword as though it was the only thing keeping him anchored in this reality, and Kalen, his voice silent but his presence more comforting than ever. They were all here for one final confrontation. "Are we ready?" Cain asked, though his voice barely broke through the heavy silence. He didn't need an answer. He could feel the shift in the atmosphere, the inevitable clash of forces looming. "The ritual must be stopped," Alaris whispered, her fingers brushing over the ancient runes carved into the floor. "If it succeeds, the world will fall into chaos." Her words cut through the tension like a blade. They had come so far, each step laden with loss and the weight of decisions that haunted them all. But this was it. The ritual, the key to the power that could either save or destroy everything, was about to begin. The shadowed figure of the High Sorcerer, the one who had orchestrated every tragedy they had faced, emerged from the altar, his form wreathed in dark energy. His eyes glowed with malevolent certainty as he smiled at Cain. "You've come to stop me?" The sorcerer's voice was like gravel being ground beneath boots. "Foolish, as always. Do you think you can save what's already been lost?" Cain's hand clenched around the hilt of his sword. "I'm not here to save you. I'm here to end this." The sorcerer chuckled darkly, raising his hands to the sky. A surge of power rippled through the air, dark tendrils of energy coiling around him like serpents. Then come, Cain. Let's see if you have the strength to survive what's coming. In that moment, the ground beneath them trembled, the earth itself seeming to groan in fear. The sky outside the temple began to darken, as if the very heavens were holding their breath. Cain felt the power surge inside of him, his blood, his heart, everything pulsed with the force of the world's magic. This was the culmination of everything. Every battle, every loss, had led to this moment, and in the quiet rage that bubbled inside him, he knew one thing with certainty: he would not fail. On my mark, Cain said, his voice a low growl. We move as one. Silas stepped forward, his blade glowing with an ethereal light, while Kaelin's focus sharpened, his arcane energy gathering like a storm. Alaris stood next to Cain, her eyes locked on the sorcerer, ready to strike. The sorcerer's laughter echoed around the chamber, but it was cut short when Cain's blade flew through the air, a flash of steel that cut through the very fabric of time itself. The battle began in a blur of motion. Cain was faster than he had ever been, his body moving with a fluidity born of pure desperation and fury. The sorcerer's dark tendrils collided with Cain's sword, the clash sending sparks flying. But Cain's focus was absolute. Every strike, every move. Cain's head spun. The ritual, the sorcerer, the portal, it was all connected, all part of something bigger. He had always known this. Battle was never truly just about one person, one victory. But this was beyond anything they had prepared for. Who are you? Alaris demanded, her voice sharp. What is this all about? The figure tilted its head, the absence of a face somehow making the gesture even more unsettling. I am what was left behind. The forgotten god, cast into the void when everything else was made. I have seen the rise and fall of worlds. And I have come to claim this one. As it spoke, the very ground beneath them cracked open, a rift forming that pulled at their very essence. Cain stumbled, his heart racing, his mind reeling. They weren't just fighting a dark sorcerer anymore. This was something far more ancient, far more dangerous. You will never leave this place, the figure whispered. The end is inevitable. Suddenly, the air shifted. The portal behind them exploded in a burst of blinding light. The entire chamber shook as the fabric of reality began to tear, a cacophony of sound and energy that made the ground crack and split beneath them. The force was overwhelming. No, Cain shouted, barely able to stand as the power pushed against him, his body being pulled toward the rift. The others were being torn in different directions, too, their forms flickering in and out of focus. The figure, its form swirling with darkness, remained unfazed. And then, just as Cain thought he might lose consciousness, everything stopped. The world went silent. No sound. No movement. Welcome to the abyss, the figure's voice echoed one last time. And then, everything went black. Chapter 171. The abyss awaits. The portal before them pulsed like a living thing, a swirling mass of colors and shadows, the very fabric of reality unraveling as it stretched toward the void. Cain could feel its pull, tugging at his very soul, trying to drag him into the unknown. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the air thick with energy. His heart pounded in his chest, the battle against the sorcerer still echoing in his mind. But this was it, the final frontier, the line between life and death, between salvation and doom. We have to stop it, Cain, Alaris said, her voice tight with urgency. Her eyes flickered toward the vortex, then back at Cain. We don't know what's on the other side. It could be the end for all of us. But Cain's gaze remained locked on the portal. A sick feeling twisted in his gut, but he knew what had to be done. This was the final choice, the point of no return. This is the last chance, he muttered, stepping forward. We can't turn back now. But just as he was about to take another step, a voice, low, ancient, and filled with malice, echoed in the chamber. It wasn't the sorcerer. It wasn't anyone they knew. It was something older, something that had been waiting, biding its time. Cain? The voice slithered through his mind, sending shivers down his spine. He whipped around, searching the darkness. Who's there? Out of the shadows stepped a figure, tall, cloaked in darkness. The air grew colder as the figure emerged from the abyss, its presence suffocating. Kane's pulse quickened as the figure revealed its face, or rather, the absence of one. Just a dark void, like a bottomless well staring back at him. Alaris's breath caught in her throat, and Kalen stiffened, his fingers crackling with arcane energy. You? Kane's voice faltered as the figure spoke again. The being stepped closer, its form shifting, constantly changing, like a living nightmare. I am the one you've been searching for. The one who has watched from the shadows. I have been waiting for you, Kane. What do you want? Kane demanded, his grip tightening on his sword, but there was a strange weightlessness to his movements. The power within the portal pulsed stronger now, as if it were feeding off their fear. What I want, the figure crooned, is simple. I want to see the world burn, Kane. To witness the collapse of everything you've fought for. Your pain, your loss, your struggle. All of it will be meaningless when the void consumes everything. The words hit him like a physical blow. Kane's mind reeled, struggling to comprehend what this creature was implying. The portal behind him pulsed again, a deafening sound that echoed in his skull. Silas stepped forward, drawing his sword, his eyes burning with defiance. If you think you can intimidate us, you're sorely mistaken. We've come too far to turn back. The figure laughed, a sound like ice breaking, an unsettling chill that filled the chamber. You think you've come far? You have no idea what you've unleashed. The ritual was but a small piece, a test. The true power lies within the void. I am the catalyst. You will understand soon enough. Kane felt his chest tighten, a crushing weight pressing down on him, as the words sank in. A part of him knew that the figure was telling the truth. This wasn't just a war for survival. It was a battle against the very fabric of reality itself. But another part of him, the stubborn, unyielding part, refused to give in. He had seen too much. He had lost too much. He couldn't let it end like this. With a forceful step, Kane clenched his fists, feeling the raw energy of the world's final battle surging through his veins. His sword, still at his side, pulsed with the same energy, a reminder of the power they had all gained through their trials. But this time, it wasn't just power. It was something else, something deeper. You may have control over this place, Kane said, his voice steady, but you don't control me. You don't control our will to live. We will find a way to stop this. We will fight, no matter what you throw at us. The figure's form flickered. For a moment, Kane could have sworn it hesitated. Foolish, Kane. Your will is a fleeting thing. It cannot stop what is already set in motion. But then, as the figure began to vanish into the abyss, it added one final warning. The end is not the same for everyone. Some will endure, while others will fall. Will you be the one to carry the weight of this world, or will you perish with it? Before Kane could respond, the figure was gone, leaving them in the overwhelming silence once more. A sudden tremor shook the void beneath their feet. The walls of reality seemed to be buckling, cracking, and breaking apart. Kane could hear the sound of distant screams, the tortured cries of those who had already fallen victim to the abyss. It was as if the very fabric of existence was beginning to unravel. Now what? Kalen whispered, his voice full of uncertainty. Kane took a deep breath, his eyes hardening with resolve. Now, we end it. We do what we came to do. We find a way to destroy this place, to rip apart the darkness, and to take back the future. The portal that had once been their path to salvation now seemed like the final, insurmountable wall between them and their freedom. But Kane knew one thing. They were not going down without a fight. And if the world truly was ending, then they would be the ones to rewrite the ending. Chapter 172. The Edge of Eternity. The blackness that swallowed them was not like any darkness they had ever known. It wasn't simply the absence of light. It was something far worse, an oppressive force that seemed to tear at the very fabric of their being. Kane's breath came in ragged gasps as his eyes tried to adjust, but there was nothing to adjust to. No ground beneath his feet, no air to breathe. Just the endless void, stretching out infinitely in every direction. For a moment, there was no sound, just an eerie silence that pressed against his eardrums like a physical weight. His mind was a chaotic whirlwind of questions, panic, and confusion. How had they ended up here? What was this place? But then, through the void, a voice rang out, low and reverberating, like the echo of an ancient thunderstorm. Do you understand now? Kane's heart skipped a beat. The voice. It was the figure from before, the one with no face, the one that had called itself the Catalyst. He could feel it in his bones now. This being, this force, was more than a simple enemy. It was the embodiment of everything they had been fighting against, and more. His vision slowly cleared, though nothing in the void had changed. The only thing he could see was the faint outline of his companions, their forms flickering like ghostly shadows. What is this place? Kane managed to whisper, his voice barely audible against the oppressive stillness. This, the voice said, its tone almost amused, is the threshold. The edge of eternity. A place beyond time, beyond death. A place where all things come to an end. A shiver ran down Kane's spine. Alaris, Kalen, and Silas, though barely visible, were all standing beside him, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief. Why are we here? Alaris called out, her voice trembling with anger and fear. What do you want from us? The figure's form began to coalesce before them, a swirling, shifting mass of shadow and light, its movements unsettling, like liquid darkness flowing in unnatural patterns. What do I want? The voice chuckled softly. I want what has always been mine. The void is not something to be feared, Kane. It is a return to the beginning. It is peace. It is eternal rest. You, all of you, have been running from this moment your entire lives. No, Kane breathed, shaking his head as his fists clenched at his sides. I'll never accept this. We didn't fight, sacrifice, and struggle all this way just to let you take it all away. The figure tilted its head, its form warping like it was studying Kane's defiance. You misunderstand. You have no say in the matter. This world, it is crumbling. Everything you have fought for, everything you have loved, will be undone. The end is inevitable. The question is, will you accept it? Or will you fight to the bitter end? Alaris stepped forward, her hands glowing with the faint traces of magic, her eyes burning with determination. We will fight. We've come this far, and we won't stop now. We are not your playthings. Fight? The figure's voice was now tinged with mockery. What can you possibly do? This is not a battle of strength. This is not a war of power. This is the very nature of existence itself, unraveling. You are at the edge of all things. And beyond this point, there is nothing. Without warning, he surged forward, his sword raised high. The void seemed to recoil from his movement, as if afraid of his defiance. Kane, Alaris cried out, but it was too late. With a roar, Kane plunged his sword into the darkness, feeling the world around him shift violently. The instant the blade made contact, an explosion of energy erupted, a wave of force that shook the very core of the void. The figure, for the first time, seemed to falter. Its form wavered, as if struggling to maintain its shape. Impossible, it hissed, its voice laced with frustration. But Kane was already on the move again. He couldn't stop now. The final moment was here. The end of their journey was within reach, but it would require everything they had left. Alaris, Kalen, and Silas followed, charging into the chaos with a unified front. Magic and steel clashed with the figure's dark presence, each strike reverberating through the void as if the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. The figure's shape continued to distort, its power waning with each blow. It screamed in anger, a primal, deafening sound that seemed to shake the universe itself. You cannot defy the inevitable, it snarled. I am the end. I am the beginning. There is no escaping me. There is always a way, Kane shouted, his sword glowing brighter with each strike. As long as we fight, there is always a way. The figure recoiled, its form shuddering. For a moment, the void seemed to crack, light spilling into the cracks like the first rays of dawn. The figure's voice, once all-powerful, now faltered, strained, with uncertainty. You cannot. No. And then, in one final, explosive burst of light and sound, the figure was gone. The void shattered around them, crumbling into nothingness, leaving behind only silence and an empty, infinite space. Cain fell to his knees, gasping for breath. The adrenaline left his body in a rush, and his sword slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. He could hardly believe what had just happened. Had they really done it? Had they really stopped the end of everything? Alaris stood over him, her face filled with a mix of exhaustion and relief. We did it, she said, her voice trembling with disbelief. Kalen nodded, his eyes wide as he took in the aftermath. But what happens now? Cain looked around at the shattered remnants of the void, the silence pressing in on them. The world wasn't gone. It wasn't destroyed. But it was different. It felt as though something had been permanently changed. As though their victory had created a new reality, one they would have to rebuild. Now, Cain said slowly, standing up with effort, we rebuild. We make sure that this time, there will be no end. Not for us. Not for anyone. And with that, the four of them walked forward, into the unknown future. The battle was over, but their journey was far from finished. Chapter 173. The Final Stand. The tremors beneath their feet grew stronger, as if the very universe was preparing to collapse. Cain's heart hammered in his chest, the pulse of determination keeping him steady. The void was closing in on them, a black maw that threatened to swallow everything they had ever known. Time itself seemed to stretch and warp, bending in unnatural ways, like a twisted reflection of a once meaningful existence. But amidst the chaos, there was something else. Something powerful. Something unstoppable. Cain looked at his companions. Alaris, standing tall despite the fear in her eyes. Kalen, his stoic expression betraying nothing, though the tightness in his fists spoke volumes. And Silas, ever the wild card, his confidence unshaken, as if he thrived on the brink of destruction. They had come too far to let it all end here. We've fought through worse, Cain muttered under his breath, trying to steady himself. We can do this. We've always fought through worse, Alaris replied, her voice tinged with the unbreakable resolve that had carried them through every battle. And we'll fight through this, too. The very air around them seemed to grow colder, the pressure building with each passing second. Cain gripped his sword tightly, feeling the energy surge through him. They couldn't afford to hesitate. They couldn't afford to fail. Suddenly, a light flashed in the distance, a brilliant, blinding glow that cut through the surrounding darkness. It wasn't like any light Cain had seen before. It was pure, untainted, like the first rays of dawn breaking through an endless night. The portal, Kalen whispered, his voice barely audible over the growing tumult. But as Cain turned his gaze to the shimmering light, a shadow darted out of it, a figure, tall and imposing, its features obscured by an unnatural black cloak. Its presence felt wrong, as if it were bending reality itself around it. Do you think you can escape? The figure's voice echoed in Cain's mind, a deep, resonating sound that sent chills down his spine. Do you think you can defy fate? Cain's heart raced. This was the being, the force behind the void. It was no longer a distant presence, it was here, in front of them, ready to claim its prize. You may have survived up until now, the figure continued, its voice dripping with disdain, but in the end, there is no victory. Only oblivion. Alaris took a step forward, her hands crackling with magic. We've already survived your worst. This will be no different. The figure let out a low, humorless laugh. Your arrogance blinds you. You are nothing but fleeting sparks in an eternal darkness. You cannot win. It is over. But Cain wasn't listening to its words anymore. His mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, every memory of their journey, every person they had fought for. The stakes had never been higher, and, yet, a fire burned within him that he couldn't extinguish. No, he said, his voice fierce. It's not over. Not until we say it is. Prologue. the dawn of happiness. In the quiet moments before the world stirs, when the first rays of sunlight kiss the earth, there lies a feeling, a quiet hum that fills the spaces between heartbeats. It is the promise of a new day, the echo of hope that lingers long after the storms have passed. It is the soft whisper of happiness, not as a destination, but as a journey. The concept of happiness is elusive, like a shadow that dances just beyond our reach, always changing its form. It is not bound by circumstance or the weight of the world's expectations. Happiness is the small, sacred moments, when a child's laughter fills the air, when two souls connect in a shared glance, when a cup of tea warms the hands of someone who has known too much cold. But it is more than that. It is the resilience that comes when we rise, after being knocked down. It is in the way we rebuild, even when we're unsure of what comes next. Happiness is not born from perfection, but from the imperfections we embrace. It thrives in the cracks, in the mess of life, in the quiet triumphs of perseverance. In the pursuit of happiness, many search outward, chasing possessions, achievements, the applause of others. But true happiness, the kind that stays, that endures, is born within. It is found in the courage to be yourself, in the acceptance of your flaws, and in the understanding that you are enough, exactly as you are. This story begins not with a promise of flawless days, but with the understanding that happiness is a choice. A choice to seek light in the darkest of times, to find beauty in the mundane, to cherish love, even when it feels fragile, to live fully, without fear of what lies ahead. As you journey through these pages, you will witness lives interwoven with struggles, joys, losses, and triumphs. And as the story unfolds, remember this: happiness is not the end goal, it is the heartbeat of life itself, present in every moment, waiting to be discovered. The world may not always be kind, and the road may be difficult, but remember, happiness is always there, waiting to be found in the simplest of moments. This is the beginning of a journey. The journey towards happiness.